My battered floral suitcase sits by the door of my boss's office, silently mocking me. I promised Mom and Graham I'd be in Bitter End, North Carolina in time for a late dinner, and now I've missed my flight from LaGuardia. Of course, I'm working on what should be the first day of my first real vacation in almost 3 years. I'm employed by the Lancasters, after all. Vacation is for the weak. That's why I've worked 29 of the last 30 days. Why I missed Thanksgiving. Why I showed up at my family's house on Christmas Eve at 11:50 p.m. and headed back to the airport 20 hours later. I grimace in anticipation of the look on my sister Callie's face when she picks me up at the airport tonight. The fact I'm sitting at my boss's hand-carved teakwood desk and drinking coffee, both of which are strictly forbidden, is cold comfort. Well, okay, it's a little bit warm. If he could see me now, with my butt leaving a dent in his precious ergonomic chair and my bare feet propped up on the desk, I close my eyes and sip my coffee, imagining the look of anger on his perfectly chiseled face. I can picture his blue eyes blazing with a cold fire, wrinkles corrugating his smooth brow in a scowl of disapproval. It's not hard to summon up that image. It's harder to imagine Chase when he doesn't look like someone just peed in his Wheaties. Did he sear the doctors with that haughty look when he slid out of the womb? Who am I kidding? That would imply he was born, when everyone who's had the misfortune to meet him knows he was hatched. Oh well, freedom is within my reach. I've plowed through the mountain of tasks on my list. I've made all of Chase's calls, replied to his emails, sent his snail mail, verified his appointments, and mailed him my suggestions for rebranding a prospective client's resort, which he will promptly send to the digital shredder. It's time for me to scramble for another flight back home. Thinking of what I'll face this weekend summons another storm of emotions swirling in me, but I quickly stuff it back down. As I set my forbidden coffee on the desk, on a coaster, I'm not a savage, my cell phone pings. It's Amelie, the receptionist who sits facing the elevator on the 10th floor, all of which is Chase's office. Her text freezes my blood. Sexy Satan is here. Chase is back? No, no, no. Frantically, I swing my feet off the desk. I'd run for it, but there's no point. I'd never make it. The ominous sound of footsteps thudding down the hall toward me sets my heart racing in panic. How the hell did he even get past security downstairs? They should have warned us. Sexy Satan was supposed to be safely overseas. He was in our Milan office this week, spending his days making employees weep and his nights making the panties of supermodels damp. I should have had a lot more warning before he arrived. I can only think this was intentional. Every so often, he likes to sneak back from his many overseas trips to catch his employees at less than peak efficiency. Whenever he returns unannounced, tears are shed and jobs are lost. There's no time to escape, so I'll just have to face the music. I grab a quick gulp of coffee to fortify myself. Waking up at 5 a.m. is something I would for sure wish on my worst enemy. As I'm sucking down the life-giving nectar, Chase barrels through the door, trips over my suitcase, and barely catches himself before falling. To make matters worse, I choke on my coffee as I try not to laugh, and it sprays out on his spotless desk blotter. Oh hell, not the blotter. Chase Lancaster stands there on the threshold, his bespoke gray Nehru suit perfectly draped across his broad-shouldered frame, his ice-blue eyes drilling holes in me. His thick black hair has that sexy, must look to it, and his full lips are thinned in annoyance. He looks at the suitcase, and then at me, and then back at the suitcase.
Daisy? What the hell is this monstrosity?
I pretend to examine it critically and look up at him with an expression of wonder. Oh my God, Mr. Lancaster, I'd say it looks very much like a suitcase. His gaze turns even colder, and I swear the temperature in the room drops several degrees. "It's my suitcase," I say, in a less challenging tone. "I'm going on vacation for 2 weeks." His eyes flash with annoyance.
I didn't authorize that.
"And that's why I put in for vacation when he was out of the country." "You didn't have to. It's in my contract. And before you complain, I've worked 28 days out of every month this year, and a similar number of days in the year before that, and the same with the year before that." He looks at me expectantly. When I don't answer, he stalks toward me with the grace and terrifying speed of a jaguar ready to pounce. He's practically on top of me by the time I leap to my feet. Then I remember I'd slipped off my shoes. Oops. I shove my feet back into my black low-heeled pumps and stare up at him, breathing in the woodsy scent of his cologne. He draws in a breath. He'll expel a stream of expletives guaranteed to sizzle the ends of my hair, and then I'll mutter something mildly sarcastic and skulk out of his office. This isn't our first dance. Before he can get a chance to rip me a new one, the intercom on Chase's desk squawks.
Daisy, look sharp. Asshole alert, asshole is in the building. Repeat, asshole is in the building,
a frantic male voice says. Oh, crud. Much too late, I snap the intercom switch to the off position. He stares at the intercom.
Who was that?
I have no idea, I lie, shoving my hand into my jacket pocket so he won't see my crossed fingers. Sadly, I suspect it's a mystery that will remain unsolved, like whether Bigfoot is real or why someone decided to surgically remove your heart at birth and replace it with a block of glacial ice. His eyes turn the color of a stormy gray sea.
Try again.
There's something in that stern note of command that sends a shiver of desire trembling down my nerves, leaving me damp between the legs. My heart thuds in my chest. For the millionth time since I've started working here, I struggle not to think of him in his rare, more human moments when I've seen a genuine smile. I try not to imagine what it would be like if... Well, it doesn't matter. He's a high-speed serial dater of models and Instagram stars. Even if he were to slow down for a minute and actually date someone, it wouldn't be me. He waits for my answer, thick waves of anger radiating in the air. Okay, yo no sé. That's Spanish for I don't know.
I am aware, thank you. And don't lie to me. You know exactly who that was. You know the first, middle, and last name of every single person here, along with their birthday, the name of their childhood pet, and what they like to sing on your monthly karaoke night.
His forehead furrows in bafflement, and he stares at me as if examining an alien life form. Yes, I do. I am the reason the employee turnover rate of Lancaster Hotels and Resorts has dropped from 20% down to 5%. You know about karaoke night? I smile brightly. Say, I've been meaning to ask, would you like to come sometime? Please say no.
Stop trying to deflect. What is the person's name?
He takes 2 steps closer until he's nearly on top of me, and I'm pressed up against the desk. We have dozens of male employees. How would I recognize one of them by his voice? Your intercom is very poor quality, I say defensively. He grabs my wrist and yanks my hand out of my pocket. He's never touched me like that before, and it sets off an odd, sizzling sensation in me that makes me shockingly aware of all my no-no spots.
You had your fingers crossed?
He says incredulously as I quickly splay my fingers.
What are you, 5?
Rude. I jerk my hand from his grip. And let me repeat, I don't know.
Okay then. Let me put it in a way that will speak to your little Pollyanna heart. That was a man. I know that much. Give me the name of the person who just messaged you on the intercom, or I will fire every single male employee who is working here today.
The company pays very well, but they're fiendishly clever with their employment contracts. Are you insane? I go rigid with panic. What is wrong with you? He reaches for the phone. You need to make your annual blood sacrifice? Fire me instead, I squawk, my voice cracking on the last syllable. I've been using your office while you were gone. I typed on your computer. I drank coffee at your desk. I just ruined your precious blotter. And I loathe you with the heat of 1,000 fiery suns. If he does fire me, it will be on the front page of the Bitter End Bulletin tomorrow. That's my hometown for you. Rarely does anyone move away and escape its loving/suffocating embrace. But if they do, the local gossips can still sniff out news like a pig hunting for truffles. And Chase's father knows my family. He and my father were college roommates. They had some business venture together 1,000,000 years ago, and he's kept in close touch with my mother since my father passed away. I hate this, but I'd rather be fired than let Steve take the fall for trying to warn me Jerkosaurus Rex walked among us. I'd have done the same for Steve, but I would have been a lot smarter about it. Chase shakes his head.
No, thank you. That's letting you off way too easily.
Why not? I persist. Just let me go. I know you've wanted to fire me since the first month I started here. He narrows his eyes.
That's not strictly accurate.
Wow, such a passionate rejoinder. I'm pretty damned sure it is accurate. I overheard him in his office 2 weeks after I'd been hired. I'd accidentally sent an email to the wrong client and nearly cost the firm their account. It was the one and only mistake I'd made here, and typical Chase, he wanted to fire me. Chase told his father I wasn't right for Lancaster Hotels and Resorts. His father argued with him in low, urgent tones and threatened to bring Chase's mother in on it if necessary. I couldn't make out exactly what was said, but the upshot was that I kept my job.
Name?
Chase repeats. Mr. Lancaster, do not do this. Couldn't you at least give 2 weeks' notice? He looks me right in the eye as he picks up the phone.
Hello? Put me through to Human Resources.
He'll fire 15 or 20 employees, many of them who've worked here for decades. Stephen Burkhart, I blurt out. Tears of humiliation and defeat burn my eyes. The earlier excitement I felt about finally going home for a decent vacation fizzles and dies. He dials Stephen's extension.
Hello. This is the asshole, and that's Mr. Asshole to you. You have 5 minutes to clear your desk and be out the front door before security throws you out.
My heart thunders in my chest. I've tried to steel myself to Chase's ruthless methods, to the frequent firings and the sight of crushed employees slumping out the door, but it's something I can never get used to. Chase picks up his coffee-splattered blotter and hands it to me, shaking his head with a pitying expression. Yes, I say sullenly. You have something you want to share with the rest of the class?
I'm just thinking about how long you'll be in here repairing the damage you've done. Absolutely no chance of catching that plane. It's such a shame about your vacation.
Sorry, but I have a wedding to attend.
Sorry, he mocks. Not my problem. We'll start with the desk blotter you decorated with your coffee-flavored spit. It needs to be replaced before you can leave.
Ha! A tiny smile tugs at the corners of my mouth.
With the exact same brand and size.
Double ha. I widen my eyes in fake dismay. But Mr. Lancaster, can't we use a regular blotter from the supply room? The only place that makes those particular blotters is in London. It would take a week for a new one to get here, and this is a family wedding. It's a wedding that makes me wish for a violent case of bubonic plague, so I could legitimately beg off, but I do want to see my family for more than 24 hours. I am due 2 full weeks of vacation, and I will have them.
Well, you should have thought of that before you regurgitated your beverage onto it. Given that you'll miss the wedding, there's probably not much point in you going on vacation at all. Please let personnel know so they can notify whatever incompetent keyboard monkey who would have covered for you.
And I've got a hot date waiting for me.
A hot date? You?
His eyebrows shoot up in astonishment. His jaw drops. Really? That's it. Next time he goes on vacation, I'm stripping off my panties and sitting my bare ass in his leather chair, and I'm gonna climb up on his desk and walk on it with my bare feet. I'm gonna brew all his coffee a little too bitter from now on, and put in one less sugar than he likes. For the love of God, I went to grad school for this. Imagine that. Someone wanting to go out with me. That came out a little sharper than I intended.
That's not what I meant at all, he replies coolly. I thought you had no free time. Apparently you have enough time for a budding romance and a man who's willing to travel to Biddyville, North Carolina.
Bitter End, I correct him automatically. Ugh, I know he knows the name. Why do I let him bait me?
Anyway, you ruined my blotter and are responsible for replacing it. I'm afraid your hot date is going to be disappointed.
Oh well. I grab the trashed blotter and pretend to slump in defeat as I head for the door.
And take that monstrosity of a suitcase with you, he calls after me.
I turn around and level a fierce glare at him. My grandmother painted that for me for my 16th birthday. It has a field of daisies on it, with a bright yellow sun shining down on them. Say something, I dare you. I swear to God, there's such a thing as pushing me too far. I'll hand in my notice right here. My family may be a bunch of squabbling lunatics, but they're my lunatics. Nobody gets to insult them but me. I don't care if I'm broke. It doesn't matter that my enormous student loans are in a fist fight with my exorbitant rent for which one gets to eat the biggest chunk of my next paycheck. I happen to know of a homeless shelter right near my apartment building with a low bedbug count and very infrequent stabbings. He stares at me, blinks his beautiful eyes once, and nods.
That was nice of her.
For the briefest moment, I catch an expression of bleakness. At least, I think I do, but it vanished so fast. I know his parents aren't exactly warm and cuddly. In fact, I get the impression Chase and his father Jefferson openly dislike each other. Jefferson is nicer to me than he is to Chase. Damn it. I don't want to let the tiniest spark of sympathy disrupt the churning resentment that burns inside me like a warm, lovely fire. Chase settles into his chair.
Please bring me a fresh cup of coffee when you return to clean my desk.
Black like your soul? One arsenic or two? I mutter to myself as I hurry off, suitcase in tow. I used to act professionally, like a proper personal assistant, but dealing with Chase has pushed me to the point where I seem to have lost any job survival instinct. I was mildly snarky the first year, openly irritable the second year, and for the past year I've been downright crabby.
That joke never gets old, Miss Abernathy,
he calls after me. He's got better hearing than I thought. Ears like a freaking bat. I wonder what else he's overheard me muttering. I'm back in his office 5 minutes later with an extra desk blotter of the proper brand. I keep them in the supply cabinet. The look of startled annoyance on his face is almost enough to make me smile if I weren't thinking about poor Steve getting fired. In the back of my mind, I'm figuring out ways to circumvent Chase and make sure he gets an excellent reference. I mop off part of the desk, dry it, and then set down the fresh blotter. There are still a few splatters on the end of the desk, though, and Chase is directly in my way. Can you please get up so I can finish cleaning? I huff. He taps on his keyboard and smiles coldly at me.
Sorry, but you'll just have to work around me.
I try to get revenge by bumping into him several times as I blot up the last of the coffee from his desk. I accidentally dig my heel into his foot, and he moves abruptly. Losing my balance, I trip and fall into his lap. Oh my God, I'm sitting on something that feels like a flashlight stuffed down his trousers. Holy hell, is he all right, or should he seek medical attention for the swelling? And why is it hard as a rock? Is that because of me? He smiles politely at my shocked expression.
Something to say, Miss Abernathy?
I'm absolutely speechless. I squirm a little and bite back a moan. His smile stretches wider, and I want to die, preferably impaled on his... No, I won't even let myself think it. He leans in, his hot breath tickling my ear.
Given how you're reacting, I'm thinking I understand why you're so constantly stressed. Sexual deprivation. That new boyfriend of yours not doing the job?
Is he flirting with me? What the hell is happening in my world right now? My nipples are so hard, I'm afraid they're going to stab their way out of my silk shell top. I work here every waking minute of the day, which you well know, and you discourage socializing on company time.
I don't discourage it. I fire people for it.
He shifts slightly and smiles at me.
You can stand up now. Or not. Your choice.
I shoot to my feet like his lap is made of hot coals and make sure to step on his foot again. Wincing, he leans forward and knocks his coffee onto the fresh new blotter. He smiles at me lazily.
Oops.
Mother trucking son of a sea biscuit. Is he kidding with this bullcrap? I snatch his coffee and the second ruined blotter and stalk from the room. The look on his face when I return with yet another desk blotter absolutely makes my day.
How the hell many backup blotters do you have?
He looks at me suspiciously. An even dozen. I believe in being prepared for every eventuality, and if you spill coffee on this one, you can replace it yourself.
I didn't see 2 extra blotters on the company expense report.
Good Lord. Does he check the number of pens as well? Is he silently noting my excess usage of paper clips? I ordered a stack of emergency backup blotters because I use his office every time he's out of town. Last time, I spilled coffee on his blotter and barely had time to get a new one in from London before he returned from torturing people at the Paris office. It just made sense to get backups, and I paid for it myself because I figured it was my error. I stalk toward the door. You're an evil gargoyle who drinks the souls of small children for breakfast.
Don't be ridiculous, Miss Abernathy. You bring me my breakfast yourself. I consume the souls of small children as an aperitif, with dinner.
I turn my back on him. I am out of here. I cannot freaking get away from this place fast enough.
Miss Abernathy?
I pause and turn back to look at him. Thank you for doing such excellent work here, Miss Abernathy. I was just kidding about firing Stephen, Miss Abernathy. I enjoyed having you sit on my lap, Miss Abernathy. May I call you Daisy, Miss Abernathy? He arches an eyebrow and jabs a verbal pin in my balloon of hopefulness.
You're being surprisingly snippy today, even for you.
Thanks for noticing. I believe today is the day I officially stopped caring. What you just did with Stephen was too much. Fire me, don't fire me. If you don't fire me, I'm going to quit. I didn't know that I was going to say those words until I actually said them, but it's true, and a cold cloud of bleakness descends upon me at the realization. I've tried so hard here. I hoped and hoped they'd finally give me a promotion as they'd promised when they hired me. I'm a personal assistant for Chase Lancaster. He's in charge of the branding and marketing department of Lancaster Hotels and Resorts, purchasers and developers of boutique hotels and luxury resorts the world over. I want to craft marketing and branding campaigns and help our hotel clients shine like diamonds. Instead, I'm stuck answering emails and making dinner reservations for sexy Satan. It's becoming more and more clear that Chase will never promote me. And who back home would be surprised? That doesn't mean I'm leaving New York City. Hell no. I worked too hard to get here, and I will not slink home with my tail between my legs. Once I quit Lancaster, though, I'm sure I will experience a long stretch of ramen noodles for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Chase's brows draw together in that familiar scowl.
You'll have to speak to my father about that. He seems to have developed a rare soft spot for you.
That stings like a slap in the face. It hurts that Chase won't say he wants me to stay. You mean he has a soft spot for the fact that since I've been here, human resource complaints and wrongful dismissal lawsuits have reduced by 50%? He shrugs, lifting those broad, muscular shoulders of his, and returns his attention to his computer screen.
Yes, that.
Well, if your father didn't want me to quit, he shouldn't have decided to spawn a demon 32 years ago. My insult, as always, seems to miss its mark entirely. He glances up at me, his full lips quirked in a smile.
Thank you for the birthday card last month, by the way. I know you forged everyone else's signatures. Well done. You do understand you don't get your bonus until you've been here 3 full years, right?
My heart squeezes in my chest. Yes, I am due a $5,000 bonus. Yes, that would be life-changing at this point. But I stand firm. My soul's worth a little more than that, I say icily.
Checked the current going rate on eBay, have we?
Sometimes it's almost fun lobbing insults at Chase and watching him volley them back. Today, I don't have it in me. Stephen has a wife and a baby on the way. Yeah, okay, he was kind of a slacker who spent more time playing computer games than he did watching the video monitors. But Chase didn't know that, I don't think. And even if he did, Stephen deserved a written warning. If he didn't improve, then 2 weeks' notice. I return to my office with a heavy heart and start putting in calls in a desperate bid to find a flight to Charlotte. No dice. Frustrated, I grab my suitcase and head for the door. In the hallway, I run into Anthony, Jefferson Lancaster's personal assistant.
Daisy, just who I need to see.
His bright, hopeful tone tells me he's heard about my threat to quit the company. Anthony, I'm just on the way out. I'm going to camp out at LaGuardia and hope a seat opens up. Fun. His round face puckers in worry.
I understand you're talking about handing in your notice.
I don't have the emotional energy to deal with this right now. I hate that Stephen was fired. I hate that my future looks bleak whether I stay or go. I hate that I'm going home to attend my ex-fiancé's wedding. Even my wacky plan to make the wedding a little less awful isn't cheering me up right now. I am going on a 2-week vacation. Nothing set in stone. He looks at me with worry.
Mr. Lancaster is apparently concerned that if you go home for that long, you might not want to come back. He murmurs in a low, guilty voice, as if he's confiding something he shouldn't. My throat clenches as I think of all the reasons that won't happen. Trust me, he's got nothing to worry about.
Chapter 2. Chase. I stare blankly at my computer screen. The words run together, and no matter how hard I try, I can't concentrate. There's a property on the Basque coast that needs my attention, but my thoughts are hopping around like oil on a hot griddle. I'm in charge of putting together a marketing proposal for the investment group that is considering opening a hotel there, and it's due by next Wednesday. I've got to get myself together. To make matters worse, Amelie has taken over until Daisy comes back. A little while ago, she came into my office, took one look at my scowling face, and burst into tears. She ran out without telling me why the hell she'd come in to pester me in the first place. It's an unpleasant reminder of what life was like before Daisy started working for me. Nobody else has been able to take my crap and throw it right back in my face, and occasionally make me smile while doing it. I have a number of pressing issues I need to discuss with Daisy, because I don't trust Amelie to make my coffee, much less return emails to clients. Hell, I wouldn't trust Amelie to replace the toilet paper in my private bathroom. Unfortunately, she's what I'm stuck with for now, unless I ask HR to send in some other incompetent soul. Adding to my bad mood is the fact Daisy's ignored every one of my texts and calls. Very unprofessional of her, even if she is on vacation. Is she with that new boyfriend of hers? Does he even exist? Well, she didn't say boyfriend, she said date, and I'm fairly confident that she had her lying face on when she told me that. Daisy's too much of a decent person to ever be a great liar. None of my business anyway. Absolutely not my concern. She can date all of Manhattan if she wants to, as long as she makes it to work on time and is available whenever I need her. These thoughts aren't helping to lighten my dark mood, and staring at the computer screen until my eyeballs bleed isn't going to help get my thoughts back on track. I lean forward with a grunt of annoyance and put the computer in sleep mode. I could hit the gym as a distraction. Again. I just spent an hour there, then showered, dressed, and came to my office. My private gym is right down the hall from me. Nobody uses it but me. And Daisy when I'm out of town. She thinks I don't know. Until she fessed up to me yesterday, she also thought I didn't know she uses my office when I'm gone. She thinks I'm unaware of how she nestles those firm, round butt cheeks in my chair and drinks coffee on a coaster on my desk. But she's wrong. And I know that she kicks off her heels and swings her long, slender legs up to rest her feet on my desk. She strokes her thick, honey-blonde hair out of her face as she leans forward and scrolls through my emails. Of course I know. I have a security system monitoring my office at all times. I've watched her drink her coffee more times than I can count. She closes her eyes and parts her full, plump lips and lets the hot coffee run into her mouth and down her throat before letting out a little moan of appreciation. It absolutely kills me. I've never breathed a word about it to Daisy, of course. Her insubordination fascinates me when it should infuriate me. Instead of calling her out on it, I just make sure to torment her more than usual when I come back from my business trips. I sip my coffee and scowl out the window, pondering. Daisy's gone for 2 weeks, and she might quit. It doesn't matter, really. It's actually for the best. I should have let her go years ago. She's a distraction. Every time we have one of our verbal tussles, which is several times a day, I find my thoughts wandering from work to other things. That's bad for business. I admit I've got a mild schoolboy crush on her. I mean, I'm an expert at keeping my feelings safely stored away and out of harm's reach, but I'm not an idiot. My feelings for her are the reason I've never asked her out. I don't know what effect it would have on me, and I loathe unpredictability and loss of control. My feelings are also the reason I need to let her quit. She's not happy here anyway. We hired her with the promise that when she was ready, she'd be promoted to our marketing department. Unfortunately, she's still not there yet. She's an excellent personal assistant, except for her smart mouth and the tendency to be far too soft-hearted when dealing with personnel problems, but she hasn't shown any actual aptitude for the branding and marketing aspect of the job. I know she's chafing at her constraints. So I shouldn't in any way try to stop her from leaving. Definitely shouldn't. It's odd that I'm so hung up on her. She's nothing like the women I usually date. She's pretty, but in an understated kid sister kind of way. Her hair is completely natural. She doesn't dye it or flat iron it and just lets it flow distractingly over her shoulders in its virgin state. She never tries to hide the smattering of freckles on her little nose. She wears low heels, and her plain second-hand suits are always jazzed up with corny country accents, like enamel pins with daisies on them. When I bothered to date at all, I seem to find myself with the kind of women who live for the spotlight and dress accordingly. When I think of it, it's not so much that I pick them. They gravitate toward me when I'm out at nightclubs schmoozing with clients. Daisy is as far from those girls as the earth is from the sun. She lives in New York, but even after 3 years, she's not from New York. It's like she's wearing a New Yorker costume. It's not just the way she dresses. She's got a friendly, open air that makes me want to hire a 24-hour bodyguard to follow her around and keep her safe. I'd die before I ever told her that, of course. My intercom buzzes, jerking me back to reality. "Mr. Lancaster?" Amelie's voice quivers. Who the hell else would it be? "What is it?" I snap, not bothering to hide my impatience. The less pleasant I am, the less she'll bother me. "Your father is on his way back to see you." Well, at least that will be a distraction. I'm interested to see what the problem is. If he's coming to see me face to face without calling me first, there's definitely something amiss. I'm not aware of any fires that need putting out, but in a company as large as ours, there's always something. Idly, I wonder if it's my brother Maxwell. He's fresh off a recent divorce and plowing his way through Manhattan's eager crop of socialites and models. It's his second divorce, but he swore Jessica was the one for him, and he was actually faithful to her for an entire year. He also buckled down and finally started taking work seriously. Apparently too seriously. Jessica said he loved work more than her, he's in our investments department, and dumped his ass. Since then, he's single-handedly tried to cause a liquor shortage in Manhattan and show Jessica how much he doesn't miss her by dating a new socialite every week. He's gotten into a couple of drunken scuffles at nightclubs, made a headline or two, and my father does not want that kind of publicity. My father throws open the door and stalks in without bothering to knock. Of course. Since it's just the two of us, he doesn't bother to summon up the fake charm that oozes through his pores when he's dealing with the public. Not for the first time, I wonder if I'm looking at a vision of my future. The scowl lines stamped in his forehead, the expression of sour disappointment, the pinched downturn of his mouth. "Daisy's leaving," he says without preamble. That's why he's here? I know he's always had a strange soft spot for her, but why would he care where she works? Personal assistants in New York aren't exactly a rare commodity. If I didn't know better, I'd think he had a thing for her. But I do know better. My father likes his side pieces bone-thin, spray-tanned, and silicone-enhanced. Artificial, superficial, only in it for the lavish gifts and generous vacations. If any of them are stupid enough to catch feelings, they're bounced out on their butt implants. She's going on vacation for 2 weeks. I shrug. Or not, my father argues. She was overheard telling Amelie she might be looking for another job. She's sent out some resumes. I ignore the thrum that shoots through me. And this concerns you why? She's my assistant, not yours. His gaze flickers to the side for a split second before he meets my eyes. One of his tells. "You know, her father was my roommate in college. I feel an obligation to the family." Does he, though? Her father died of a heart attack when she was 18. When she got her graduate degree, my father reached out and offered her a job. I was surprised he even bothered to do that much. When he does a favor, it's always for people who can repay it. Her family owns a small hotel in bumfuck North Carolina, and they are most definitely not our kind, as my mother would say. Not obscenely wealthy, not connected. He's already done more for her than he would for most people. So what gives? "I need you to go there and convince her to come back. Don't come back without her. And while you're there, I want you to check up on something for me. Do some reconnoitering." I ignore the ridiculous pulse of excitement that throbs through my veins at the idea of following Daisy. "Do tell." He scowls at me. "It's nothing bad. I just want you to compile a report on their hotel. I'm considering putting in an offer." "Why are you giving me that look?" My answering smile is not pleasant. "Because I know you." "And what does that mean?" It means I suspect your motives. Since when have we ever done a business deal that's bad for a community? As far as I know, never. It's not because he's a good Samaritan. It's because he's a shrewd businessman and a narcissist who thrives on the positive publicity. A significant part of our business involves revamping and rebranding old, decrepit hotels and resorts. When we take over a property, we bring in new jobs to the community and pump revenue and tax dollars into the properties we purchase or promote. However, my father is a selfish, manipulative bastard. He's notorious for forcing bad deals on people who thought he was their friend. He's ruined rivals and driven them out of business out of spite. I've seen him break the hearts of mistresses who thought he loved them. Hell, I've had to deliver the bad news to them more than once. I trust him about as far as he could kick a puppy. There's nothing in a small, out-of-the-way town like Bitter End, North Carolina, which would give us the kind of return we look for. What are you really after? His thick brows pinched together in a scowl. Branching out. There's a subset of the very wealthy who are getting tired of the predictable, glitzy luxury vacation. It's nothing different for them, nothing they can't experience in their own 20-bedroom villas. They're looking for a more authentic experience. I want to experiment with a different approach, and Bitter End would be the perfect place. I just stare at him. He said that so smoothly I almost believed him. But I've known the man for 32 years. Lying is how he exhales. He lifts one shoulder in a casual shrug. If you don't want to go after her, I can send Maxwell. Might be a good way to keep him out of trouble. My brother, with his smooth come-on lines and his admittedly dazzling good looks. My brother, alone with Daisy. I feel a hot flare of anger. I didn't say I wouldn't go. I'm just trying to figure out your true motives. I'll have Amelie book me a flight. Or I may have to do it myself. Is she even capable? She's good at answering the phone, but that's about it. The smug look on my father's face makes me want to punch him. He knew I'd go, especially once he brought up my brother. He's a master at manipulating people and exploiting weakness. That means he sees Daisy as my weakness. Unfortunately, he's probably right. I don't know what to do with that information right now. I need you to do the usual recon, but without letting anyone know you're doing it. Okay, that's not unusual. We often scope out properties on the sly before we approach the owners. I want data on the local economy, first-hand descriptions of the local attractions, and also detailed reports on the financial health of the hotel. Find out their weaknesses. Where are they bleeding money? What's their value proposition? How do their customers perceive the experience? Father, I've been doing this for a long time. Quite well, actually. He shoots me a look of impatience. He hates being interrupted. Stay down there as long as you need to. Bring Daisy back with you. It'll be up to me to figure out how he might benefit from that information. He leaves the office, squaring his shoulders and carefully smoothing his face back into its charming, confident mask. I book a flight and a rental car myself, since we're supposed to be keeping this quiet. I call Amelie, but the phone at the front desk is busy. She's supposed to take all my calls immediately. I stalk out to the reception desk, and she drops the phone with a guilty look on her face. Sorry. As of tomorrow morning, I'll be gone for the foreseeable future, I inform her. Oh, where are you going? I give her a look, and she starts to tear up. I leave before I have to see her cry. She's an ugly crier. That woman really needs to start investing in waterproof mascara. Back in my office, I call my mother. She answers on the 5th ring, sounding slightly out of breath. Chase, is everything all right? She says with a faint hint of annoyance. I have dinner with my parents once a month and meet them on the golf course one Sunday a month. I also see them at board meetings. All my time with my parents is scheduled, and this call was not on the schedule. Outside of her yoga class, nobody would define my mother as flexible. Just need a quick chat. Now? No, next week. Really, Chase, you could have called my secretary, and she'd have told you I was busy. So sorry I disturbed you mid-Pilates. Or mid-Jeffrey, her Pilates instructor. I know far more than I should about my parents' affairs, literal and figurative. Nobody in my family trusts each other, and we all spend far too much time prying into each other's private lives. My parents are at the point in their lives where they regard their marriage as a business arrangement. That works just fine for them. They don't have to go through the hideous expense and public embarrassment of a divorce. There are no messy fights about stock options, and they are discreet with their dalliances. If you're not missing a limb or bleeding out, can you get to the point? Your deep wellspring of maternal love nourishes my heart, I say just to needle her. Her voice goes brittle. I'm sorry, did I forget your monthly hug? I'm a trifle busy running a multi-billion-dollar company, so can I just send you a teddy bear with a heart stitched on its belly and we'll move on? Touché. But now I have the satisfaction of knowing I jabbed her maternal guilt button. My mother wants to be the best at everything she does. She's a star on the social circuit and one of the most successful businesswomen in the world. The one area in her life where she's fallen short is parenting. We were raised by nannies and shipped off to boarding school. We moved from resort to resort when we were younger. Our secretaries send each other birthday and Christmas cards. We're more like a corporate unit than a family. Still, I need to figure out what dear old Dad is up to. From an economic standpoint, it doesn't make sense that he'd want to buy the hotel. From what I know about Daisy's hometown, it's pretty remote. It's far inland, not coastal, not near any large lakes. In fact, I think it's mostly swamp. The county name is Swampy Bottom. There must be something of value there, though. Of course, it doesn't surprise me that my father would want to keep me in the dark if he has some new business venture in mind. He's always been furious about the fact our grandfather left him and me the same number of shares in our company. He's even angrier I keep turning down his offer to buy out my stock options and my position on the board. If he doesn't want me to know what he's up to, it's that much more urgent I find out. By the way, your brother just checked himself into rehab, someplace in California, booked under a fake name. He'll be there for the next month. Supposedly that vile creature he was married to said she'd give him a second chance if he stopped drinking. Needless to say, we want to keep that on the down low. My father would have known that, which means there was no way he could have sent Maxwell to bitter end. Fucking douche. Is anything going on that Father hasn't clued me in on? Is there a reason we'd want to switch our focus from easily accessible destinations to more rural areas? Beg your pardon? Why does Daddy Dearest want me to check out Daisy Abernathy's family hotel? He wants the info so badly he's willing to have me work from bitter end for the next 2 weeks. He what? She squawks. There's a long pause before she continues in a positively frosty voice. That's not something I'm ready to discuss with you right now. In other words, you have no idea. And that speaks volumes.
Chapter 3. Daisy. I've got a wedding rehearsal dinner to attend in an hour. My hot date is nowhere to be seen, and I'm questioning all my life choices. If only this state of affairs wasn't so painfully familiar. When I was a junior in high school, my sister Callie was named prom queen. My cousin Naomi was named the homecoming queen. I, the third girl in our little group known as the Three Musketeers, was dubbed the queen of bad decisions. It's a long story involving a midnight skinny dip in the swimming pool of the mayor, who was supposed to be out of town. And yes, there may have been some other incidents over the years, like the time I founded a detectives club when I was 8 and publicly accused my English teacher of being an escaped convict. I've been trying to live that down ever since, tried to stop doing things that landed me in the gossip column of the Bitter End Bulletin and added to my mother's collection of gray hairs. Someday I'll learn to think with my head instead of my heart, as my mother constantly urges me. Someday I'll look before I leap. Today is not that day. I'm standing in the spacious lobby and bar area of my family's hotel, the Apple Blossom Hotel, with Naomi, trying to spot the man who I've paid to be my date. I sweep the hotel lobby with my panicked gaze and return my attention to Naomi. I can't believe you made me hire an escort. I glare at her. I thought you were my friend. Excuse me, I made you do what now? She splutters. My accusation isn't entirely fair. It's not even a little bit fair. Truth is, I've just made the dumbest decision in my entire life, even dumber than accepting that job at Lancaster 3 years ago. I'm desperate to share the blame. Okay, I can't believe you let me hire an escort. Chase was right. I have no social life whatsoever. I don't even have a real date for my ex-fiancé's wedding. As if I could have stopped you. Once you get an idea in your head, it's wedged in there like a G-string in a stripper's butt crack. Well, there's a mental image I'll be desperately trying to purge for the rest of the night. Did you just compare my brain to a... Never mind. I deserve it. This is the craziest thing I've ever done, I moan. And that's saying a lot. It sure is, she agrees cheerfully. Remember when you accidentally dyed your hair blue right before your prom date came to pick you up and you had to borrow your grandma's wig? No, Naomi, I had completely forgotten about that. The freaking picture on the hair dye box had shown a beautiful platinum blonde. Apparently using hair dye that expired a decade ago is about as smart as drinking milk of the same vintage. Geez, I don't know how you could. That was classic, Daisy. She completely missed my biting sarcasm, but at least she didn't call me Daysaster. Her face lights up. Oh, and remember the time you were trying to sneak back into the house after curfew and your underwear got caught on the trellis, and you were stuck there all night, and your dad found you? Naomi, I hiss. Relax. She pats my arm and tries to be reassuring as we meander through the hotel lobby. What's the worst that could happen? I suck in a horrified breath. You did not just say that. Oh, she's really done it now. I cross myself. I mutter a prayer under my breath. I grab a salt shaker off a table and toss some salt over my shoulder. Losing my grip, the shaker flies through the air and over a decorative hedge of artificial greenery. Ow! Someone shouts from behind the fake hedge. Run, Naomi whispers, and we shoot across the room faster than poop through a goose. Naomi and I have been involved in enough shenanigans together. Almost always my idea. That our default setting at the first sign of trouble is run like hell. Well, horse feathers. This is not a good start to the evening. Of course, tonight was never going to be less than sucktastic. The rehearsal dinner I'm due at in 2 hours, it's for my ex-fiancé, Percy. He's the guy who sent me a Dear Jane text while I was away at college, on the very same weekend I tattooed his initials and mine in a heart on my butt. See? Queen of bad decisions. Chief among them was getting engaged to someone named Percy. Percy, he of the golden hair and wandering genitals, is marrying Savannah. Not only is she a distant cousin, she's the girl he cheated on me with. She and her parents live in Sugar Hill, which is the fancy part of Swampy Bottom County, such as it is. And since she's family, there's no way for me to get out of this wedding weekend from hell. As it so happens, I introduced them. That's one decision I don't regret. The cheating weasel and the simpering simpleton deserve each other. Also, I would swear this under oath, I'm not at all bitter. Naomi scans the room. All right, what does this high-priced stud muffin look like? She bursts out laughing. You don't know? I glare at her. Tall, dark, and handsome, wearing a gray suit. Supposed to meet me by the potted ficus at the end of the bar at 4 p.m. Naomi wipes tears of laughter from her cheeks with the back of her hand. Don't look at me like that. I'm an escort novice, okay? An escort virgin. That just makes her snicker harder. Family. Can't live with them, can't live without them, because manslaughter's a Class D felony in North Carolina. The escort, whose name is Hunter, is now 5 minutes late. There is a blank spot by the ficus where my hot renegade should be. I really want to stand him up anyway because I'm starting to panic. There are so many ways this could go wrong. The thing is, though, I'm a Southern girl at heart and was raised to be polite. Standing up an escort would be a major etiquette no-no. This specific situation may not be in Emily Post, but I'm pretty confident that if I do a no-show, I'll end up in the special purgatory where people with bad manners are forced to forever walk across rooms with stacks of books balanced on their heads. If I don't bring a date, I'll have to endure pitying glances throughout the entire rehearsal dinner as I sit next to my empty +1 chair. And the wedding? Ugh, I don't even want to think about it. Naomi pulls her phone from her pocket and makes a sour face when she reads what's on the screen. Mom's reminding me I have to do Skankzilla's hair tomorrow, whether I want to or not. Naomi, ever loyal, came up with that name for Savannah after Percy dropped the breakup bombshell. Sometimes it's hard for me to remember her real name. I know. I grimace. Don't worry, I don't hold it against you. Family first. My offer still stands. Naomi had suggested she could accidentally make Savannah's hair fall out before the wedding. She's a hairdresser at the Do or Die salon. Savannah, the wealthy cheapskate she is, hit Naomi up for her styling services and demanded a family discount. Naomi initially said no, but Savannah went whining to her mother. She put the screws to Naomi's mother, so, yeah, Skankzilla's getting her way, as usual. I smile at the visual of Savannah with her artfully streaked hair falling out in clumps, but then I picture my mother's disapproving face and shake my head. No, Mama would kill you and me both, and Savannah would probably sue or something. Good thing I'm completely broke. Naomi grins at me. Can't get blood from the stoned. I'm pretty sure that's not how the saying goes, and I appreciate the offer, but I'm better than that. She looks at me knowingly. You're really not, though. I would smack her upside the head, but she's right. If I thought I could get away with balding Savannah on her wedding weekend, I probably would. My mother would suspect I was somehow behind it, though, and she'd be right. It would most definitely make the Bulletin's gossip column, and I would never hear the end of it. I flick my hand in dismissal. Fine, I'm not, but let's just settle for wishing them a lifetime of karma. My phone buzzes, and I glance at it quickly, hoping it's the escort telling me he's arrived. No such luck. I look at the phone, grimace, and shove it back in my pocket. Is it Sexy Satan? Double S? Naomi guesses correctly. Can I just call him Ass? It's easier. She's heard me moan about Chase since the day I started at Lancaster Hotel and Resorts. You can call him anything you want. Preferably words of 4 letters. I mean, don't let Mama hear you, I add quickly. Unless you've got money for the swear jar. I do not, Naomi acknowledges with a sad look. She's good with the sad look. She has big brown puppy dog eyes and a sweet face which hides a surprisingly devious nature. Case in point, her plan to bald Skankzilla. Chase has blasted me with a dozen texts and a half-dozen phone calls since yesterday. I've ignored every single one. I ignored them as I waited at the airport, as I dozed on the plane, as I rode home with my highly annoyed sister, and as I ate my reheated dinner with my mother and Grandma May. I put my phone on vibrate, which makes it easier to ignore. What's he going to do, fire me? I've already got one foot out the door, and there is no way he's experiencing an actual emergency. I'm a personal assistant, not a heart surgeon. I left lengthy written instructions for whatever hapless sap was drafted to stand in for me while I'm gone. If they took, he likes his breakfast croissant baked until charred and liberally sprinkled with pea gravel literally, that's not my problem. A tinny, crackly voice blares over invisible speakers, making me jump. Daisy Abernathy. Paging Daisy Abernathy. Please come to the office. Oh, hell. My family wouldn't need to page me. They'd just look for me in the lobby. Could it be the escort? Is he canceling? My heart leaps into my throat. Please, no. The rehearsal dinner starts in 45 minutes. Paging Daisy Abernathy. I see you there in the yellow dress with the daffodils. It's Junebug Farrell, the hotel manager. Looking good, girl. Neckline is a little low. Your mama's not going to be happy. Come to the office right now and take that phone call. Every word comes booming over the speaker. Everyone in the lobby bar area stares at me, almost as if they're looking to see if she's right about my neckline. She is. Thanks, Junebug. Naomi, keep an eye out for the escort. His name is Hunter. I've pretty much given up hope, but if you see him, make sure it's the right guy and tell him I'll be right there. I mean, wow. My love life is so bad I can't even pay for it. I jog over to the office, glaring at Junebug all the way. She's 70-something and fashion frozen in time. Her hair is piled in a genuine teased-up bouffant, and frosty pink lipstick is slathered on her lips. Her favorite saying is, the higher the hair, the closer to heaven. Bring it in for a hug, girl. I haven't had a chance to say hi since I got in late last night. She grabs me before I can object and pulls me close. I breathe in the familiar sweet baby powder scent of her perfume. It brings me back to my childhood, and I can practically taste her chocolate cookies. I hug her back hard enough to make her say oof before I squirm out of her embrace. Did you have to cleavage shame me in front of the entire hotel lobby? I demand. That's nothing on what your mama's gonna say. She shakes her head in mild pity. Now answer that phone. Yes, ma'am. I can hear my accent coming back already. Taking a seat at her desk, I grab the phone. It's Amelie, and she sounds desperate. I don't know where Chase is. That can only be a good thing. But I don't know how to do half the stuff he wants me to do. I should just tell her to deal with it. Those are the only instructions I got from Chase's former PA right before she stormed out of the office 3 years ago. Unfortunately, even after living in New York for 3 years, I still haven't found a way to successfully access my inner bitch. Fine, I say. Tell me what's on the calendar. You have to make it fast, though. I don't have much time. My cell phone bleeps, and it's Naomi. He's here, and he is hot as hell. OMFG. Don't worry, I won't let him escape. Whew, the escort agency came through. One less thing to worry about. I find myself spending the better part of 10 minutes reassuring Amelie, going over all the instructions she needs, and generally talking her off the ledge. I'm desperately trying to get off the phone because Naomi is bombarding me with a stream of increasingly excited texts. He's seriously smoking. What's the name of the escort agency again? Asking for a friend. Me. I'm the friend. I'm asking for me. If you don't want him after tonight, I call dibs. I'm really starting to worry. As much as I love Naomi, she's kind of an oversharer, in the same way the sun is kind of hot and the Tar Heels kind of have beef with the Blue Devils. I mean, the escort already knows I hired an escort, which is the most embarrassing thing I could possibly have ever done, so I'm not sure how much more damage Naomi Blabbermouth Haywood could do, but yeah. I am Daisy Abernathy. When things go south for me, they go way south, like past the equator and straight to hell. I finally tell Amelie I've got to go, and I hang up on her. I feel bad, but honestly, if she's this high-strung, she probably doesn't have much of a future at Lancaster anyway, and she's better off for it. I rush from the office and head straight to the bar. Naomi's got a margarita in her hand. A little early, but as they say, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. The escort's standing at the bar with his back to me, but I already like what I'm seeing. Surprisingly nice suit, and he fills it out beautifully. Oh my, what an ass he has on him. Yeah, I'm objectifying him, but he can't see me doing it, so it's okay. I continue making my appreciative visual inventory. Broad shoulders, thick dark hair. There's something familiar about him. The closer I get to him and Naomi, the more of a sinking feeling I get. "Here she is," Naomi sings out, and he swings around to face me. The smile on his face sends my heart plummeting to my shoes. "Naomi," I choke out. She stares at me. "What's wrong? Why do you look so weird? Are you having a stroke?" "Naomi." She leans in, peering at me narrow-eyed. "Smile really wide so I can make sure both sides of your face work. Do you know what year it is? Do you know the name of the current president?" "Naomi, that's not the escort. That's my boss." He thrusts his hand at Naomi with an enormous grin.
"Naomi, I didn't introduce myself properly. My name is Chase Lancaster."
Chapter 4. Daisy. My boss is here, in Bitter End, at my family's hotel. And he knows my hot date is actually a freaking escort. You can smite me now, God. I deserve it. I'm a terrible person and am most definitely due for a smiting. Hello? A lightning bolt? A tiny centralized earthquake? A nice chasm opening in the hotel lobby floor? Not today, apparently. Naomi lets Chase shake her hand, but the second he releases her, she yanks away her hand as if she'd stuck it into a nest of bees. She flashes me an alarmed look. "I screwed up? You think? Let me guess. Did you just march up to him and ask if he was the guy Daisy Abernathy hired as an escort?" She pouts. "How else would I make sure I had the right guy?" "By asking his name?" She waves a hand in dismissal as if the idea is ridiculous. "Also, if he wasn't an escort, why was he standing next to the ficus?"
"The ficus?"
Chase shoots her a puzzled look.
"Is Bitter End a lot more interesting than it would seem at first impression?"
He glances around the hotel lobby as if searching for signs of illicit assignations underneath the hanging pots of ivy. "Yes." I shake my head regretfully at Naomi. "This is partly my fault. You were the wrong person for the job. But it's still mostly your fault. I'm going with 90-10. She manages a sickly smile. "Well, I just remembered I have to be anywhere you guys aren't. That's probably best for all of us." I scowl at her back as she hurries off. Then I suck in a deep breath and turn to face my boss. My boss who shouldn't be here. I am never, ever going to live this down. Not to mention I have a rehearsal dinner in 30 minutes and no date. I promised my mother and Graham and my sister I'd be introducing them to this great new guy. What possible excuse could I give them for him standing me up? I don't even want to think of the joy that Savannah will draw from my humiliation. Savannah's like a happiness vampire. She drains every last drop from her victims because she apparently can't manufacture any of her own. "Why are you here, Chase?" He ignores my question. I should be used to it by now, but it always annoys me.
"I just realized I've known you all this time, and I've never bought you a drink."
He waves the bartender over.
"I'll have a snake bite."
He pauses and looks at me speculatively, tilting his head to one side.
"And you look like a fancy martini girl."
Well, at least he's not mocking me for hiring an escort. Yet. Still, I'm stung because I knew what he'd order, but he didn't have a clue what I was going to drink. This is your idea of witty banter? And no. Chase's gorgeous mouth curls up in a smirk.
I don't have to banter. I'm your boss, and I have you over a barrel.
That sounds like the kind of thing I should report to Human Resources.
Only if you have a very dirty mind.
His blue eyes flash with amusement.
Do you? I'd have to report you right back, though, for harassing me by sitting in my lap. Rum and Coke? Tequila Sunrise?
Neither of those. Sitting? Like I did it on purpose? You tripped me, I splutter.
Says you.
He lifts his burly shoulders in a half shrug.
I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
Then he starts listing drinks again.
Cosmopolitan, mojito.
With each wrong guess, I shake my head.
Something with a paper umbrella in it and enough sugar to give the entire state of Texas type 2 diabetes. Am I getting close?
I roll my eyes at him. You might as well be on the moon. That's what you get for stereotyping. I look at the bartender. 2 fingers of Macallan. A minute later, the bartender returns with the Canadian whiskey and lime for Chase and a Diet Coke for me. Chase frowns and starts to say something to the bartender. It's okay, I sigh. We grew up together. Hey, Lance. I give him a half-hearted wave. I knew he wouldn't give me what I'd ordered. I just asked for it because it's what my dad used to drink.
Hey, Daisy. Looking good. You should come home more often.
A blade of guilt jabs me in the gut. He grins at Chase.
If I served Daisy any alcohol, her mother would open up a can of whoop-ass on me. Why?
Chase asks skeptically.
Is she underage?
Douche. He knows I'm 24. Lance smirks.
You guys haven't been dating long, I take it. She's a total lightweight. Half a drink and she's dancing on the table with her skirt on her head, doing her very best impression of Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You.
He pauses for dramatic effect. I glare at him. I'm not the only one around here who's predictable. Wait for it. Lance shakes his head with mock sorrow.
And her very best impression isn't very good.
He breaks into a grin and winks at me. Oh, har-dee-har. I never get tired of hearing that anecdote. Never. And it was one time. Lance's expression turns serious.
You should have known that, right? You treat our girl right now. New York's not that far.
He ends on a note of menace. Chase does a very good job of keeping a straight face. Lance is scrappy and tough, but Chase is a good head taller than him. He has a personal gym at the office and also trains with a Krav Maga instructor 4 times a week. Chase could use Lance for a toothpick.
Right. Duly noted.
Chase says, since Lance is standing there waiting for an answer. That's one reason I wanted to hire an escort for this weekend. Even if I had a real dating prospect, would I want to subject him to the intrusive parade of my hometown residents who are genetically predisposed to sticking their nose into other people's business? Lance gives me a salute and takes a step back.
See you at the wedding, Disaster.
I wince. Yeah, that's exactly what Chase needs. More ammunition. I shoot Lance a murderous gaze and grab my soda. Chase picks up his drink and lets me steer him to a small table at the far end of the lobby, where we can talk in relative privacy. And my family wonders why I never came home after college. They can't understand why I'd want to live in a cold, anonymous city like New York. That's exactly the point. In New York, I can reinvent myself. Every day, every time I step outside my front door, I walk out onto a street full of strangers. I'm not spazzy, klutzy Disaster, famous for my string of amusing screw-ups. I'm Daisy Abernathy, up-and-coming brand consultant. Well, someday I will be. When I'm in New York, my hick accent fades, my confidence blooms, And I'm a big city career girl, not a small town joke. So, go on. I motion for Chase to continue. Let the mocking commence.
Mocking?
He echoes, feigning shock.
What mocking? You have hidden depths I never would have suspected. But really, if you wanted a date that badly, you could have just approached me directly. I mean, $1,000?
Yes. I was that desperate not to show up to the wedding solo. I charged up my already overloaded credit card to pay for it and committed to eating ramen noodles for lunch for the next 6 months. Wait a minute. How did you know it was that much?
He told me. I paid him and he left.
You... I splutter. I already paid the agency. I am rewarded by seeing Chase Lancaster look momentarily rattled.
Well, he's gone. That's the important thing.
Why the heck did you get rid of him? I needed him, I wail. That earns me a look of such obnoxious smugness that I have to fight to restrain myself from dumping my soda in his perfect hair. He takes a swig from his glass and smiles, arching his eyebrows in polite interest. Not like that. I bite out each word for emphasis. I have to go to a wedding rehearsal dinner in a half hour. No, 25 minutes, and a wedding tomorrow, and I didn't want to have to go alone.
Of course. Makes perfect sense.
How dare he sound so skeptical?
Anyway, Chase continues, he couldn't have come to the wedding. He claims someone threw a salt shaker and hit him in the eye, and now his right eye is swollen shut. I'm sure he really got that shiner in a bar fight, but whatever. He was sitting there trying to gather up his courage to call the escort agency and tell them he'd have to cancel when I met him.
I choke on my soda, but manage not to spew it on the table. Chase pats me on the back as I cough and wheeze for a minute. Seriously? This is my life. Did God create a special Daisy Abernathy sitcom? Is he sitting there with a bunch of my dearly departed relatives as they laugh their heavenly asses off at me? I clear my throat. How did you find out he was my escort?
He told me all about it. That's why I went over and waited by the ficus plant.
He told Chase all about it? I have half a mind to call up the escort agency and tell them off for his indiscretion, but I'm better off never speaking to them again. Also, it sounds to me as if my escort has already been punished enough. Even if he did bamboozle Chase out of $1,000, hell, serves Chase right. Wait a minute. Did you just say I should have come to you if I'd needed a date?
Are you asking me what I said 2 minutes ago? You've never had memory problems before. Maybe there is something to this stroke business. Is there a family history?
No. I should have come to you so you could fix me up with one of your friends? Or was Chase saying he'd have been my date?
Obviously. Did you have one in mind?
There's kind of a bite to his tone, almost as if he's annoyed. It's got to just be wishful thinking on my part, though. Ugh. I've met his douchey frat boy friends, and no. Hard pass. Daisy! Oh, Daisy! A shrill voice splits the air, and I'm yanked back to reality. It's Savannah, making her way through the crowd toward us, dragging Percy along with her. She's wearing a pink Chanel dress and a giant smirk. Savannah's family are the Harkwells, who moved to Swampy Bottom County and established Sugar Hill in 1790. My family is hopelessly intertwined with them through a couple hundred years of marriage. Savannah's my third cousin twice removed, or my second cousin thrice removed. I can't remember which. Whatever it is, as Grandma May has said more than once, she wasn't removed far enough. My mother, Callie, Grandma May, and Naomi cut their way through the crowd and reach us right before Savannah and Percy. Grandma May waves at me cheerfully. She's my late father's mother. She's 5 feet tall, but the mass of cotton candy floss hair piled up on top of her head adds about 4 inches to her height. She walks with a cane and carries peppermints in her purse like a sweet old Southern grandma, but underestimating her would be a mistake. My mother has a deer-in-the-headlights look because she knows this rehearsal has the potential to blow up like Mount Vesuvius. Callie, who looks like a shorter, curvier version of me, pats my mother's arm reassuringly. Naomi shoots me a puzzled look, silently asking why my boss is still here. Oh no, I say, my heart plummeting. It's time to face the music. Hot tears suddenly sting my eyes. Furious, I blink them away. I'm about to experience humiliation on a scale so epic it will make my previous disasters shrink to the size of molehills next to Mount Everest. That's my ex-fiancé, the wedding I was supposed to go to. The reason I hired an escort, I mumble. They're almost on us. Savannah and Percy are holding hands, and it makes my heart physically hurt to look at them. He was my first everything. First boyfriend, first kiss. I lost my virginity to him. We dated all through high school. I was so dazzled that someone who looks like him would want to date an awkward, loud dork like me. At the homecoming dance, he went down on one knee and proposed to me with his late grandmother's ring. I ended up having to return it, of course, so he could give it to Savannah. But I get it. They're perfect together. He was the high school quarterback. She went to a fancy prep school where she was head cheerleader, and she'd won beauty pageants every year since she was 6. She never snort laughs, and she never gets busted climbing out of places she shouldn't. It's not surprising Percy left me for her. The wonder is that he was ever with me in the first place. I'm 2 seconds away from bursting into tears when Chase slings his arm around my shoulders. I stiffen in shock, and something else. A strange heat floods my body, making me shiver. He pulls me in close and leans down as if he's about to whisper something sweet and romantic in my ear.
Relax, you moron. Do you want to sell this or what? I'm your wedding date, not your kidnapper.
My wedding date? He'd do that for me? I'm completely discombobulated by this sudden turn of events, the feeling of his warm breath on my ear and his muscular arm wrapped tightly around my shoulders, and I still have no damned idea why he's in Bitter End. Before I can say anything else, though, they swarm upon us like locusts. Grandma May reaches up and squeezes his bicep. Then she pokes his chest. "Solid," she says approvingly. His lips compress and his shoulders shake with suppressed laughter. Chase flashes a winning smile, the one he saves for clients and investors. The smile that's never aimed at me.
You must be Grandma May. I've heard so much about you. You're even more lovely in person.
Grandma May actually giggles. Good Lord, I'm a little jealous of my 80-year-old grandmother right now. Callie shoots Grams an exasperated look. Then she politely offers her hand. I'm Daisy's sister Callie. Chase folds her hand in his, shakes it, and does the whole charm thing all over again. He earns a big, genuine smile. It's so out of place on Callie's face that I'm a little worried. Next, he introduces himself to Naomi, and bless her soul, for once she doesn't screw things up. She giggles girlishly, a tinkling sound I've never heard before. When he introduces himself to my mother, he does a little courtly half-bow as he takes her hand.
I see where she gets her good looks and sweet demeanor.
Demeanor? Really? But it works. My goodness, sweetheart, you've outdone yourself. She beams at me. All 4 of my closest female relatives are simpering, and it is freaking me the hell out. Charm is rolling off him in thick waves. Who is this man? What did he do with my boss? And can he please never give him back? Daisy! Skankzilla, Savannah, says loudly, flashing her veneers in an enormous fake smile. What a lovely dress. I never get tired of seeing you in it. Bitch, I bought it yesterday. Oh, you're too kind, I gush at Savannah. And I love your dress too. Didn't they have it in your size? Savannah's smile morphs into a teeth-baring grimace. From what Naomi told me, she has been starving herself for the last 3 months to fit into her wedding dress, and it's made her mean as a snake. Not like she needed any help. Percy's brow furrows in confusion. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to sensing complex interpersonal undercurrents, but still, so much pretty. And he was an amazing kisser. Even after all this time, I feel a sharp twist inside when I look at him, and I hate myself for it. He looks at Chase with a speculative expression. Uh-oh. Here we go.
You're not the Chase Lancaster of Lancaster Hotel and Resorts, are you?
He says hopefully.
Guilty as charged.
Chase thrusts his hand out and they shake.
Please believe everything you've heard about me and worse.
Percy guffaws way more than is warranted.
Well, if that's the case, you must be in the market for a new car.
Percy shoves his business card into Chase's hand. Naomi, never one to miss a chance to let Savannah know how much she hates her on my behalf, laughs into her hand and shoots Savannah a smug look. Your fiancé brought business cards to his wedding rehearsal dinner. Savannah's smile slips a notch. That's one thing I don't miss about him. His father owns a chain of car dealerships, and Percy is always selling. Has been since high school. I tried to appreciate that he was a go-getter, I really did, but there were times it was mortifying. For instance, is a wake for the mayor's grandfather the best time to pitch the virtues of Ford's latest traction control braking system?
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks.
Chase puts the card in his jacket pocket.
I'm gonna hold you to that,
Percy says enthusiastically. My grandmother titters behind her hand, and she and Naomi exchange huge smirks. Savannah's face puckers like she just sucked a lemon. Naomi calls it her butthole face. She squinches her eyes as she looks Chase up and down, and she is not happy. He's handsome. His suit costs more than Percy earns in a year, and Percy is trying to suck up to him. If I have an impressive date, that ruins Savannah's plans to lord it over me the entire weekend. God forbid she should just be happy she's marrying her dream man. Suddenly I have the teeniest flash of insight. If someone is only happy when they're making other people miserable, is that real happiness? Does that mean Savannah is never truly happy? I feel my insides unclench a little, and wonder of wonders, I feel a little bit sorry for perfect, viciously beautiful Savannah. But not for long. So you're dating your boss. Her voice takes on a truculent edge. Isn't that a violation of company policy?
Fortunately, it's my company. I make the policies.
Everyone except Skankzilla guffaws as if it's the funniest thing anyone has ever said. After a moment, I join in, maybe a little too heartily. And how long have you been dating now? Savannah's eyes narrow to slits of suspicion. I'm a lousy actress, and I suspect she can see right through me. She's not buying that an Olympian god like him would descend from the clouds to consort with a mere mortal like me.
3 months,
he says, at the exact moment I say, 1 month. 1 month is what I told my mother when I talked to her on the phone a few days ago. My mother narrows her eyes. I know what that look means. We're going to talk later. Chase recovers for me quite smoothly.
Well, I can honestly say I felt it sooner than she did.
He flashes his megawatt grin at my family.
Much sooner. Like, since the day we met.
All the ladies, except Savannah, coo and flutter their hands in delight. So romantic. Babe, that is so sweet. I had no idea, I gush, smiling up at him so hard my cheeks hurt. You did a great job of keeping it a secret. He winks at me.
Didn't I, though?
So romantic, Naomi smirks. I glare at her and telepathically send her a message. Girl, I will kill you if you mess this up for me. My mother glances off to her right with a look of dismay, and I see that most of the people in the lobby have drifted our direction and are gathered in small groups. They're all pretending to chat with each other or holding their phones up to their ears but not talking. That's Bitter End for you. And what's happening right now is better than any soap opera. The jilted fiancée with her mysterious new boyfriend. She's face to face with the woman who stole her man. With Disaster and wacky Grandma May thrown into the mix, there's no telling what will happen next. Savannah's face flushes. She has a specific narrative of how she likes things to go, and Chase is ruining it for her. I imagine Daisy told you how Percy and I met, Savannah says, raising her voice loudly. Of course she's going to go there. To Percy's credit, he looks distinctly uncomfortable.
Oh, honey, no need to talk about that.
What? The part where I introduced you to him at my engagement party, and then he cheated with you while I was at college? I say, raising my voice too. My mother makes desperate shushing motions with her hands. Callie buries her face in her hands. Mama is mortified when anyone makes a public scene, and Callie hates when anyone is upset. Skankzilla tosses her golden locks and simpers. It was more like he met me and realized what he'd been missing all along. The minute our eyes met, we just knew. Ouch. I've never had that experience. Not even with Percy. He and his family moved to Bitter End when he was a junior in high school, and I thought he was gorgeous from the minute I first laid eyes on him. But there was no instant sense of rightness, of knowing. I felt a lightning bolt of attraction when I first saw Chase, but he's spent the last 3 years alternately barking orders at me or ignoring me. It was most definitely not a case of insta-love for us.
Well, you freed her up to meet me, so hey, thank you for that.
The grin Chase directs at Percy is mostly friendly and sincere, but it's got just the right amount of in-your-face. Percy's smile slips a notch. I'll always remember when he told me he'd never known what real love felt like until he met me. Savannah raises her voice even louder. We'd only been together a week. From the startled look on Percy's face, I don't think that ever happened, but he smiles gamely and puts his arm around his beautiful bride's shoulders.
Yep,
he says. I feel like I've been kicked in the stomach. Even if he didn't say those exact words to her, they're clearly the truth. He asked both of us to be his bride, but she's the one he's marrying. My mother wrings her hands. She hates the scene. Callie shoots threatening looks at me and Naomi as if to say, don't embarrass us. The crowd in the lobby isn't even pretending to be on their phones anymore. They're just openly gawking. I stare at Callie and tuck a lock of hair behind my ear with my middle finger.
Interesting story to tell right before your wedding.
Chase's tone is the perfect blend of bored and polite. He peers closely at Savannah and rubs his finger across his teeth. She looks alarmed and leans in and whispers something to Percy, who looks at her critically and shakes his head. Quickly, she rubs her finger across her teeth just in case she has lipstick on them. My grandmother finally pipes up. I can't believe she held her peace this long. My mother must have made her promise to behave, and she tried. She really did. But this is Grandma May we're talking about. How wonderful that you two are finally getting married. I always wondered why it took so long for you guys to tie the knot. What's it been, 4 years now? Her face puckers in mock puzzlement, turning into a round apple wreathed with wrinkles. I mean, what's the hurry all of a sudden? My grandmother shoots a significant glance at Savannah's perfectly flat stomach. The crowd starts murmuring to each other. What did you just say? Savannah demands in tones of shrill panic. She looks around wildly. My Uncle Tyrell, owner of the Bitter End Bulletin, is in the crowd with a notepad in his hand.
Hey, Ma,
He says to Grandma May. Hey, yourself. Fix your tie. Tyrell rolls his eyes but immediately adjusts his tie. If I see this in the Bulletin's gossip column tomorrow, I'll sue the pants off you, Savannah yells at Tyrell. So they can quote you saying it's just a bad case of gas, then? My grandmother stares directly at Savannah's stomach again. Savannah gasps. You vile old biddy. As she speaks, I stare intently at her teeth. What? She snaps. Nothing. I talk to her teeth. You look fine. She rubs her finger frantically across her pearly white veneers. I smile and shake my head sympathetically as if to say, it's still there. Shooting me a look of pure evil, she turns and rushes off. Percy looks at me indignantly.
why do you have to upset her? I told her you wouldn't be able to handle this. We never should have invited you.
He storms off after his bride. A murmur sweeps through the crowd. A few people snap pictures with their cell phones. That's it, folks. Show's over. You've been a wonderful audience, I call out to everyone. Callie looks like she wants to murder me and then die, and my mother's face is flushed with embarrassment. Grandma May giggles to herself and rummages in her purse for a peppermint. She pops one in her mouth with a look of satisfaction. Excuse me just 1 minute. I need to talk to my boyfriend. I choke on the word as I grab Chase's arm. He lets me lead him away from the crowd. That's a first. He's usually the one in charge. For some reason, thinking about that sends a traitorous wave of heat to my nether regions, but I shake it off and glare up at him. What gives?
Whatever do you mean?
You're going to hang out with me this whole weekend and pretend to be my boyfriend? Why are you even here, Chase? And what's the catch? I demand. He leans in and murmurs,
Why, how astute of you, Miss Abernathy. I mean, Daisy. Yes, this is going to cost you big time.
Chapter 5. Chase. What do you want from me? Talk fast, Daisy says in a low voice. Everyone's watching us. I can feel the heat of dozens of eyes burning my flesh with their insatiable curiosity. I've spent my fair share of time walking red carpets with actresses on my arm, even auctioned myself off for charity, and I've never felt quite so scrutinized. You don't say. Chase, I am about to face more drama than a night full of Oscar acceptance speeches. This is not the time to push me. Her eyes have taken on a crazy glow. We don't want you to quit. We want you to sign a 3-year contract saying you'll come back to the company after your vacation. We will not only double your salary, but we'll give you a $50,000 bonus at the end of the 3 years. Her face scrunches up, and she somehow looks adorable and appalled at the same time. 3 more years of working under you? Unbidden images flash through my mind. Daisy under me. Daisy on her knees under my desk. Daisy bent over my desk. A smile tugs at my lips. Now who's got the dirty mind? She demands haughtily. I raise my eyebrows in a well-practiced display of fake innocence. I didn't say a thing, Daisy. That was all you. It feels odd to use her first name, but I think I could get used to it. Oh, spare me. And I can't commit to 3 more years of watching you crush souls and drink tears. I'll be in prison and you'll be 6 feet under. We're back on familiar ground. I missed our sparring matches, even though it's only been a day. Aw, honey. Pumpkin. She makes a face, and I take note of it. I think you overestimate your combat abilities. And I think you underestimate my capacity for being a sneaky bitch. Exhibit A, the blotters. Yes, that was masterful. However, your ninja office supply skills are hardly enough to make me break out in a cold sweat. She cocks her head to the side and smiles up at me, her huge brown eyes soft and sweet. I bring you coffee every day. Did you know that certain poisons which are commonly grown in southern gardens don't show up on talk screens? Also, you work on the 10th floor. How solid are those office windows? I stare down at her. Daisy is easily 8 inches shorter than me. She's so little and colorful and pretty, like a coral snake. Should I be worried about how quickly you came up with that? Most definitely. A white-haired older man who's a dead ringer for Mark Twain, arm in arm with a woman in a blue polyester pantsuit, saunters by very slowly. They're fake chatting with each other, but secretly eavesdropping on us. When they see me looking at them, they become very interested in a potted flower arrangement on a table near us. Mayor Culpepper and his wife, Daisy murmurs. Then she raises her voice. What's that, Pookie Face? How did the town get its name? It's a very interesting story. She shoots them a look, and they shamelessly ignore her. The mayor's wife leans in and loudly sniffs a fat white rose blossom. I can almost see their ears rotate in our direction like antennae. Well, it all started when my great-great-great etc. grandfather, Sorrowful Abernathy, wanted to leave behind the harsh Massachusetts winters. I can't help but needle her because it's so much fun. He sounds festive. Pumpkin. Daisy's eyes and mouth don't agree. Her eyes snap with annoyance, but her full pink lips are still curled up in a smile. Ha ha! She affectionately punches my right bicep. Hard. There's a lot of smacking power in that little fist. Loveykins, you're so adorable. Anyway, this was back in the early 1700s. He was in his 30s when he bought this land sight unseen, spending every last hard-earned dime on it. He was promised temperate weather, fertile fields, and crystal rivers. When he showed up, he found rocky soil, marshy swamps, and air so thick and humid you could swim through it. And let's not even get started on the mosquitoes, which were large enough to carry away small children. Despite her annoyance with me, she's warming to her subject. He arrived here with his extended family, wife, children, cousins, their wives and children, a few dozen of them. Legend has it he looked around and said, "This is the bitter end." And that's what he named the town. He was pretty salty about it, so he put in the town charter that the town name could never be changed. She winces. It's kind of a sore point with the town residents. It doesn't help that we live in Swampy Bottom County. All the folks over in Sugar Hill, which is the only other town in the county, lord it over us, mostly because everyone makes butt jokes about the place that we live. I don't know. I feel a spark of interest. I love rebranding challenges. I've always said if you can't change something that could be seen as a negative, then embrace it, lean into it. I'd make it a selling point. That's exactly what I said. She huffs an indignant breath and swivels her head to the left, addressing Mayor Culpepper. Didn't I? Why, I don't recall. He blushes, realizing he's been caught eavesdropping. If you'll excuse us, Jolene and I were just heading over to the bar. Daisy waits until they're gone. Even more people are staring at us now, so I reach out and grab Daisy's hand, which makes her utter a startled squeak. Way to sell it, I say, and you wonder why you haven't been promoted to marketing. God, I am a total dick. There are times even I don't like me. I suddenly wonder if it's my fault she hasn't come up with any successful branding campaign suggestions. Maybe she's drained of any creative energy because I've kept her so busy running my errands. Her fake smile stretches tighter. Yes, thanks for reminding me you can't keep a promise. And you wonder why I'm finished with you. I most certainly did not break a promise. There's a snap of annoyance in my voice. Unlike my father, I pride myself on keeping my word. If you recall, we told you we would allow you to submit your ideas for campaigns at any time and would promote you when we considered you ready. That hasn't happened yet. We'll pay you $120,000 a year. That's my final offer. I doubt it very much. Her eyes flash with unexpected fire. If you're willing to come all the way here and deal with my family all weekend, you must be pretty desperate. I bet you'd pay me $200,000. Done, I say promptly. Her eyes widen with surprise, and I mentally kick my own ass. I probably could have gotten her to agree to that $120,000. I'm normally a ruthless negotiator. Being this close to her, holding her hand, breathing in her sweet scent, it's scrambled my brains and has sent all the blood in my body rushing to my groin. But you'll have to sign that contract. Doubt flickers in her eyes. Chase, I really, sincerely cannot handle working for you another 3 years. And I really, sincerely won't budge. I feel a sudden surge of determination. The hell with being noble and letting her leave. She belongs with me. As my assistant, of course. I lean in as if I'm being affectionate and say in a low voice, I'm afraid I can't take no for an answer. My father told me not to come back without you. Something about how you humanize me. So the rumors are true. You were even worse before I got there? Irrelevant. Until you come back to New York, I'm sticking to you like a burr. That stubborn fire flares in her eyes again. Damn, I'd like to spank her delectable butt for her defiance. And other reasons. Did I just think that out loud? No, because she hasn't slapped me. Have fun with that. I'm staying here for every single day of my 2-week vacation. It's wedding season, we've got bridezillas up the yin-yang, and I promised my mother I'd help while I'm here. Well, that'll give me time to find out what my father wants to know and decide how much I want to tell him. Then your loving boyfriend will be here to support you the entire time. For 2 full weeks, she says skeptically. Here, in Bitter End, easily 500 miles from the nearest supermodel. Aw, you don't give yourself enough credit. I wink at her. She narrows her eyes at me. And I can work anywhere that has Wi-Fi and a phone line. 2 things your hotel does offer. She sucks in a breath, which makes her small, perfect chest rise in a very distracting fashion. Then she lets it out slowly. Rehire Stephen, and I might think about coming back for a few months and training a replacement in the finer points of being a personal assistant to a megalomaniac douche. I shake my head in wonder. Her heart isn't just soft, it's made of mush. And she doesn't get it. I'm not letting her go. The more she argues, the more determined I am. I'm not rehiring him, and he's not part of this negotiation. Stephen was a crap employee who slacked at his job. He'd been on my radar for months. Human Resources had already sent him 2 warning letters about showing up late and taking 3-hour lunches. This is his wake-up call. He can find a profession he's more suited for, and he can develop a work ethic. Or not. She makes an unhappy face. Anyway, a 3-year commitment won't work. She's right. I need longer. Where did that little voice in my head come from? I shush it violently. It's time to pull out the big guns. Let's not forget, when I'm going after something I want, I never fight fair. You said that you keep your promises. I do, but I never promised to keep quiet about the escort. You wouldn't, she hisses, her eyes narrowing dangerously. I thought she knew me better than that. Oh, Mrs. Abernathy, I call out to her mother, there's something I have been dying to tell you. Daisy grabs my hand and squeezes hard, digging in her nails. Harder, I taunt. She raises her voice for the benefit of all the eavesdroppers who hover nearby. Honey, sweetie. Yes, pumpkin. She leans over the table, giving me a glimpse down the front of her dress. My eyes light on the swell of her creamy white breasts, and a rush of blood heats my groin. Her voice sinks to a sexy croon. You do not want to piss off a Southern woman. You're going to be sleeping here, and I do have keys to all the rooms in this hotel. It makes me diamond hard when Daisy unleashes her inner femme fatale. She should do it more often. Her mother reaches the table, slightly out of breath. Yes, Mr. Lancaster, what is it? If Daisy's nails sink in any deeper, I'm going to bleed, but my smile never wavers. I just wanted to tell you that your daughter is simply delightful. Her mother looks a little confused, but smiles politely. Thank you. We like to think so. Also, I'm going to extend my stay for the full 2 weeks of Daisy's vacation. I'd like to get to know the people who mean the most to her. Daisy releases my hand and stands up abruptly. I've never seen an angrier smile. Yes, let's go to the front desk right now and get that taken care of, shall we? As we head to the counter, she mutters something vaguely threatening under her breath. What was that, honey, lovey, sweetie? I nudge her gently with my elbow. You'll sign the contract tonight? Dream on. I'll stay for 3 more months and train my replacement. If we survive the wedding weekend, I will read the contract. Not necessarily sign. Read. Sure, okay. I'll let her think she's getting away with this. For now. She puts her hand on my chest and stops me. I know that look, Mr. Chase. You think you're going to get your way. This time you won't. Get used to the word no. No, I will not continue to work under the conditions I did before. 9, negative, no, 1,000,000,000 times no.
Chapter 6. Daisy. We've just finished making Chase's reservations for the next 2 weeks when my mother taps me on the shoulder. It's time for dinner, dear. I turn around and see she's twisting the straps on her purse, her knuckles white with tension. I glance at Callie and mouth meds, and she sighs and nods. Yes, my mother's been taking her anti-anxiety meds. Callie makes sure of it. She's the good daughter, after all. The one who didn't run away from home. But the meds alone aren't going to get my mother through this. Mom, let me talk to you for just a minute. I put my arm around her shoulder and draw her aside. Fortunately, the lobby bar area is emptying out as most of the people head to the rehearsal dinner. Chase waits for me nearby with my grandmother, sister, and cousin. The mayor and his wife take the opportunity to hurry over and start chatting him up. I've never seen a man who loves gossip as much as Mayor Culpepper. He's even worse than his wife. I'm going to have to grill Chase later to find out what he said so we can keep our stories straight. What is it, dear? We'll be late for dinner, my mother frets. She's always been a worrier, but after my father died in his sleep, her stress levels dialed up to 11 most of the time. You're upset. I don't want you to worry yourself into a conniption fit. All those people, she murmurs, twisting her purse straps again. There's no way we're going to get through dinner without some kind of kerfuffle. I want to take away her worries. I want to promise her everything will go smoothly and nobody will say a word, but we both know that's not going to happen. Mom, listen. This is bitter end, for God's sake. Of course there's going to be a kerfuffle. You're coming dangerously close to taking the Lord's name in vain, she says primly, and that's a good sign. I'd rather her be annoyed than worried. Why? Bitter end is here by the grace of God. I argue innocently, widening my eyes. She snorts. Don't get cute with me, Missy. I'm not cute, I'm adorable. I know what she's going to say next so well, my lips move along with hers as she says it. Pretty is as pretty does. Right then, Savannah and Percy sail by, heading to the dining room, and my mother and I exchange a glance. My mother slaps her hand over her mouth and tries not to smile. The timing is just too good. We both burst out laughing, and my mother drops her hands to her sides. When we stop, my mother smiles ruefully. I know I shouldn't worry so much, and I shouldn't put it on you and your sister when I do. I'm sorry. I just don't want to bring shame to our family. I want to do your father proud. Mom, you're a fantastic mother. You keep a beautiful house, and you run a very successful business. Dad is proud. You know that. This is something you're doing to yourself. I let a flash of impatience come through, and then I mentally shake myself. Now is not the time. I try again. All right, look, let's be realistic. Somebody will say something. There will be a kerfuffle. This is bitter end, and this is how we do. We are all one big, crazy, dysfunctional family, and kerfuffle happens, okay? She starts twisting the strap of her purse again, and then stops and stares down at her hands. I just want things to go perfectly, she grimaces. Well, smoothly at least. Is that too much to ask? Honestly, in a small southern town where we basically act as our own reality TV show, yes. So just enjoy the good parts, and when people do something to embarrass you, rise above. Go all southern on 'em and give 'em your best pitying, forgiving smile. Some of the tension drains from her, and she rolls her shoulders back and releases the poor tortured purse straps. She laughs and squeezes my hand. I've missed you, honey. Guilt grabs me and crushes the breath from my lungs. I've missed you too. I call 3 times a week. I email every day. It's not enough. All right, let's do this, I say. I straighten my back, walk over to Chase, and let him drape his arm around my shoulders. He's way taller than me, but somehow physically we fit together perfectly. We fall into a rhythm, walking side by side, and make our way into the dining room. It's been decorated in farmhouse chic, with a burlap table runner, white candles flickering in mason jars, and beautiful wildflower arrangements tied in burlap ribbons.
Very nice,
he says appreciatively. Chase has an eye for good decor. I smile at the sincere compliment. He's such a critical SOB that on the rare occasion that he likes something, it feels like the sun breaking through the clouds. Quite the crowd, my grandmother observes as I sit down next to her, and it's not meant as a compliment. Normally, people hold rehearsal dinner for family and close friends, but Savannah's family is really stretching that definition. Every event that involves them has to be huge and over the top. Look at her sitting there like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. Grandma May's keeping up her muttered monologue. Savannah sits at the head of the table with Percy next to her, a queen with her king. Her mother and father sit to her left, and Percy's parents sit to his right. Percy's father makes the first toast, and as he drones on and on, I have to admit, there's an upside to not being married to Percy. And that's not having to endure any more meals with his dad. I have never met anyone who loves the sound of their own voice as much as that man. I'm pretty sure I can see the floral arrangements withering, dying, and seeding new flowers as he drones on and on. The servers stand by, waiting patiently. He drones on and on and on, managing to mention the success of his chain of auto dealerships multiple times. Percy beams and nods. Naomi, who's sitting on the other side of my grandmother, leans forward. Just think, all that could have been yours, she whispers, not quite quietly enough. Her mother, Jasmine, elbows her in the ribs. On the bright side, her mother's sober. Has been for months. So that's one less potential disaster averted. When she's sober, she's annoyingly self-righteous and prudish, but that's better than drunk table dancing Jasmine by a long shot. Savannah's stomach suddenly gurgles so loudly that it practically echoes off the walls, and my grandmother has a very obvious cough-laughing fit. Percy elbows his father, who clears his throat awkwardly and wraps it up so the servers can give us our freaking food. Savannah's smile stretches tight, and she blinks really hard, and I see her wince and flinch away from her mother. I think Willadine just kicked her under the table. If it were anyone but Savannah, I'd feel sorry for her. Chase and I make stiff, polite conversation as our plates are set in front of us. I'm pretty sure I see him mentally counting out how many people are seated there. I've seen him do that at venues before. Maybe it's a way to keep from looking bored. The whole time we're devouring our succulent prime rib roast, Chase is getting admiring glances from Savannah's sorority sister friends, some of whom openly eye-fondle him and wink at him across the table. Bitches. I find myself going all jealous girlfriend on him, leaning up against him, feeding him bites of my food, and plucking imaginary lint off my imaginary boyfriend's sleeve. He plays along perfectly, stroking a stray lock of hair from my face, leaning in and murmuring in my ear. Granted, he's whispering things like,
"Hey, if this whole billionaire thing doesn't work out for me, I could always rent myself out as a wedding date."
What a dick. But to everyone else, he looks like he wins the boyfriend first prize. It's still a wretched experience, though. Throughout the evening, I have to listen to endless toasts to the gorgeous bride and her handsome husband, and to the joy of finding one's soulmate. When it's Savannah's turn to talk, she makes a big point of repeating the story about Perry telling her how he'd never known true love until he met her. My grandmother starts loudly clearing her throat and coughing as Savannah speaks. Horrible, wet coughing sounds. Savannah's family and her prissy little college friends grimace in distaste, and my mother hisses something under her breath. "What?" Grandma May says, in an innocent, loud voice. "Something went down the wrong way." She coughs even louder. Willadine's smile is so tight and angry, I'm afraid that her skin will split open. "Is she all right?" she asks loudly with false, sweet concern. "Perhaps she should go out in the hallway until she can catch her breath. Or maybe we should call a doctor." My grandmother mutters something vaguely threatening that sounds like, "I'll catch your breath." "She's fine," my mother says loudly. Willadine's eyes flash with a bright, simmering rage. Well, bless her heart, I'm sure she is. I tense. "What?" Chase whispers. Bless her heart can mean a lot of things, but in this case, she's saying, "Up yours, bitch," I whisper back. We're 10 seconds away from a food fight.
"I'm learning so much here. Maybe you can write me out a Southern glossary."
Yeah, I don't have time for Chase's smartassery. My mother is near tears, and she's whispering frantically to my grandmother. Callie's face is red, and she's glaring laser beams of fury in my grandmother's direction. "I'll just go for a quick walk with her, get some air," Naomi calls out, making a move to shove back her chair. Oh, no, she doesn't. She's not stealing my excuse to flee this manure show. "I'll do it," I say quickly. "No problem at all." I leap to my feet and grab my grandmother's arm, rushing her from the room with Chase following closely behind us. "What?" Grandma May says innocently as we make our way back to the bar. "You know what?" I try to sound severe. "That's what she gets for messing with an Abernathy. That little see you next Tuesday sitting up there like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth." I see Chase working out the letters in his head. "See you." He chokes back a laugh. "Do not encourage her," I hiss at him. "My poor mom's gonna have a conniption fit and die of mortification." "Oh, her britches are wound too tight." My grandmother flaps her hand dismissively. "Always have been. She needs to loosen up a little, find her a good man. At my dirty look, she adds, "I know she misses your dad. We all do. But my Leland, bless his heart, has been gone for years." She heaves a sigh. My throat closes up a little at the mention of my father. I think of him the way I last saw him, with his thick, round glasses which didn't hide the twinkle in his eyes. His death hit me like a sledgehammer, and it knocked my mother into a stunned state from which she's never fully emerged. My grandmother's eyes shine with moisture, and there's a long pause. Then she brightens up. "You know what my Jebediah always said? Life is for living."
Was that your grandfather? He sounds like a wise man,
Chase says to me, and my grandmother twinkles like a lit-up Christmas tree. As we're walking, I try to steer her toward the front door. She veers off sharply, heading to the bar. It's emptied considerably since most of the people who were here earlier are at the rehearsal dinner now. There's an older man sitting there, barrel-shaped, with a white crew cut. He turns as my grandmother approaches him, and I see it's Buford Spillwell, of the Red Holler Spillwells. He's a mechanic. He used to work on my dad's car. A sharp twinge twists in my chest. I always tell myself that the cold anonymity of New York is a blessing, but I forgot how much I miss the familiar. Every person I see here has a history that's intertwined with mine, and even though they drive me crazy, I love them all. "Buford, I accept your kind offer of a whiskey sour," my grandmother announces, sliding into the chair next to him. He lights up, making his face crease in a million wrinkles, and I stifle a shudder at the sight of my grandmother giggling flirtatiously. "Dear God," I groan. "Make it stop."
Grandma's got moves,
Chase says admiringly. Please don't put thoughts like that in my head.
So, shall we return to dinner now? It looks like you've solved the grandma problem.
No, dinner's almost over, and I'm done with watching Savannah and Percy simper all over each other. Let's go for a walk outside. I take him through the hotel and out a door that leads to the hotel's famous gardens. Well, locally famous. The sun has set, and the evening is warm and fragrant. Sorry about all that back there. I wince in embarrassment.
Why? It was the best dinner show I've been to in ages.
Yes, just what every girl wants to hear about her family. The level of comic relief they provide. I bet your family dinners are normal. So normal they'd put people to sleep. God, I'd kill for a really boring family dinner which doesn't end in tears, cussing, or flung cutlery. Chase barks out a humorless laugh.
That's one way of putting it. The atmosphere is so chilly we don't need air conditioning in July, and we dine on fresh-baked insults and simmering grudges.
There's a bleakness in his voice I've never heard before. I feel a twinge of sympathy. Me, feeling bad for Chase Lancaster. What strange universe is this? There's a grim set to his jaw and a faraway look in his eye, as if he's feeling that chill right here in the June heat. Huh. Maybe there's something to just letting it all out, I say. Oh well, what's normal anyway? I steer Chase away from the section of the garden where Savannah and Percy will be getting married tomorrow. The hotel has multiple options for weddings, and they've chosen the gazebo in the white flower garden. Most of the decorations are already in place. When I'm here during wedding season, I always help out with the decorations, but there's no way in Hello Kitty I'm touching this one. The temptation to slip firecrackers into the wedding bouquet would be too strong. We're walking through the rose garden, winding our way through heirloom rose hedges that are more than a century old. They were planted by Purity, sorrowful Abernathy's granddaughter. The air is perfumed and the sky is black velvet, twinkling with a million stars. It should be a perfect night, but the man I thought I'd marry is inside with the woman he really loves, and I'm out here with a man whose sole motivation for being with me is blackmail. A heavy mantle of gloom settles on my shoulders. I feel the tug of home right now, but I don't belong here anymore. In 2 weeks, I'll go back to New York. 3 months after that, I'll leave Lancaster hotels and resorts, and then My future yawns in front of me like a giant black hole. Nothing for me here, nothing for me in New York. Tears well up in my eyes. Oh no, I can't cry in front of Chase. He'd make fun of me, and the way I'm feeling right now, I think my heart would tear itself in two. I blink hard and fast, and walk quickly so I'm ahead of Chase and he can't see my face. He's a predator. Don't show any weakness or he'll pounce. I have to sniffle, and I think I might die of mortification.
The gardens here are amazing.
Chase's cheerful voice slices through the thick fog of self-pity that threatens to choke me. He speeds up and catches up to me. He must see that I'm near to bursting into tears, but he's not mocking me, not even a little.
Do you have a professional landscaping company?
I sniffle again. Sorry, allergies. The basic garden designs have been here for more than 100 years, but the upkeep is mostly Junebug. She's got an amazing green thumb. Chase waves his hand at the garden.
You've got a huge property here. Is it all gardens like this?
No, we've got a few acres of gardens and an apple orchard that's kind of neglected. We do have a pick-your-own-apple business and a farm stand that start up in August. The majority of the property is swamp, though. The town is always looking for new revenue streams, so a few months ago, they started an airboat business, giving eco-tours of the swamp, and that's taken off pretty well. As we slowly stroll farther from the hotel, I hear a rustling in the thick hawthorn hedges off to my right. I sigh. People alert, I say in a low voice. Pretend you utterly adore me and appreciate me to the level which I deserve. His lip twitches up in a smirk.
I don't know if my acting skills are that good.
They'd better be if you want me to train your replacement not to murder you. Chase makes an impatient snorting sound.
There will be no replacement. You're not leaving me.
I stop walking and give him a sidelong glance.
What?
He says. You just said I'm not leaving you. He huffs out a breath and stares off into the distance.
Yes, as in you're not leaving the company. What did you think I meant?
His tone of mild mockery is deliberate. It's how he keeps people at bay. I thought you meant you were in love with me, and you never want me to leave you. I tease him. I shouldn't joke like that. It makes my heart hurt. But he plays along and grabs my hand.
Of course that's what I meant, pumpkin.
You're really bad at coming up with terms of endearment, sweetums. The rustling in the hedges grows louder. He frowns and glances over at them.
Why do I get the feeling we're being stalked?
Oh, because we are. I glance at the hedge, wishing I had laser vision. I wouldn't fry whoever's behind there, of course, just a mild zap. Dinner must be finished, and spying on the two of us, that's dessert.
Why is everyone so fascinated with us?
Because you're a novelty, and because the whole town thinks I'm their little sister, and my business is their business. He arches a skeptical eyebrow.
Surely not everyone.
Ha! He doesn't get it yet. I stop walking and step in front of him, facing him and almost pressed up against him. Here, let me show you something. Put your hand on my ass.
What did you just say to me?
He says in astonishment. Just do it.
Wow, Miss Bossy Pants. This is a new side of you.
He leans in and puts his hand on my butt. At the same time, he bends down and brushes his lips against mine. I wasn't expecting that. They're soft and warm, and his breath smells like sweetened coffee. My lips part and I stifle a moan. He slides his hand under my chin and tips my head back. His tongue sweeps my mouth, leading my tongue in an intimate dance. My mouth melts into his, and I press against him, my breasts crushing against the solid wall of his muscular chest. I'm kissing Chase Lancaster, and he's an amazing kisser. My boss is an amazing kisser. I'm kissing my boss. I jerk back, shocked. What are you doing? I whisper against his mouth. I didn't tell you to kiss me.
Well, I can't just grab your ass like a caveman,
he answers me in a stage whisper.
I need to throw some romance in there, some seduction. I've got a reputation to live down to.
His hand is still on my ass, though. Several things happen all at once. The hedge near us starts rustling violently. We hear a sound like a wolf howling, and a rock comes sailing over the hedge and lands near us. We jump apart. Chase is startled, but I am not.
What the hell?
I start laughing so hard I almost choke. The look on his face. I blink away tears of laughter. Oh boy, if you could see yourself now. My self-appointed chaperones are watching. That's their subtle way of telling you to keep your hands to yourself, unless you put a ring on it.
Jesus, I'd hate to see them when they're not being subtle.
Yes, you would. He twists around to stare behind us, scowling at the bushes. There's dead silence.
Are they seriously trying to protect your honor or something?
I heard a lot of skepticism injected into those 2 words, Your Honor. I elbow him in the ribs. Careful there. We start strolling back toward the hotel, and Chase is careful to stay a foot away from me at all times. It's 10 p.m. I'm going to turn in, I tell him. By bitter end standards, it's late anyway. I'm having breakfast with my family tomorrow morning. I'll see you afterward for the wedding. Chapter 7. Daisy. The weather refuses to cooperate on the morning of the wedding. As in, it's gorgeous. I'd say a thunderstorm of epic proportions is called for, along with a plague of locusts, but Mother Nature is not interested in my opinion. Still, I can be thankful for one thing at least. I'm not one of the bridesmaids, which means I'm not stuck wearing one of the bridesmaids' dresses. I opted for a light blue rayon dress with peplum at the waistline, and low-heeled matching pumps top off the ensemble. If I do say so myself, I look pretty swell. It's a $2,000 designer dress I'd snatched up for $10 at a consignment store in New Jersey. There are 2 changing rooms, one for Savannah's friends and one for family. The ceremony is starting soon, and I've just walked into the family changing room to check on my sister. I barely slept last night, and I stifle a yawn as I search for Callie. I'm not sure what kept me awake more, my dread of attending this wedding, or the fact I told my boss to grab my ass. I wish I'd been drunk so I could use that as an excuse. I find Callie in the back of the room. She's staring into a full-length mirror with the same expression on her face she had back in her sophomore year after she drank her first Jaeger bomb. That was the only time she drank in high school, and it went as well as could be expected. Meaning she hurled her guts out into the wastebasket and decided God was punishing her because, apparently, it's in the Bible that thou shalt not underage drink in the girls' bathroom. I shake my head slowly. This is something all right. The dress Savannah selected for the bridesmaids offers no boob support whatsoever. The dresses are sleeveless and shapeless. They're a violent pink with a lighter pink running up the sides, and they have flares in random places. Sort of like someone had thrown wrinkled-up folds of fabric at the dresses, and they just stuck wherever they landed. The girls all have bright pink eyeshadow and neon pink lipstick, and their hair has been tortured into sausage curls and pinned back with bright pink combs. I can't hide the fact I'm openly staring. I realize my mouth is hanging open, and I shut it with a snap. Callie, you look... Liar, Callie says, scrunching up her face in the mirror. You didn't let me finish. You look like someone barfed up an entire bottle of Pepto-Bismol on you and then rolled you through a rag bin. Skankzilla really outdid herself. Callie manages a grim smile. She tried. We outwitted her. She delivered all the bridesmaid dresses last night, and they were all a size too small. We're pretty sure she didn't do that for her sorority sisters, just the family. She knows our side of the family doesn't approve of what went down with Percy, so she's being a petty cow as usual. Wow, I marvel. Just when I think Skankzilla can't sink any lower. No, that's not true. I never think that. But they look like they fit. I glance at Naomi and my other 2 cousins, who are at the far end of the room fussing with their makeup. We'd already guessed she would do that, so we went over to Sandy Sue's sewing notions and stayed up most of the night adjusting the dresses. Callie yawns. She runs her hand along the light pink side panels. Stretch fabric. In your face, Savannah. That's where you were. When I heard you sneaking in at 4 a.m., I assumed you were out getting way luckier than me. I remember I have a fake, gorgeous boyfriend who I'm madly, fakely in love with. Because Chase was in his hotel room and Grandma and Mom sleep so lightly, I didn't dare try to sneak out of the house and, you know. The words spill from my mouth too quickly. She just frowns in the mirror, pulling out one of the combs and readjusting it. She doesn't question me. I'm almost positive she knows I'm lying to her. She can always tell. And it hurts my feelings that she doesn't try to find out what I'm up to. She used to care when I did something wacky. She used to try to save me from myself. It was our thing. Daisy made a crazy plan and Callie tried to talk her down. When that didn't work, she came riding to the rescue, bitching and lecturing the whole way. Naomi would stand on the sidelines playing referee. Speaking of hurt feelings, you know I can sew. Why didn't you come to me for help? Callie shrugs, fiddling with the comb and avoiding my gaze as she scowls into the mirror. I figured you would be tired. That's a cheap excuse, I say heatedly. She yanks out the comb, throws it into the trash can next to the vanity mirror, and turns to face me. You also haven't hung out with any of us for years, and I thought you might feel awkward. Wow. I fold my arms across my chest. Passive-aggressive much? I did grow up with these people. They're my cousins too, thank you very much. I come home several times a year, and I call several times a week. Her voice is laced with anger. Yep, it's like you never left. My heart squeezes in my chest. Thanks. Today is the absolute best time for you to take cheap shots at me. She swivels to face me. Sure, Daisy, let's make this all about you. I suck in a deep breath. You're right. I have no reason to be a little sensitive on the day that my former fiancé is marrying a girl who's made bitchery into an art form. Yes, I know bitchery isn't a word. Now is not the time to correct me. Whenever I want to annoy Callie, all I have to do is misuse the English language. I turn and stalk off. She hurries after me. Daisy, you're right. I'm sorry. It's fine, I say with a shrug. I should find Chase. She catches up to me as I reach the doorway. And while we're at it, speaking of your boyfriend, it really hurts my feelings that you didn't even tell me you were dating your boss for the last month, or 3 months, whatever it was. I wince. She really thinks we're dating. She's lost her sister ESP. When did that happen? I ache at the thought of the distance between us, a distance I created. We'll talk about it later, I mutter. We've got a a wedding to go to. Turning on my heel, I leave the room. As I make my way down the hall, a door flies open. A man pops out of the doorway and grabs me by the arm. I let out a startled squawk, then realize it's Percy, his tux slightly disheveled and his hair rumpled. What the hell? I say. Do I smell vodka on your breath? He sways a little and squints at me.
Vodka doesn't have a smell.
That is a high school myth. Vodka smells like vodka. Are you drunk on your wedding day?
I had 1 drink,
he says defensively. Liar.
And I can't handle any more ball-busting today, thank you very much.
The warm glow in my heart makes me feel a little mean, but also smug. I can guess who else was busting his balls. It rhymes with Havana.
Listen,
He says, leaning in way too close.
this can't go on.
Excuse you very much? I fan the air with my hand. Percy, please tell me you have access to breath mints.
You know what I mean. You, me, this tension between us, we can never be together again. Not the way we were, anyway.
I take a step backward. I've always known he had an ego, but this? Wow. Is it my imagination, or was he just hinting that he wanted to cheat on Savannah with me? No, even he isn't that doucherific. Is he? Excuse me, I need to go find... Oh, there you are. Thank God, I say, as Chase hurries toward us. Percy gives him a half-hearted smile and scurries off, running his fingers through his disheveled hair.
What was that all about?
Chase demands, adjusting his tie and looking annoyed. I'm not sure, but maybe he just made a pass at me? No, I'm sure I'm wrong, I say, shaking my head in disbelief. Chase laughs, a warm, rich sound that wraps around my heart and sends strange shivers through me. He seems more lighthearted here than he does in New York. His laughter here has a different tone. Genuine, not laced with sarcasm.
Are you seriously questioning that he'd do that?
Well, yes, I say, taken aback. It's his wedding day.
And it's obvious he's having second, third, and fourth thoughts,
Chase says, which is the sweetest thing he's ever said to me.
Of course he still has the hots for you.
I wait for more. Of course, because I'm gorgeous, irresistible. Chase just lets the statement lie there, and I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of begging for a compliment. I consider what he's saying about Percy. You know, as much as I loathe Savannah, and there isn't even a number that goes that high, I don't want to see anyone cheated on. I've been there, and believe me, it's not a good feeling. Also, I believe in the sanctity of marriage, and the idea of a groom hitting on another woman on his wedding day makes me want to heave. So I'm going to hope we're both wrong and I misinterpreted, or it was just the liquor speaking. With a resigned shrug, I start walking again. If I'm not in my seat in the next few minutes, my mother's head is going to spin 360 degrees. Chase falls in step with me.
He told you he was drinking?
No, I could smell it on him. At first he tried to lie and deny it.
He got close enough you could smell the booze on him?
Chase's eyes narrow.
Maybe I should talk to him. That's what your actual boyfriend would do.
No, I don't want to cause a stir on his wedding day. I shake my head decisively. I'm sure it was nothing. We make it outside to our seats. Again, we're pretty far in the back, away from the action. Savannah probably didn't trust my grandmother to behave. Chase puts his arm around my shoulder, and I lean into it. I try to calm the swirling storm in my stomach. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and I'm sitting next to the best-looking man at the ceremony. He may not be my man, but only Naomi and I know that. My mother glances at me and reassuringly pats my arm. My grandmother defiantly sticks out her tongue and crosses her eyes. But all things considered, she's behaving better than any of us had a right to expect. I mean, she hasn't catcalled or spiked the punch or flipped off anyone. We should all be grateful. As the bride and groom recite their vows, I realize Chase and I are holding hands. When did that happen? And how weird is it going to be working for him after this? Last night, I told him to grab my ass, and I let him kiss me. And I kissed him back. What the hell is wrong with me? This is Chase Lancaster, a man who reaps the souls of kittens as a hobby. A man who hasn't said good job to me once in the last 3 years. And I have been doing a damned great job. I've spent 3 years straight telling anyone who would listen what a heartless SOB he is. I made an actual voodoo doll of him after he fired 3 people right before Christmas, and I stabbed it in the crotch with straight pins. And now I can't stop thinking of the way his lips felt pressed against mine. I am 100% going to have to hand in my notice when we get back. That thought should make me feel relieved. 3 more months at the company max. Then I'll find a job with normal hours. I'll come home regularly. I'll be a better daughter, a better sister. I'll never have to deal with Chase's snarkiness again. I'll probably never even see him again after I quit. We hardly move in the same circles. So, yay. I'm happy now, right?
You may kiss the bride,
the pastor says, and I sit up straight, letting go of Chase's hand. It's over? Yes, other than the fact my former fiancé is swallowing Savannah's tongue up there on the gazebo, it's over. Once they have finished noisily slurping each other's tonsils, I can hear it all the way in the back. We all gather around the gazebo and she throws the bouquet, deliberately angling it away from me. I wasn't going to catch it anyway. It's a cheater bouquet. I'm fairly sure cheater bouquets are cursed. One of her sorority sisters, Mimi, catches it, and they all whoop and holler. Afterward, I feel a little lightheaded. It's done. I survived, and I kind of owe Chase for it. Granted, he didn't do it out of genuine charity, but still. The reception isn't terrible. It's easy to avoid Savannah and Percy, who are swarmed by Percy's frat brothers and Savannah's sorority sisters. Chase melts into the crowd, mingling with ease. I was a little worried he wouldn't have anything to talk about with the bitter end crowd, but he seems to be doing quite well for himself. I should have known. Chase is in marketing. He's excellent at selling things, including himself. He moved all over the world as a child. It makes sense he'd be able to fit in anywhere. As I circulate, streams of people greet me and chastise me for not having stopped by to say hey yet, and before I know it, I've promised everyone in town a visit. Good thing I'm sticking to those 2 full weeks. Chase is talking to a crowd of guys who are mostly my cousins of various degrees. Unfortunately, since they're all vaguely related to me, they think they claim ownership of my personal life. Mayor Culpepper's with them. Lance is there too, with his wife Pamela. She's a guitar player with bleached white blonde hair, heavy makeup, and a lot of tattoos. Lance adores her. He's a drummer. They're in a garage band together, and they play at the hotel sometimes. As I watch them, it occurs to me with slowly dawning horror. They've all grown up with me, so they know things about me. Embarrassing things, anecdotes from my childhood, blackmail material. And they're all laughing, way too loudly. I hurry over to Chase, grab him, and link my arm through his. "Excuse me, need to talk to my boyfriend," I say loudly. The words "my boyfriend" feel weird and fake in my mouth, no matter how often I say them. I march him away from the crowd, trying to interpret the expression on his face.
Am I correct in assuming there are a lot more shotguns in Bitter End than there are people?
He says. Uh-oh. How many people threatened to take you out to the swamp never to return if you molest or harm me in any way? Please say none, please say none. He arches his eyebrows.
Pretty much all of them,
he says in a tone of mild surprise. I swing around and fix them with a furious glare. They smile and wave back at me.
"Hey there, Daisy,"
Mayor Culpepper calls out. Welcome to Bitter End. Chapter 8. Daisy. I'm up bright and early on Sunday morning. Randy the Rooster considers it his personal mission to make sure that none of us sleep in past 6 a.m. My family home is a small farmhouse behind the hotel, far enough that the rooster doesn't wake the guests. We'll never get rid of the chickens, of course. A big part of our hotel's selling point is the farm-fresh breakfast we offer. I tried to convince the family we should use the phrase farm to table on our website, but they all just stared at me with baffled expressions. Then they said that sounded like another disaster in the making, so I shut up. I shoved the thought from my mind. For every suggestion I make, my family can counter it with an issue of the Bitter End Bulletin's gossip column, featuring yours truly. That's why I've pretty much given up on offering any more ideas. It's like banging my head against a barn wall. I need to focus on the good things about being home. I won't be here forever. I'll be back in New York in a couple of weeks, sending out job applications and getting another chance to reinvent myself. For now, I can enjoy the fact that I love cooking with my mother in our kitchen, with the burlap curtains pulled back with twine ties and mason jars of fresh-cut flowers set out on the countertops. The light pouring in through the windows is the color of pure sweet lemonade, and in the distance, the rising sun paints the mountaintops in blazing gold. I'm in my pajamas, drinking coffee from a giant cracked mug my dad had given to me for my 16th birthday. It has daisies on it, of course. My mother and I move in perfect rhythm, whipping up a country feast of flapjacks, bacon, scrambled eggs, and biscuits. Callie comes downstairs as we are finishing up. She's already got her hair blown dry and a full face of makeup on. She's wearing an old Heat Lightning t-shirt. That was her favorite band as a teenager, so at least she's a little bit grungy. Grandma May, who moved into the rear wing of the house a few years ago after she broke a hip, joins us a few minutes later. My mother says grace, managing to throw in an aggrieved entreaty for the Lord to forgive Grandma May for getting schnockered at the reception last night and accidentally dumping her punch into Savannah's purse and also repeatedly calling Percy pukey. Grandma May smirks and winks at me. Callie keeps giving me odd looks over the breakfast table, and I can't get a read on it. She doesn't look angry. I think she looks worried. When we've finished eating, my mother and Grandma May head out to slop the pigs and feed the chickens and goats. We have a couple of farmhands who help out part-time, but this is one of those things Mom and Grandma do more for love than necessity. Our family has had livestock and apple orchards and gardens for hundreds of years. It's in our blood. Well, it's in their blood. Not a lot of places to keep a flock of chickens in my closet-sized fourth-floor walk-up studio apartment in Hell's Kitchen. Callie and I start clearing the table, and she keeps darting glances at the door as I carry dishes to the sink. "What?" I demand. "You're freaking me out." "Nothing," she says primly, as she puts the remaining biscuits in a Tupperware container. "Liar, skank, jealous," I scoff. "Bitch," Naomi says, as she hurries into the kitchen, glancing behind her as if she is being followed. "Why are you calling me a bitch?" I say. "I mean, I am, but what inspired you to call me a bitch at this particular moment?" "Oh, I thought we were doing that thing where we all call each other names." She shuts the door. "Is the coast clear?" Naomi pours herself a cup of coffee. "I saw Aunt Caroline and Grandma May going to the barn." "Well, this sounds like a promising start to my morning." "Why are you awake at the butt crack of dawn? You guys don't have a rooster. And why does the coast need to be clear?" "Callie called me. We need to talk," she says seriously, sitting down at the table across from me. Oh, Lord. My 4 least favorite words in the English language. Last time someone said that to me, I lost a fiancé and gained a bad case of heartburn. "About what?" Callie sits down at the table. "About your boyfriend. He's up to something." Yeah, if only she knew. Wait, does she know? I glance at Naomi, who does a quick head shake. I can't see Naomi ratting me out like that. Not on purpose, anyway. "Like what?" I say cautiously. "Late last night, he was overheard talking to someone on his cell phone. He was saying something about how he just got here, he's still gathering information, and he doesn't have enough intel yet to send in a report." I feel a chill settling in. That doesn't sound good at all. "Who told you this?" "I have my sources," she replies primly, and I want to slap her. One of Callie's favorite passive-aggressive weapons is to drop little bombshells, but refuse to say who supplied her with the ammo. She did that when Percy started cheating on me with Savannah, and I refused to believe her at the time. The infuriating thing is, she's always right. She sighs and looks at me with genuine sympathy. Listen, I know you don't want to think badly of your boyfriend, but is there any possibility he's trying to use you to find out information about the hotel? I shake my head. Why would he? This isn't the type of property Lancaster hotels and resorts would be interested in, ever. I mean, yes, it's profitable, but it's nowhere near the level of what they look for. Yes, but what other explanation is there for him saying that? Daisy, I'm worried. For you, and also for our business. I mean, how underhanded is he exactly? Is it possible he started dating you just to get the lowdown on the hotel? I grab the coffee pot and quickly top off my coffee. I don't think so. Can you pass the creamer? I mutter, avoiding her gaze. Tell her, Naomi orders me. Because we need to figure this out. Damn it. I do not want to have this conversation with my sister now or ever. But since Naomi's brought it up, I have no choice. Okay, here's the thing. And you can't tell anyone else, especially not Mama. Chase and I aren't really dating. I didn't have a date for the wedding, and he agreed to cover for me. You knew this? Callie says incredulously to Naomi. And you didn't tell me? Naomi winces. Well, in my defense, it was all very last minute, and she swore me to secrecy. You sat through the entire reception, dinner, and wedding with a fake boyfriend, and both of you knew? Callie says furiously, her gaze snapping back and forth between us. I feel like an idiot. I glare at her, and I feel insulted and left out that you didn't invite me to sew with you guys. I look at Naomi. And you didn't call me either. Callie said not to bother you, Naomi says a little guiltily. Seriously? I glare at Callie. You massive aggressive bitch. You mean passive-aggressive, Callie corrects primly. I tilt my head to the side and glance at her butt. Do I say snidely. She grabs a half-eaten biscuit from her plate and throws it at my face. I dodge, and it lands on the floor. I jump to my feet, knocking over a plate. It shatters on the floor. Oops, I snap, kicking at the shards. Stalking out of the room, I head to the back porch. Naomi and Callie follow me. I deliberately shut the door in their faces and walk out into the summer heat. Callie opens the door, runs after me, and grabs me by the arm. I shake off her hand and spin around to glare at her. For once, would you think about someone other than yourself? She demands. At least until you run off and ditch us again. Excuse you very much. You were the one who dropped out of college and came home without even consulting anyone. Did you even ask if I would have done it instead? I offered to move back here and you said don't bother. I wasn't needed, so don't go all St. Callie the martyred on me. We all thought you'd come home when you graduated. You used your hospitality degree to go work for some billionaire hotel chain instead of our family. Oh, and I should work for you guys as what? Housekeeper? Yard maintenance? You never listen to any of my ideas about the business, I yell. And if you say the word disaster, I'm throwing you off this porch. You can try. Callie's eyes gleam with a sudden crazy light, and I am reminded that prim proper Callie can be a hellcat when she releases her wild side. I'm 4 inches taller than her, but she wins most of our fights. I still have a little bald spot on the back of my head from a dust-up back in high school when I wore one of her blouses without permission and spilled juice on it. Cut it out! Naomi stomps her foot in exasperation. This could be really serious. Why is some big city resort developer interested in your property? We don't know for sure that's what he was talking about, I mutter defensively. Then I shrug my shoulders and sigh. But yeah, it's kinda suspicious. Fine, let's talk it through if the big steaming mug of Miss Priss can unclench her butt long enough to let a coherent thought form. Truce? I stick out my hand, glaring at Callie. Sure, dateless Daisy. Truce for now. Callie says huffily, grabbing my hand and shaking it so hard my head wobbles. We jerk our hands apart and scowl at each other. Okay, if he's not spying on us, why would he stay here with you for your entire vacation? Callie demands. He could have just come for the weekend and flown back home. He said he was staying because his father wanted to convince me to go back to the firm, and he told Chase not to come home without me. They used to have huge employee turnover, and since I started working there, it's reduced considerably. Saves them a lot of money. But even as I say it, I start to feel ridiculous. That's the dumbest freaking excuse I've ever heard, Callie says irritably. Did you just say frickin'? I mock her. Ooh, I'm telling Mama. Callie flips me off. Then she quickly glances around with a guilty expression, even though Mama and Grandma May have gone into the barn and can't possibly hear or see us. I hope. Ooh, Callie's flipping me the bird. She's turned all badass. I smirk. Yeah, you heard me. I'm standing right here on our back porch and I said ass. I'm a grown-ass woman. What's Mama gonna do about it? I sit there looking all smug, but then I ruin it by glancing around guiltily, just like Callie did. When will I be too old for Mama to wash my mouth out with soap? Not till after I have my own kids. Ha! Callie scoffs. You're scared of her too. Of course I am. She's terrifying. We all look at the barn, then we look around us to make sure Mama hasn't snuck out and materialized right behind us. When I'm sure we're safe, I walk over and sit on the porch swing. Naomi and Callie plop down in the 2 rocking chairs that face the swing. I chew over what Callie said. She's right. It hurts my ego to admit it, but it seems unlikely Chase would dedicate 2 whole weeks just to convince me to come back to New York City. I know his father went to college with my dad and worked with him for a little while after they graduated. He's always seemed to take an interest in me and my life, but that was eons ago, many years before I was born, and business is business. I'm a personal assistant in New York City. I'm far from irreplaceable. I should have known that all along. I just wanted so badly to believe Chase valued me, that he secretly thought of me as more than someone to bark orders at. I wanted to believe Chase thought I was worth pursuing. My breakfast curdles in my stomach, but I give myself a mental shake. Time to put my big girl britches on. This isn't the first time I've been kicked to the curb and had to dust myself off. Probably won't be the last. There's only one solution. Remember when we had that detective club in grade school? Naomi's face lights up. Detective club? Callie barks out a disbelieving laugh. Yeah, that always ended well. We did find out the lunch lady was stealing from the till, Naomi points out. We got the custodian off the hook and everything. That was our shining moment. Yeah, but Days Astor also accused a teacher of being an escaped convict from Alabama, with us standing right there with her, Callie points out. It all added up. Our teacher had a mole on the right side of her face. The escaped convict had a mole on the right side of her face. Remember? We saw it on the news. Our teacher suddenly moved into town 2 weeks after that lady escaped from prison. She wore those huge glasses and a bad wig to disguise herself. So I thought. Turned out she was super nearsighted and had alopecia. Also, she gave me a C when I've never gotten less than an A on an English test in my life. It seemed obvious she wasn't a real teacher at the time. We all got suspended for a week. A week! I'd never been in trouble before in my life. Callie's voice is aggrieved. Geez, she's still holding a grudge 17 years later. This is the worst idea ever. Well, of course you'd think so, Wary Poppins. Wary Poppins. Naomi snort laughs until her shoulders shake. Callie folds her arms across her chest and glares until Naomi finally calms down. We do need to find out what he's up to, Callie, I point out. And we can't exactly just ask him. We're going to have some sneaking around. Shenanigans must ensue. We need to get the gang back together. One last time, Naomi adds dramatically. This is not an after-school special. Callie glares at her. I push the swing again, rocking gently. Okay, so, Chase is here looking into something. We don't know what. It's almost certainly the hotel. I can't imagine that he'd care about anything in downtown Bitter End. There's a bunch of small businesses that are barely profitable. Maybe he wants to get an idea of how profitable we are. What concerns me is that he didn't just come right out and ask. That does seem pretty sneaky. I glance at Callie. Have we had any offers to purchase the hotel? She frowns. We get a few a year. The last one we got was an inquiry from a company a few months ago, but it wasn't Lancaster. It was some company in Delaware. They offered more than the hotel should have been worth. We told them what we tell everyone who's asked, though. It's a family business, and we're not interested in selling. Dig up their name for me, and I'll look them up just in case, I say. A lot of people hide behind shell companies in Delaware because they provide anonymity for corporations. So we've agreed your fake boyfriend is up to something shady, Naomi muses. Shame. Why are all the hot ones so evil? All hot guys? Or just the ones Daisy likes, Callie says. There's Chase and there's Percy, so that's a sample size of 2. I do not like him, I say defensively. I just explained this to you. And you know I've been bitching about what a slave-driving hard-ass he is for the last 3 years straight. I know you've been talking about him for the last 3 years straight, yes. Callie has that know-it-all look on her face that makes me want to push her off the front porch. And I've seen how the two of you are together. You like him. She draws the word out on purpose just to annoy me. The question is, do you trust him even a little bit? Like enough to just ask him what that phone call meant? Trust him? About as far as I trust a used car salesman named Percy. I push with my feet and set the swing to rockin'. I stare into the distance, looking out over the fields to the apple orchards on the west side of our property. Okay, that's not completely fair. I have never, in the 3 years I've worked for him, witnessed him lying or doing anything underhanded. I've witnessed him being overbearing and impatient and unsympathetic, but I haven't seen him behave in a dishonest manner. When he offers people a deal, they're getting what he offers them. Do you think you'd know if he was screwing people over and lying to them? Naomi asks. I force myself to set aside my hurt feelings and consider it. I'm pretty sure I would, yeah. I end up being privy to just about every aspect of his job. He's good at schmoozing when he has to be, but he's always straightforward. When I think about it, Chase trusts me with a surprising level of access to his business affairs. I know more than some of the board members do. He works for his father, though, right? Callie says. So if his father wants something to happen, it's going to happen. He works with his father. I correct her. They own the same percentage of shares in the company. And overall, Chase doesn't see eye to eye with his father. No, more than that, he genuinely dislikes the guy. It's weird. His father seems like a decent guy. I mean, he's a ruthless negotiator, but that's just business. He's always been nice to me. In the end, whether he likes him or not, it's always family first, Naomi muses. Yeah, you would think so, but in their case, I'm not sure that's true, which is pretty sad, I add. I think with Chase, it would be the company first, then family. So, getting back to your question, I could see him doing something that was good for the company but not good for our family or Bitter End, and in his mind, there wouldn't be anything wrong with it. And if I ask him, I don't know if he'd outright lie, but he might not answer me. Then we'd have alerted him that we're on to him, and he'd use other methods to find whatever it is he's looking for. Detective Club, Naomi says. I nod in agreement. Detective Club. Are you guys bored? The wedding weekend shenanigans weren't entertaining enough for you? Callie leans forward, glowering at me. Just ask him, or send him back to New York, or both. I can't send him back to New York because he's threatened to snitch on me about the whole escort fiasco. Detective Club, Detective Club. Our voices rise. Shh, Mama will hear you, Callie hisses. And then we'd all be grounded. Naomi, too. Naomi and I suck in our breath like rebellious frogs, ready to rivet our plans out across the wide, grassy landscape. Oh, for the love. Fine, just keep your voices down. Callie shakes her head in disbelief. Yes. I do a fist pump. Here's our first mission. I will keep Chase distracted for the next few hours, and Callie will go to his hotel room, pretending to do house cleaning, and search for anything incriminating. I'm going to need him to be gone for at least 3 hours, Callie says. What are you planning on doing? Wiring the room for surveillance? I'm just being extra cautious, unlike you. Oh, for God's sake, whatever. I guarantee to distract him for 3 hours. Mama and Graham are emerging from the barn now, and she turns to look at us like she's got some kind of weird mom ESP, and she could hear me use the Lord's name in vain from 500 feet away.
Chapter 9. Chase. The front porch of the Apple Blossom Hotel is bigger than some Manhattan apartments. There are porch swings, wicker chairs, and hanging plants. They've got the country hotel feel down to a T. I'm sipping my coffee in a chair that's angled to face a garden of nodding sunflowers, an overhead fan stirring the warm morning air. I've taken to dressing much more casually here than in New York, so my suits don't wilt in the humidity. Today I'm wearing khaki chinos and a blue polo shirt. It's 9 a.m. on a Sunday. I've been awake for hours. I did a 3-mile run, showered, answered emails from clients, and returned phone calls. I texted Maxwell asking how he was doing and got a response from his sober coach that Maxwell wouldn't be talking to any family members for the first 14 days of his recovery. I could have told the coach that's more often than Maxwell and I spoke when he wasn't in rehab, and the last time I saw him I called him a drunk, entitled fuck-up. But I don't. I just say to pass along my best wishes. For the last day and a half in between wedding activities, I've been getting a feel for the hotel. I've chatted casually with the employees, getting insight into how much business this place does without coming right out and asking them. The hotel is booked to near capacity, but June is peak wedding season. There shouldn't be any availability at all, in fact. They could increase their revenue if they had a social media presence and a website that wasn't designed in the dial-up era. Bitter End is a small town of about 5,000 people, but they're the largest town in Swampy Bottom County. Blows my mind. There are more people than that on the block where I live, and yet we all manage to survive without even knowing each other's first names, much less the middle name of each other's third cousins. Someone in my apartment building could die, and nobody would know until weeks later when the smell finally prompted the neighbors to complain to the manager. Here, if somebody missed their daily constitutional, the town would be on their front doorstep within the hour. There's a hospital and a downtown area, and of course a bunch of churches of various flavors. I took a walk downtown last night around midnight and felt ridiculously safe. Like most small towns, it was dead empty, except for a drunk sleeping on a bench. He was a sound sleeper, too. I put a $100 bill in his jacket pocket before I went off to make my phone calls, and he never even budged. There are a few shuttered storefronts scattered up and down the street, which hint at possible economic trouble to come. The downtown area is empty enough that I feel safe calling my father from there. In the hotel, I feel like there are eyes and ears on me everywhere, even when I'm alone in my room. When I got back to my hotel room last night, I tried to look up the hotel's property records on my laptop and found that this is one of the few counties in the state that isn't online. Figures. If I go to the town hall to ask for the property deed and any other information I could gather, word will get back to Daisy as soon as the request leaves my lips. or even sooner. "Yoo-hoo!" Daisy calls out as she walks toward me. She's coming from the big white farmhouse behind the hotel. That's where she grew up. Her mother, sister, and grandmother live there now. She's wearing a light, flowery cotton dress and sneakers. I've never seen her like that before, so casual and in her element, and it tugs at my heart. Her hair flows over her shoulders, and I imagine twining my fingers in it, holding her firmly in place while I kiss her. My phone rings just as she reaches me. It's my mother. "Just 1 minute, Daisy. It's someone from work." This is not entirely false. I walk a short distance away on the hotel's broad front porch, far enough that Daisy will only be able to hear my end of the conversation. "What's on fire?" "Can't a mother just call up her son to say hello?" she says, sarcasm dripping from every word. "Not in my experience, no." "Your brother is fine, by the way. It's been 4 days since he had a drink. Hooray for him." "How very supportive of you. I already texted, thanks." "Have you figured out what your father's up to yet?" I glance at Daisy, who has her hands stuck in her pockets, looking at the garden and pretending she's not listening. Please, this is Bitter End, where eavesdropping is an Olympic sport. I raise my voice. "No, I hadn't heard. The rash is spreading where?" "Chase!" My mother's scandalized screech stabs my eardrum. "I assume you're not alone?" "Definitely not." "That sounds painful, though. Must make it hard to sit. Have the doctors identified the source yet?" "Chase, you can answer me in code that's not disgusting." I put my hand over my mouth to stifle a laugh. "Yes, I sure could. Happy to help. Don't come back to work until it's completely cleared up. I've heard that's very contagious, and I don't want to have to sterilize all the chairs." My mother mutters a curse and hangs up. Daisy has given up on pretending she's not eavesdropping. Who the heck was that? She looks appropriately horrified. "Sorry, health privacy laws. You know how it is." I smile winningly. "So what's on the agenda for today?" "I thought we'd go for a little drive. We can take my mom's car. It's parked in front of her house." "Don't you want to take me downtown?" I ask. "Show me off to all of your friends and dazzle them?" "Who says they'd be dazzled?" she says, stifling a smile. "They'd be beyond dazzled. They'd be awestruck." "Lord, give me strength." Her accent is back in full force. I've never heard her speak like that back in the city. I should mock her for being corny, but it's so small-town charming. That and the jeans. God help me. I thought I liked tall, slender giraffe women in cocktail dresses, and out of their cocktail dresses, but Daisy's realness and unself-conscious cuteness have snatched my breath away. She starts walking, and I fall in step by her side. The perfect fake boyfriend. Daisy shakes her head, and a lock of thick, honey-colored hair slides in front of her face. I fight the urge to stroke her hair behind her ear. "I forgot how smug you can be sometimes." "How could you possibly forget? I'm right here." I gesture at myself. "By your side. Not going anywhere." She leads me over to an older model Ford Explorer. "So flattering. You really plan to stay here 2 full weeks? What if they figure out the company can survive without you?" I don't answer and just slide into the passenger seat. There's something a little different about Daisy today, and I can't quite put my finger on it. She's still bantering, still giving as good as she gets, but she feels kind of distant. We head away from downtown, driving past the marshy area on either side of the roadway. We pass a tiny little "Welcome to Bitter End" sign. I look at it and shake my head. "What?" she says defensively. She's proud of her funky, weird hometown, and I like that about her. Wasted opportunity. I reply. I'd make that sign huge. She lights up. Oh my God, right? I'd make it enormous, and I'd have artwork. I'm thinking a rear view of a guy's jeans-clad butt. There would be a space for people to pull over and take pictures in front of the sign. And I've been wanting to call our hotel the Bitter End Hotel for ages. I mean, the Apple Blossom Hotel? That's like every hotel name in rural America. Nothing unique about it. It doesn't tell an interesting story. We could have a gift shop with items that say, "You've reached the bitter end." Photo opportunities everywhere. The diner could change their name to Bitter Bites or something like that. We need a brewery. It could be on Main Street, and it would be called The Bitter Brew. I'd have a really snarky social media account for the town, call it I'm Not Bitter, and have bitchy little sayings every day with a southern flavor to them. Really put the town on the map. Huh. I wish she'd been this excited and creative when she sent marketing proposals to me in New York. Huh, what? She says defensively. Those ideas are all fantastic. Have you pitched them to the Chamber of Commerce? She grimaces. No. Everybody in town takes me about as seriously as you guys do. Go on, make a sarcastic comment, I dare you. Your passion for this really comes through. If this were one of our properties, I'd have you on that campaign in a heartbeat. My lack of sarcasm seems to stun her into silence. I know, it's not like me at all. We drive aimlessly for a little while more, gliding slowly down winding roads between rows of trees whose branches have grown together overhead to make a green tunnel. Daisy has her window rolled halfway down, and a bright chorus of bird song serenades us. I wait for the usual surge of impatience that chokes me whenever I'm not actively working. Making deals, planning campaigns, schmoozing with potential clients, listening to business books while I'm working out. Yeah, that pretty much consumes my waking hours. But today, I don't feel impatient. Being with Daisy is enough. I don't have to do anything else right now. We circle back and she drives us past the hotel and stops at an apple orchard toward the west side of the property. It must be too early in the season for apples, because there are just rows of low, gnarly trees laden with white flowers. When we climb out of the car, a warm breeze carries the perfume from the flowers, and Daisy stands perfectly still for a moment. She breathes deeply, drinking it in. I wait in silence as a look of perfect contentment settles on her pretty face. "This way," she says. I follow her without a single snarky comment. A strange spell has settled over me, and I don't want to say anything to disturb the calm, peaceful atmosphere that wraps around us. She's leading me down a long row of those odd-looking trees with their strange branches. They look like witchy women from Grimm's fairy tales reaching for the ground. A wooden sign tells me these are Tolman's sweet apple trees. My brain snaps into business mode. I'm scanning the trees, counting how many, wondering about the annual yield. Are these organic? I bet they're organic. "This is part of our property," she says as we walk. "All these are heirloom varieties. Don't they smell like heaven?" They do smell like heaven. They also smell like money. Organic and heirloom. Ultimate hipster bait. My father isn't wrong about the authentic feel of this place. Funny television commercials and social media streams start forming in my head. There's so much that could be done with this. I saw a pick your own apples sign back there on the roadside. I say, "Do you also have a cider business? Artisanal cider is big right now, and apple cider vinegar." She reaches up and snaps her fingers on the side of my head. "Is everything business with you?" A hot rush of arousal flares through me. I grab her hand. "You're getting awfully familiar, aren't you? I wouldn't suggest you assault me at the office. People might talk." She tries to pull her hand away, and I tighten my grip. I'm doing it to teach her a lesson and show her I'm still the boss. Not because I like the feeling of her warm, soft hand in mine. Not because when I hold her close I can smell her honeysuckle perfume and watch the rise and fall of her chest. She leaves her hand in mine for a minute before finally jerking hard, and I let her free herself. "You're looking at these gorgeous trees and seeing dollar signs," she says accusingly. "Is that so wrong?" She tilts her head to the side. "Maybe not everything needs to be sold. Maybe some things are just meant to be enjoyed." Her words make me feel a strange twinge inside, so I resort to my fallback response, dry sarcasm. What a novel concept. "Try this, Chase. Just stand here and look at the trees. Tell me something you notice about them that has nothing to do with money." I stand there and let my gaze rove over the orchard, the long rows of trees stretching off into the horizon, hundreds of them. "The shape is interesting. Do they grow like that naturally?" "No, they're trimmed to stay low to make apple picking easier." I reach out to run my fingers over a branch, and petals fall into my hand. "When do the apples come in?" "Some come in July, but most varieties fruit in September and October, depending on the weather conditions over the summer." "How many acres are there?" "Why?" "I'm just wondering what the annual yield is." "You're doing it again. Not everything pretty needs to have a price tag slapped on it." There's something in her tone when she says that. Does she know what my father asked of me? I wish I could tell her, but I need to play my cards close to the vest for now. "All right," I say. "Tell me what you see when you look around here. Show me the orchard through Daisy's eyes." That makes her laugh. It's a light, tinkling sound, and I realize I don't hear it often enough. She starts walking again, and I follow her. "I see an orchard with the same kind of apples that people were eating in the Revolutionary War. Some of these trees were originally planted by my ancestors in the 1800s. My parents would take us on walks through here when I was little." She points down the row to one of the bigger trees. "We'd always picnic under that tree, because that's the tree where the men in our family propose. That's where my father proposed to my mother. He'd already gotten permission from her father to ask her to marry him. That's how things were done back in those days." "Do you want to walk down there?" I ask. "Nah," she says, and there's a flicker of sadness in her eyes. "How long since you've been here?" "A while." And then she shrugs. "Maybe we can go down there. Why not?" When we reach the tree, I point to the lone flat spot among the gnarled, rising roots. "Is that where he asked her?" She nods, blinking hard. "It's beautiful," I say simply. We're not just standing between rows of potential profit. We're surrounded by history, the ghosts of her ancestors, her father, a place that's so special, so magical, that generation after generation came back here. A breeze blows through the air and flower petals swirl in a mini cyclone. It's like something from a TV commercial. This would be a great place for an Instagram shot. No, stop that. Is Daisy right? Am I so consumed by work that there's literally nothing else in my life? Do I never turn off my work-chase brain and just live? I'd never stopped to think about it before. I mean, work is life, isn't it? Daisy shivers and hugs herself as if she's just felt a ghost brush by her. I put my arm around her, and she looks at me startled. Just in case anyone's watching, I lie. She scrunches her nose again. She is so freaking cute when she does that. "Of course. That's why I'm letting you." The wind picks up again, whipping her hair in her face. It makes her dress cling to her body in a way that does strange things to me. I want to pull her up against me and crush her softness into me. I want to kiss her again, to taste her sweetness. And I will not do any of those things, because it would be a very bad idea. Things are going to be weird enough when we get back to New York City. I'm grimly determined not to let Daisy quit, but how are we going to make things work from now on? How am I going to focus on acquisitions and branding and marketing campaigns when I'm thinking about the way she looks surrounded by swirling white flower petals with a soft, wistful look on her face? Might as well go back, she says. We stroll back toward the car, slowly, and my arm rests on her shoulder. I wonder how my father proposed to my mother. I suspect it involved a 50-page single-spaced contract and a non-compete clause. She pauses by the car door and sneaks a glance at her watch, then sees me looking. Just want to make sure we have enough time. I have to meet my mother back at our house at noon, she tells me. Then we can go out to lunch afterward if you like. She squints as she says it, shifting where she stands, and I have the feeling she's lying. Why would she lie about that? What else could she be up to? When we get in the car, I think we'll head back to the hotel, but instead she takes me down some winding dirt roads and then up a steep hill before coming to a stop. There's a broad, flat area with an incredible view of Bitter End. This is another town landmark, she says. It's Lover's Lane. But don't get any ideas. I would never. I'm surprised my pants don't catch on fire from the intensity of that lie. If only the wind hadn't made her dress cling to her body that way. Yeah, that's what I'll blame. The wind. I just wanted to show you the view. She glances at her watch again. We can head back to town now. Yep. There's something odd about how she's acting, but I can't put my finger on it. Just then a car pulls in and parks, maybe 30 feet away from us. I recognize the driver as Lance, the bartender, and he's with a blonde. Oh, hell! Daisy scowls at them. We just got here. If we leave right now, they'll think we're having a lover's quarrel, and it'll be all over town, and everyone will call up and give me advice. I guess we have to sit here and talk for a while. Or we could give them something to talk about, I say without thinking. I bend down and kiss her. My brain is telling me this is a bad idea. I ignore my brain, maybe because most of the blood in my body has gone south for the summer and I'm a little lightheaded. Her soft, sweet lips part. She tastes like lip gloss and mints and her own unique flavor, which I want to drink like wine. I want more of it. I want to taste every part of her. I slide my hand behind her head and tangle my fingers in her hair, holding her still. The seconds slide by and I lose myself in her, my tongue caressing hers, probing. When I finally release her, her eyes are glazed over, and it takes her a minute to refocus. Her nipples have swollen into hard little nubs, betraying her arousal. Yeah, I just let you do that because Lance and Pamela are there, she mutters, her cheeks flushing red. Otherwise, ooh, gross. Heat blazes through my body. I'm getting tired of her taunting. I grab her by the hair, holding her head still, and lean down to nibble on the soft, pale flesh of her neck. Oh, she moans. I run my hand over her full breast, my thumb brushing the stiff peak of her nipple. Is that gross? I murmur into her neck. Because I can stop any time. Just say the word. No, she gasps. It's not gross. I slide my hand down between her legs and feel a fierce surge of triumph because her cotton panties are soaked. When I rub her through her panties, her tortured moan almost makes me pass out. I'm so hard and aching for her. How about that? No. I hear the sound of a car honking and quickly jerk back my hand. What the hell? She hisses. Seriously, Lance can make out and I can't? She smacks the dashboard in frustration. They do seem to have a double standard around here, I agree, shifting in my seat. My raging hard-on is straining against my shorts. Down, boy. I mean, I know that's his wife and everything, but still, come on. Who is he to tell me what to do when I'm out on a date? He brings his wife to Lover's Lane? I swivel my head to stare at their car. Lance isn't looking at me. He and his wife are leaning in with their heads close together, but I'm pretty sure the people here grow eyes in the back of their heads. Somehow they can see us. She rolls her eyes. Yeah, they've been married 5 years and they're still in their honeymoon phase. Anyway, we should get back. She starts up the car, and I know I should be thankful Lance saved me from making a terrible mistake with a woman who works as my subordinate. But all the blood in my body is pooled in my groin, my head is pounding, and the only thing I can think of is the soft, sweet sound of Daisy's breathing when I kissed her neck.
Chapter 10. Daisy. I made out with my boss 6 hours ago. I made out with Chase Lancaster. Me! Daisy and Chase. Chase and Daisy. I was supposed to be keeping him distracted by showing him the local sights, and instead I went full Mata Hari. Except I failed to seduce any secrets from him. Hell, if he'd kissed me much longer, I'm pretty sure I'd have spilled all of my secrets. My childhood crush on cartoon Aquaman, my addiction to peanut butter and chocolate cream, the PIN number to my bank account. God, I'm the absolute worst at this detective business. I'm sitting with Callie on our back porch, watching my mother, Graham, and Naomi introduce Chase to our chickens over by the barn. They all have names. My mother is a sentimental fool. She keeps the chickens forever, even after they stop laying. Grandma May is much more ruthless. If she had her druthers, she'd pop them in the stew pot the week they stopped laying. We've had some of 'em since I was in high school. Henny Penny, Cluck Rogers, Chicken Little, Han Solo, Chick Flick, and Attila the Hen. She's a total bitch, are a few of the older ladies. My favorite is Egghead. She's very intellectual. On one of my visits, I did suggest that we put the names and pictures of our chickens on the hotel website. I thought it was a great idea. Everyone just stared at me and then went back gossiping about Willadine's bad Botox job. Naomi is holding Yolko Ono right now, and Chase is actually petting her. I've told Naomi to pay special attention to what kinds of questions he asks. I want to know if he's asking anything about the hotel or our property. I hope she remembers, because Chase seems to have everyone dazzled. It's not surprising. He's standing there, handsome as a Greek god. The sun is low on the horizon, its final beams casting him in a golden glow. My mother is actually giggling. Giggling! In the 3 years I've worked for Chase, he's stirred many emotions in me, but utter merriment was not one of them. Look at him being all charming, I say, scowling. It's the first time I've had a chance to be alone with Callie since this very confusing morning with Chase. You're the one who brought him here. And by the way, no, I didn't find anything useful or informative in his hotel room. I feel a stab of frustration, but I shouldn't have expected that Chase would be dumb enough to leave anything obvious lying around. Okay, tell me what you did find. She shrugs. He'd hung up all his suits and put the rest of his clothes in the bureau. He made his own bed perfectly, and there was no clutter anywhere. I didn't even find so much as a receipt or ticket stub in his suit pockets. Yeah, he's a freak, I muse, at the exact moment she says, "That almost makes me like him." We exchange looks of mutual disgust. Carry on, I say. His suitcase is locked. There was a laptop on the desk. I considered trying to hack into it, but then I remembered I barely know how to post on Facebook. True, you are a terrible Luddite. Although I like the idea of you secretly being a badass hacker. It would make you so much more interesting than you really are. Kiss my grits. That's the one insult swear we never got in trouble for, and that's because it was on some old sitcom Mama loved with a waitress named Flo. Carry on with your story of failure. Shut your cake hole, Leva Perron. The only thing I found besides clothing in his laptop was a bunch of brochures he'd collected. There was a hotel brochure, another one listing all of our wedding services, and a stack of brochures for local attractions in the top drawer of the bureau. I consider that. That isn't obviously suspicious, but it's also not like him. As you noticed, he really doesn't like clutter. Anything else? Well, this afternoon, he made a point of chatting up a few cleaning staff members, the bartender, and the groundskeeper. He asked them very general questions, like how long had they worked here? Did they grow up here? Do they like working here? Nothing that immediately rings any alarm bells. Nothing that stood out to them, anyway. I frown. He's not a snob, but he is ruthlessly efficient with his time. For him to actively seek out a bunch of employees while they're working and make conversation is out of character. Callie nods thoughtfully. Okay, that's two things that are out of character for him. There's something hinky going on. Mostly the fact that you're stealing lingo from 1990s cop shows, but whatever. Could be worse. I could be making out with my boss on Lover's Lane in front of the entire town. My face flames red. We barely kissed, and the only people there were Lance and his wife. That's not the entire town. Might as well be, because everybody knows about it now. I try to kick her ankle, but she moves her leg out of my way too fast. Anyway, we should be planning our next moves, not wasting time on ridiculously exaggerated rumors, I say huffily. I could probably hack into Chase's laptop and go through his emails. I have access to his email account, so technically I'm not doing anything that I shouldn't. We'll need to come up with a way for you to keep him out of his room for at least half an hour. Also, if I could find a way to access his text messages, that would be the bomb. But he uses his thumbprint as a password. Chase, Mama, Naomi, and Grandma May are headed our way now. Callie and I guiltily jump apart. Then I remember that there is no reason that I shouldn't be standing there talking to my sister. I've got way more game back in New York. Something about being home always makes me feel like a misbehaving little girl, like I'm doing something I shouldn't. Chase gives me a questioning look as he climbs the porch steps.
What's up?
He says, with a hint of suspicion in his voice. How about a walk downtown? I say it brightly, in a too loud voice. Callie shoots me a look of contempt. We haven't been to the diner yet. They're open until 8 p.m. on weekends. Your young man may have to work during the day, but you'll need to bring him for dinner sometime this week, my mother says to me. Then she flashes a big smile at Chase. Daisy will be doing most of the cooking, of course. She's a great cook. Oh, God. Oh, no. He sold himself so well that now she's looking at him as marriage material. Passable cook, I say. Almost makes up for my complete lack of housekeeping skills. Oh, ha, our Daisy is such a kidder. She's a wonderful housekeeper. She's quite the catch, our Daisy. My mother punches me in the arm, and I wince. That'll leave a mark. I know what she's thinking. Handsome, rich. That means he's a good provider, and we'd have good-looking grandbabies. What mom could ask for more?
I'm looking forward to dinner, Chase says. Thank you for introducing me to your chickens. I hope that you can get on top of Yoko Ono's molting problems, and I wouldn't worry about Hen Solo. Chickens are just like people. Some of them are loners.
He's so smart, my mother gushes to Grandma May. Isn't he smart? Nice biceps. Grandma May looks him up and down. Definitely sturdy. Good breeding stock. Mama, make her stop, Callie yells, and my mother has the good grace to blush. Oh, my God. This is mortifying. He starts to say something else to my mother, and I grab his arm, dig my fingers in, and haul him off. I don't loosen my grip until we've come to the end of the driveway that leads up to the hotel. Do not say a single thing, I say fiercely, finally letting go of him.
For the record, I wasn't going to make fun of your family,
he says, as we stroll toward Main Street.
You're fair game, but I generally refrain from beating up on old ladies. There's just no real challenge to it.
Ah, there's the Chase Lancaster I've come to know and loathe. Also, I'd put down good money to see you try to beat up on Grandma May. She's deadly with that cane of hers. I'm not kidding. She went to Asheville once for a quilting show, and someone tried to mug her. She broke his kneecap. We've got a couple hours of glorious sunlight left. It's a 2-block walk to Main Street, and then we're at the end of the downtown strip of businesses. The restaurant is 2 blocks up.
So what were you and Callie talking about?
I shrug and smile. Secret sister stuff.
Your hot new boyfriend, in other words?
Yes, my new boyfriend is super hot. I'll introduce you sometime, I say.
You're hilarious. I'll be sure to come see you on open mic night. By the way, does the cleaning staff usually go through the pockets of the guests?
Damn, this man takes Neat Freak to the next level. I know my sister, and I am positive she would have left everything exactly the way she found it. I don't see why they would, I hedge. Was anything missing from your room or your pockets?
No, nothing's missing. I can just tell someone went through the pockets of my jackets and slacks.
His tone is mild, without accusation, but the hair on the back of my neck stands up. Busted. Already. This is not a promising start. Hold on just a sec. I'll let Callie know immediately so she can talk to the house cleaning staff. I can tell you right now, though, to my knowledge, we have never had a complaint from a guest about theft from their rooms. I stop walking and quickly text Callie. Chase seems to think that someone went through his pockets. Can you check with the housekeeping staff and let me know? Thanks. The answer comes back right away. I'm sure he's mistaken, but I will talk to the staff. Call me later. Is my guilt written all over my face? I'm turning out to be a lousy private investigator. Then again, I'm apparently lousy at branding and marketing, too. So what am I actually good at, other than blithely leading my family members into disaster?
Why the long face?
He asks as we start walking again. Just thinking about my future career prospects. I put on a fake, cheerful smile. Would you like fries with that? I think I really pulled it off.
What brought that on?
No big deal, I sigh. It doesn't make a difference what I think, does it? You've got my future all mapped out for the next 3 years. Everyone in Bitter End's got their own idea of what's best for me. My opinion doesn't really count for much.
That's unusually defeatist of you. I prefer the Daisy who fights me at every turn.
I do not fight you at every turn. Only when you're making other people miserable for sport.
If by sport you mean respect for the company bottom line, why yes, thank you very much, that is my forte.
He's smirking. He just managed to pull me out of my self-pity spiral as only Chase Lancaster could, by deliberately annoying me. Well done, I acknowledge. He doesn't ask what I mean. He just knows. We have a weird ESP between the two of us. On a boss-employee level, we just get each other, or at least I used to think we did. We both had our roles. He was the heartless tycoon, I was his human side. Yes, he made me mad enough to spit nails a lot of the time, but I also felt like he needed me. I filled my role well, nagging him to be nicer and making sure everything ran smoothly, and remembering to send out those thank you and condolence and birthday cards. Even though everyone knew it was me forging his signature on those cards, it somehow seemed to help lessen the sting of his harsh, demanding style of management. Now I feel a yawning gap between us, and I'm surprised how much I hate it. We pass by an empty storefront where the antique store used to be, and I feel a sharp twinge. I worry about Bitter End. I don't want it to go the way of so many other small rural towns, with businesses boarding up, people drifting away, the community slowly dying. I may not live here anymore, and I doubt I ever will again, but it's still home in a way. It's got small-town magic of a kind that's worth preserving. Chase and I walk into the Silver Spoon, and we're greeted by the dino-smells of frying grease and strong coffee. The walls are decorated with framed black and white pictures of Bitter End, taken in the 50s. My grandfather and grandmother are up there, holding hands and leaning on a gorgeous two-tone 1950s Buick. My grandfather wears a leather jacket and jeans, Grandma May's in a poofed-out skirt, with her hair in rollers and tied up in a kerchief. That would have been 8 or 10 years before my dad was born. The usual suspects sit at the counter. Herman, owner of the feed and grain store. He's a barrel-shaped, red-faced man. Mayor Culpepper. Lewis, who owns a landscaping business. Morton, a cadaverously thin man who owns the local golf course. Sheriff Buckley, a burly man in his 30s, with his military-style buzz cut.
Well, if it isn't Days Astor,
Herman bellows, and everyone starts laughing. Yep, small towns, gotta love 'em. I manage a feeble smile.
You watch out, mister, she got that name for a reason,
Mayor Culpepper calls out to him.
Yeah, hope you got accident insurance.
Lewis slaps his knees and howls. Chase does that polite social laugh thing, and I stand there by his side, fidgeting with the straps of my pocketbook. It occurs to me I'm doing exactly what my mother does when she's stressed. Do I do that a lot and not even notice?
Yeah, love hearing that nickname. Never gets old. And you must be the one everyone calls Old Gasbag?
Chase says to Mayor Culpepper. The laughter dies down.
What?
Mayor Culpepper says, looking alarmed.
Who calls me that? Maybe it wasn't you.
Chase shrugs, lifting his eyebrows and giving them an innocent look.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm mistaken. Which one of you guys is the one they call Dim Bulb?
They all glance at each other uneasily.
How about Freddy Fathead? Nope. Anyway, Daisy and I will take the booth over there.
He points.
Just make sure we don't get served by filthy fingers, eh? I prefer not to have my stomach pumped today.
We go sit down, and you could hear a pin drop. The diner owner, Boone, bustles over carrying a couple of menus. They're yellowing, faded, stuffed in cracked plastic menu holders.
You know we just call you that nickname 'cause we love you, right?
He says. In the past, I would have brushed it off, assured him that it was fine. But if I want a new future, I can't be the old Daisy. If you say so. I make sure there's just enough arch to my eyebrow to convey my message. Boone starts to turn away, then looks back.
Who's filthy fingers? It isn't me, is it?
I smile. I can't remember. He's got a faintly troubled look as he bustles over to the counter, and the guys who sit there are talking amongst themselves in low tones. He heads straight to the sink and washes his hands. I feel a strange sense of lightness. I'm almost dizzy. After all these years of feeling roped in and branded by that nickname, I don't think anyone's going to call me that anymore. Chase did that for me. I blink hard, tears blurring my vision, and focus on the menu. Ahem. I clear my throat. I'm going to have a prosecutor Egan with a side of fries. Chase looks at me questioningly. Grilled cheese, I explain, because Prosecutor Egan grilled people for a living.
Everything's an inside joke here,
he murmurs. I manage a wry smile. Yeah, it's got its good side and its bad side, as you've just seen. Chase orders a Mayor Mike, a hamburger named after our previous mayor who was known for hamming it up. A couple of the guys finish up their meals as we're waiting for our food to be delivered. When they leave, they make a point of saying, "Night, Daisy," very loudly. I say goodnight back, all cheerful, as if the whole Days Astor thing had never happened. Herman pauses in the doorway before he leaves.
Now, I don't know how you big city boys do it, but you'll be sure to see Daisy to her door tonight,
he says sternly. He puts a slight emphasis on the word Daisy.
Yes, sir.
Chase nods. Herman! I slap my hands on the table with exasperation. I'm not 15.
No, if you was 15 and going out with him, I'd fetch my shotgun. Night, Daisy.
He waves and lets the screen door slam shut behind him. You sure you can survive 2 full weeks of this? I elbow Chase gently.
12 more days now,
he corrects me, and an odd glumness presses down on me. 12 more days until we return to New York City and our normal roles.
And I can do 12 more days standing on my head. Trying to get rid of me?
If I wanted to get rid of you, I'd just tell the boys back there that you were trying to take advantage of my virtue. He chokes on a laugh. His mouth twitches. Don't let out one single chuckle, I warn him. Not if you know what's good for you. He covers his mouth and coughs hard, and I swear I hear a sarcastic chortle in there, but he doesn't laugh out loud. We keep walking. We're heading away from downtown. I'm not ready for the evening to end. I'm on a fake date with Chase Lancaster. The nice version of Chase, the one I secretly fantasized about all along. I've still got a warm feeling from him standing up for me back at the diner, and just from being with him. He slings his arm over my shoulder as we walk, and it feels so casual, so natural, that it takes me 2 whole blocks before I remember that this is all for show. We keep walking, heading down a side street now. The sun has set, and the night air is warm and fragrant. How do we always manage to fall into such perfect rhythm when we walk side by side? Has it always been like that? When I think of it, I've never walked next to him before. In New York, if I went to a meeting or conference with him, I was always trailing a couple of steps behind. We're looping through the back streets, and the next thing I know, I've steered us down Peach Blossom Lane. The lots are enormous, the yards lush with fruit trees and flowers. We're approaching a red brick federal-style house with white columns and a fan-shaped window topping the front door. The house sits on 2 acres and faces a big empty lot. Nobody lives in the house to the left, and the Willards, who live on the right, always go up north for the month of June to visit their son and his family in Maine. It almost feels like privacy. Chase doesn't question me as we head up the front steps of the red brick house. I'm almost considering just asking him what he's doing here. Would he tell me? Am I more important to him than business? And do I really want to know the answer to that question? Then his phone buzzes with a distinctive sound that I recognize as his father texting him. He pulls it out of his pocket and glances at it, with his hand cupped around the phone, hiding the screen. He reads it, scowls, and shoves it back in his pocket. Your father? Is everything okay? I say. He looks at me questioningly. I recognize the chime you picked for his texts.
It should really be the Darth Vader theme.
He smiles grimly.
Yes, everything's fine.
I open the door. The hinges squeak as it swings open. I have the key on my keychain, but it's not necessary. Front door's unlocked. It's bitter end, after all. We walk into a sweltering, dark house. I flip the lights on. The furniture is all antique. It's been reupholstered, freshly stained, and refinished, but none of it's newer than the 1920s, and a lot of it is 1800s. Lacy curtains adorn the windows.
Whose house are we breaking into?
He asks as we stride through the mudroom, into the living room with its broad heart of pine plank floors.
You want to look for some nice silver, and I'll grab the electronics?
Oh, we own it. It belonged to my late Aunt Tabitha. She mostly raised my mother because my maternal grandparents died young, and she was 12 years older than my mom. We could sell it, I guess, but my mom keeps it for sentimental reasons. And I'm alone in a house with Chase Lancaster. Why did I do this? I mean, my legs took me here without even consulting with my brain. Stupid legs.
So,
he says casually.
You ever see yourself coming back here and helping your mother run the hotel?
And there we go. The subtle questioning. Tomorrow I need to hit up Naomi and see what kinds of questions Chase was asking her, my mother, and my grandmother. Well, two can play the non-answer game. I thought you were planning on keeping me chained to my desk for the rest of my life. Or at least, until I've lost the will to live.
And I thought you were going to at least put up enough of a fight to make things interesting.
I shrug and smile.
I didn't mean right away,
he persists.
I meant in like 10 years or so.
If his intentions were pure and he wasn't planning something sneaky, wouldn't he just come out and ask me? Of course, I could confront him, but right now I've got nothing but an overheard conversation and a stack of brochures. I need more intel. Let's talk about something more interesting, I say. He shrugs, giving up gracefully. We wander through the house, and he asks me what I remember about Aunt Tabitha. I talk about her legendary rib roast, and how she made the sweetest, tangiest lemonade that ever puckered a tongue. She taught me how to make buttermilk biscuits, and how to needlepoint. I show Chase the needlepoint sampler I made when I was in middle school, up on the parlor wall. I tell him how she said the longest grace before meals that anyone ever heard. The Gettysburg Address of saying grace. Callie used to have to kick me under the table to keep me from falling asleep. He's so close to me, we keep bumping into each other.
Everyone in town knows we're here,
he says.
Alone, unchaperoned. I'm surprised nobody's breaking down the door.
I'm seized by a sudden foolish impulse. You want to go somewhere where they can't find us? Great. First my legs had to be all stupid and walk us in here, and now my mouth is joining in the party.
Is there such a place?
I lead him out through the kitchen and out the back door, through the overgrown garden. The hedges have run wild, and weeds and vines twirl up, hiding us from view. Massive rose bushes, untrimmed for the last decade, perfume the air. We wind our way through the thick jungle to the carriage house, which is being swallowed up by jessamine vines. I make a mental note to come out here and do some weeding before I go back to New York. The carriage house was converted to an apartment in the early 1900s. It's a one-bedroom with a little kitchen. Appliances from the 1950s. White sheets cover the furniture in the small living room. All alone, I say to him. The fat moon is glowing through the front window. I suck in a breath of thick, humid air, and it makes me cough. I quickly flip on the air conditioning window unit and then turn to look at Chase. He's so close and so beautiful. There's no other way to describe it. Even his imperfections are pretty. He's got a tiny scar on his forehead from when he practiced fencing as a boy and neglected to wear his mask. A little mole by his right ear. A scruff of 5 o'clock shadow dusts his strong jaw, and his blue eyes shine with a warmth that heats parts of me that I never knew existed.
Daisy?
His voice has a low, urgent tone to it. Chase?
How are you?
There's genuine concern infusing his words. Fine. You know you've never asked me that before.
Surely I have. In 3 years? Come on.
Trust me, I'd have noticed, and dropped dead from the shock.
Well?
He clears his throat awkwardly.
Empathy hasn't been my thing, I guess. I could work on trying to be a little bit less of an asshole. Please notice my emphasis on the words a little bit.
Is that your way of saying you'll be less of a jerk if I stay?
You're not leaving me,
he says quickly. There it is again. Not you're not leaving the company. He's saying you're not leaving me. My heartbeat quickens at the implications. But I can't just ignore the way he's treated me for the past 3 years. Chase, do you understand what it's like to work for you? I feel completely unappreciated. The only times I remember you even saying thank you is when you're being sarcastic, like thanking me for forging everyone's signatures on that birthday card. He blinks in surprise.
Thank you,
he says, in a grave, serious tone. For what? I say suspiciously. His blue eyes are shining, with a look I've never seen before.
For always being there when I needed you. For seeing my human side when nobody else did. For saving me from showing my worst, again and again.
We're inches away from each other. I don't remember moving. It's like some magnetic force pulled us together. Heat sizzles through my veins, and my panties are soaked with my arousal. Chase, I groan. How can we work together when we go back to New York? It's going to be incredibly weird and awkward when we go back home. We've built up all this crazy sexual tension.
Entirely one-sided, of course,
he says dryly. Of course, he switches over to dickhead mode the second things start to get too real. And I'm not going to let him get away with it. Keeping Chase human and honest is my job, and right now I am extremely motivated to satisfy the requirements of my job. And my raging libido. Is this one-sided? I stand on my tiptoes and brush my lips over his, sending a jolt of electricity zapping through my body. His long, thick cock strains against his slacks, pressing into my stomach.
Fuck, Daisy.
He twists his fingers in my hair and nips at my lower lip. My insides go liquid.
You're the only one who ever calls me out on my bullshit.
Is it one-sided? I insist. He grabs me and shoves me up against the wall so hard that a framed picture falls from the wall and hits the floor. Roughly, he cups my chin in his hand and tips my head up. He bends down and brushes his lips over my mouth.
You know it isn't,
he murmurs. Chapter 11. Daisy. I'm backed up against the wall, caged in by his arms, which are bent and pressed up on the wall on either side of me. He teases me with his lips, kissing me lightly and then pulling away until I groan in frustration.
Tell me you want me,
he murmurs into my mouth. I obey, speaking in a dreamy voice that feels unconnected to my brain. I want you. He nibbles on my lower lip.
I want you too. I have since the minute I saw you. You freaked me the hell out. That's why I'm always such an asshole to you.
Is that why you tried to have me fired? I demand.
That's one reason. You made me feel things, and I needed to shut that shit down immediately.
I'm aware of every thump of my heart, reverberating throughout my entire body. What other reason? He sighs regretfully and then presses his lips to the top of my head, his warm breath fanning my hair.
I knew our company wasn't a good fit for you, and for once in my life I was trying to do the right thing.
So what's changed?
Me. Because of you. You're there every day, close enough to touch and taste, giving me grief, driving me fucking crazy.
His voice is a tortured groan.
I can't imagine waking up and not being able to see you. I mean, even if I'm on a business trip overseas, I can Skype every day and know I'll see your face. It's what gets me through the day. You can't quit, Daisy.
He bends down and brands my neck with hot kisses, filling my veins with liquid fire.
I won't let you.
His words stroke parts of me I didn't even know existed. How will you stop me? I challenge him.
I have resources. I will hunt you down and throw you over my shoulder and bring you back where you belong.
He nips the curve of my neck and then licks it. You're sexy when you go all caveman like that. I gasp out the words, not even trying to hide my arousal. He straights up, searing me with a look of pure hunger.
You're sexy when you breathe. Take off your shirt. Now.
I'm going to be topless in front of Mr. Lancaster, my boss. He's going to see my boobs. There's a tiny part of my brain that's still rational, and it freezes my hands before they can tear off my top. This is crazy, right? We shouldn't. Should we? We shouldn't.
Have you forgotten who's the boss here? I don't tolerate insubordination.
What are you going to do? Fire me? I taunt.
Oh no, you don't get off that easy.
He takes half a step back, grabs my shoulders, and spins me around. I stumble and catch myself, facing the wall now. He lands a light, stinging slap on my right butt cheek. I've never been spanked before. It's shockingly erotic. I brace myself against the wall with my hands. He does it again and again, moving his hand, and I moan into the wall, arching my back and pushing my rear end toward him.
That's for talking back,
he rumbles into my ear. Oh, but how are you going to punish me? He doesn't answer, just spanks me again on the other butt cheek. Then he bends down and kisses my shoulder, and at the same time slides his hands between my legs, rubbing me through the thin material of my slacks. His hand moves back and forth slowly, with firm pressure. Moisture seeps from my heated sex. Then he pulls his hand out and takes a step back. I spin around with a gasp of outrage. What are you doing?
Orgasm denial.
His beautiful mouth curls in an evil smile.
That's how I'll punish you. Now take your shirt off or I'll leave you with the worst case of blue clit known to womankind.
You're such a dick.
You knew this about me already, and yet here we are. Do it now, Daisy. I want to watch.
He stands back, and the look on his face is sure and self-confident. He knows that I'll do what he wants. I should be furious, but there is something so erotic about being under his command that instead I'm mesmerized. Slowly, I peel my shirt off and drop it to the floor.
Bra,
he growls. I quickly peel it off and drop it on top of my shirt. My boobs are small, and I've always been kind of self-conscious about it, but the way he's looking at them right now, I don't think I ever will again. There's a hunger and a reverence in his eyes that makes me feel like the most gorgeous, desirable creature on earth. Now you, I say.
Say please.
Jesus, bossy much? Do I need a safe word here? I'm unbuttoning my slacks as I say it.
Do you want one?
His eyes flash with a wicked challenge.
Pumpkin.
Asshole. He picked my least favorite term of endearment. How can I be laughing and turned on at the same time? I should give him grief. I should make him beg me, but my whole body is one giant throb of desire. Please take your clothes off. I want to see you naked. Then I want you to fuck me until I forget my own name. He's turned me into a wanton hussy version of myself, and I'm loving it.
That can be arranged.
His fingers fly down the front of his shirt, undoing his buttons so fast they might as well have been Velcro. Within less than a minute, we're both naked. And my brain is doing that thing again where it reminds me that he's my boss and I'm his personal assistant and... oh my God, he scooped me up and slung me over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. Hey, I squawk. But a minute later, we're in the bedroom, and he's dumped me on the 4-poster bed. The air is warm and sultry in here, but that's not why I'm sweating. He slides on top of me, and his mouth closes on my nipple, torturing the ruby tip. Chase, I gasp. Yes? He moves from one breast to the other, suckling them, caressing as I lie there, a liquid pool of desire. Then he kisses his way down my stomach, leaving a trail of burning kisses until he's moved between my legs. He strokes the neatly shaved triangle there, and I shiver and stifle a moan.
Spread your legs nice and wide for me, or I'm going to spank you so hard you won't be able to sit for a week.
I might, I gasp. I might not mind that.
Good to know.
He thrusts his hands between my thighs and spreads them open wide.
But I've been wanting to taste you for 3 fucking years, and it's going to happen. Now.
His rough words of command melt any hope of resistance, and I part my legs even wider. He spreads my lips open, and the first lap of his tongue sends shivers through my body. When he closes his mouth around my swollen clit and sucks hard, I cry out in pleasure. What happens next is wordless moans and aggressive thrusts of his tongue, my fingers tangled in the silk of his hair, and a hot, building wall of pleasure that burns inside me like lava. When he moves away from me, I gasp in dismay.
"Condom,"
he growls.
"in my wallet. I'll be right back. Don't fucking move."
Yes, sir. I halfway sit up and lift my arm in a mock salute.
"Keep being a smartass. That spanking's not off the table yet."
He pauses in the doorway to grin fiercely at me. My God, the size of that erection. It's thick and rigid, the purplish head glistening with pre-cum. When he turns and hurries from the room, I enjoy the view of his perfect ass, each cheek a gorgeous light tan globe. He's back in next to no time, and I watch greedily as he rolls the condom onto his enormous cock. Moments later, he's flipping me over.
"Ass in the air,"
he growls, and I obey immediately. He kneels behind me, and his strong hands grip my hips. The thick head of his erection presses against my entrance, and he rocks his hips and thrusts into me, but he's only halfway inside. "Chase," I gasp. He inches into me with slow, smooth thrusts until he's filled me, stretching me. Only then does he begin pumping with a firm, hard rhythm. Each thrust rocks the bed so hard it squeaks, and I brace myself against the headboard. "Faster," I gasp. "Harder."
"Fuck, Daisy. You feel so good. I love how wet you are. How tight."
He pistons into me, sending rivers of sensation cascading over me until I'm thrust over the edge. "Yes!" I shout shamelessly as my orgasm crashes down on me like a tidal wave. My inner sheath spasms, squeezing him hard, and he groans in release, his fingers sinking into the flesh of my hips. He holds me tightly as his body shudders, and I squeeze my eyes shut, pinpricks of light exploding behind my lids as heat rushes through me. Finally, we collapse together on the bed and lie twined and sweaty and panting for breath. I nestle my face into his chest. It's like a solid plate of muscle, with a light dusting of hair. I struggle for words. That was
"Fucking sensational."
He strokes my hair, running his fingers through the strands.
"It's everything I've dreamed about when I jerked off in the shower and thought of you."
I choke on a laugh. "Chase, you're such a romantic."
"Tell me you've never done the same."
"Well, my anatomy is a little different, as you've just personally experienced. But yes, I might have possibly imagined you late at night when I was with Bob." He sits bolt upright, with a look of outrage and astonishment.
"What?"
"Battery-operated boyfriend," I splutter, sitting up too. I'm sorry. That's what me and all the girls at work call it. I forget it's not a universally used term."
"Jesus. I was just about to call up some people I know and arrange a hit on this Bob asshole."
"Aw, that's sweet, in a totally psychotic way. Wait, you know people? What kind of people?" His face goes inscrutable and blank.
"I said nothing and I know nothing."
"Well, now we're sitting up, and we can't hide out here forever." I'm warm with post-sex afterglow, but doubt is creeping in now, too. I heave a reluctant sigh. I have to get home soon, or people will talk. And I stand up. He gets up, too.
"It's bitter end,"
he points out.
"They'll talk anyway."
"You're learning." Minutes later, we're both dressed, and the warm afterglow is cooling, leaving me with a strange sadness. Chase is the second man I've ever been with. I made Percy wait for 2 years before I gave it up to him, and that was because I was sure we were getting married. I've just complicated things enormously, and my emotions are a tangled mess. Chase's face softens.
"What's wrong?"
"Where do we go from here, Chase?" He looks at me thoughtfully.
"I don't know. Things have changed between us. They can't go back to the way they were, and I don't want them to. Where do you want it to go?"
I don't look at him as I walk to the door. I want more of this. I want everything from you. I want you to tell me what you're up to, and I want it to be something that won't make me hate you. A chill flows through me, making me shiver as we step into the night air. I just had sex with a man who's not just my boss, but a liar. Or at the very least, a man who's keeping a big and important secret from me. I don't know yet, I admit, my voice gone somber and sad. I think all we can do is take it day by day. He reaches for my hand as we walk, but I quicken my pace and hug myself, staring off into the distance as we walk. Chapter 12. Daisy. Chase has a bunch of conference calls on Monday, which is a good thing, because I'm afraid if we're together in public, a giant flashing neon sign will appear in the sky and point down at us. They had sex. They had sex. They had sex. I need some time to calm down and get my feelings under control. Naomi doesn't work at the salon on Mondays, so I arrange for her to meet Callie and me at the diner. I want us to plan our next move. Unfortunately, Graham hears Callie and me talking in hushed whispers, and she demands to know what we're up to. When we refuse to tell her, she insists on tagging along with us. Not because she wants to keep us out of trouble, because she's hoping we'll include her. There's no way I will, though. Mama would kill me if she knew what we were up to, and she'd kill me even deader if I included Grandma May. I'll have to meet up with the girls again later once we figure out a way to shake Grandma. I am completely blown away by what happened between Chase and me last night. But I'm also an expert at compartmentalizing. It started after Daddy died. If I hadn't found a way to wrap up my emotions and shove them in a box, I'd have been paralyzed with grief and anger. For now, I'm just building a wall around my feelings for Chase and focusing on what's important. My family, my hometown, and planning out the detective club's next move. If I'm going to be seen hanging out with you in public, you will behave in a respectable fashion, Callie says to Grandma May. You were out of control at the wedding reception. Honey, you need to unbunch your drawers and learn how to let loose, Grandma May says, shaking her head. Which one of us has one foot in the grave now? Because of the way you're talking, anyone would think it's you. Callie sucks in her breath for an indignant retort. I hold up my hand. Hey, I say, I understand. Whatever any of us say or do travels from one end of the county to the other faster than a supersonic jet, and it always comes back on Mama. Just because we may not care what people think of us, and by we I mean you, Grandma May, doesn't mean Mama doesn't care. We don't want her to have to up the dosage on her meds, do we? Thank you, Callie says in a wounded tone. You don't know the half of it. You could tell me. I give her a sidelong glance. We don't seem to talk anymore. I know a lot of that's on me. Talking on the phone is not the same as me being here. You barely even have time to talk, she says. You call and say hi like we're one of your scheduled appointments. You spew out whatever anecdotes you've saved up for us, and you make the right noises when we tell you what's happening here, and then it's always, gotta go, love you, bye. Ouch. I didn't realize. I blink hard. She just scored a direct hit. I had no idea I was being like that. I'm on such a frantic treadmill at the office, piled high with busy work that never feels like it's done. Well, she shrugs, her tone softening. You did come home for 2 whole weeks this time, and in fairness to you, you were very restrained at the wedding. I should have given you more credit for that, because I know it was hard for you. Let's sit down and talk after lunch. The tension in my gut loosens a little. I don't even get too upset when Grandma May flips off a passing car. It's the Robards, and Sissy Robard accused Grandma May of cheating at bingo once. Naomi is already seated at a table when we walk into the diner, and she has an enormous grin on her face. Hey, Daisy, Boone says as I shut the door behind us. He makes a big point of waving at me, holding up his hand for several seconds as he does so. It looks weird. For a minute I'm confused, then I remember Chase making up the nickname Filthy Fingers. Boone is afraid that Chase was talking about him. He's showing me that he washed his hands. I almost feel guilty, but hey, an obsession with hand hygiene is not the worst thing for a diner owner to have. And I'm sure that he will get over it. Eventually. Maybe. Sheriff Buckley and one of his deputies, a new guy who looks like he's related to the Red Holler Spillwells, are sitting at the counter. They wave at us, and I wave back as I sit down. Poor Sheriff Buckley. He took over when his predecessor dropped dead of a heart attack at age 80, and now he has to deal with the daily ridiculousness that is Swampy Bottom County. They can be a real handful. I grab my spoon and whack Naomi on the arm. You've got gossip. Spill, I order her. You're gonna love this so much. Remember how we hoped Savannah would have a lifetime of karma? Naomi smirks as the waitress, Patience, brings our menus. Patience stands there waiting. Not for our orders, of course, but for what comes next. A hush falls over the diner as all eyes turn to Naomi, even the sheriff's. I heard it from a very trusted source. Savannah and Percy's honeymoon is over. They were at some mountain retreat having sex outside in the bushes, and he ended up getting poison ivy on his ass so bad that he's in the hospital today. They're having to cancel the honeymoon and come home early. No, Patience gasps. Yes, Grandma May crows. Oh, come on. That's just too perfect, I protest. Did that really happen? Swear on a stack of Bibles. An enormous grin splits my face. We all start laughing. I'm howling. Tears run down my cheeks. The whole diner is looking at us. Patience is practically vibrating with impatience to take our orders so she can start circulating the gossip. Grandma May is giggling to herself. I'll have a Mayor Mike medium rare, she tells Patience. Then she looks at me. Poison assy, she snickers, and I start laughing again. I'll have my usual, I tell her. I'll have a Betty, Callie says. That's a broiled chicken breast. Betty, an ancient dowager now, was once a chorus girl in New York, and she is still very well endowed. Give me a prosecutor, Naomi says. Pamela shoots across the room like a greased pig at a hog wrestling contest, eager to spread the news. I hear a chair across the room scrape really loudly, and I realize Willa Dean is sitting in a booth across the room with her husband Randolph and Mimi, Savannah's bestie from college. The one who caught the bouquet. Oops. Willa Dean always acts like she's lowering herself coming to the diner, and yet she still does. They have a fancier restaurant in Sugar Hill, which is much more her speed, but her husband owns the savings and loan on Main Street, so she comes here to join him for lunch. I think the real reason she comes here so much, though, is that she's always the wealthiest, best-dressed person in the room when she's in Bitter End, and she's the kind of person who needs that. They're dressed to the nines, as always. Willa Dean is wearing a two-piece pink Chanel suit and high heels. Randolph has a pocket square and chunky cufflinks, and Mimi's wearing a Lily Pulitzer dress and lime green stilettos. Why is Mimi still here? I ask Naomi, wiping tears from my face with a napkin. Naomi rolls her eyes. Oh, Savannah got her a job at the car dealership. Mimi worships the ground Savannah walks on. Goes to the same tanning salon, copies what she wears, how she talks. She asked us to do her hair and makeup just like Savannah's. It's pathetic. Just what this town needs. Callie makes a face. A Savannah clone. Because one of them isn't bad enough. I sneak a look across the room. Willa Dean's face is puckered in disapproval. I can see where Savannah gets her butthole face expression. We do our best not to make it too obvious that we're laughing. We really do, but it's hard. Every couple of minutes, my grandmother says, poison assy again, and Callie tries to look severe and disapproving, but even she can't help herself. Finally, Willa Dean appears to have had enough of this. Willadine makes a big show of shoving her chair back and standing up, and Mimi quickly does the same. They stalk over to glare at us. Willadine's husband wisely hangs back, making a big show of very slowly pulling out his wallet. They stop by our table. I shove my chair back. My grandmother grips her cane, and she looks a little too hopeful. "Don't start anything," Callie hisses at her. "Mama will have a conniption." Willadine's mouth curls up in a painful rictus of a smile. She flies into Charlotte to get her lips inflated every few months, and she also gets Botox. She can still frown, but with only half her forehead. "Daisy, the wedding's over, yet you're still here." Poisoned sugar drips from every word. "And that boyfriend of yours, too. Doesn't he have a real job? I hear he used to work for some hotel. Maybe Percy could find something for him to do at the car dealership." "Willadine, dear," Grandma May coos, "love what you've done with your face." Willadine's fake smile vanishes. "Anyway, I just wanted to say we've been so delighted to welcome Percy to our family." She looks me right in the eye, her gaze narrow and mean. "And he surely dodged a bullet when he—" "Hey!" She squawks in outrage when my grandmother leaps to her feet and knocks over her coffee. It pours right into Willadine's purse. "Did you see what she did?" She howls to her husband, who's shuffling quickly toward the front door. He freezes like a deer caught in the headlights. "Savannah said they were common," Mimi simpers. "She said their china pattern is Tupperware." Grandma May's eyes flash dangerously. "Don't you look down your nose job at me, you leatherized skeleton." Mimi looks contemptuously at my grandmother. "Who let her off her leash?" "Careful," my grandmother growls. "I'm not up to date on my rabies shots." She snaps her dentures at Mimi. Mimi leaps back with a startled shriek, trips over her own heels, and falls on her butt. "You crazy old bitch!" Willadine raises her hand to slap my grandmother. "Oh, no, she didn't. I haven't gotten into an actual physical fight since high school, but nobody lays a hand on my grandma." I lunge to my feet and jump on top of Willadine. We crash to the ground, and Mimi, still lying on the ground, kicks me in the leg. Naomi grabs Mimi's hair and pulls hard, and a blonde extension comes loose, which makes Mimi scream like she's been shanked. My grandmother starts whacking everybody with her cane. "Ow, you got me!" I yell at my grandmother as Willadine and I roll on the linoleum, furiously slapping each other. "Stop it! Stop it right now!" Callie tries to pull us apart, and Mimi swings at her. Naomi dumps her soda on Mimi's head. The next thing I know, Sheriff Buckley and his deputy Ann Boone are diving into the fray and separating us. "They attacked us," Willadine wails. "All of them. They ganged up on us. They're a criminal gang. Why aren't you arresting them?"
"I had a front row seat, ma'am, and I'd say it was pretty mutual. In fact, you started the whole thing when you raised your hand to slap an old lady. Shame on you. I'm afraid I'm going to have to take you all in for causing a public disturbance."
2 deputies race through the front door, panting and sweating in the heat. The sheriff's office and the county jail are just down the street from us, unfortunately. I wonder if Sheriff Buckley called in for backup as soon as he saw Willadine approach our table. Or maybe when he saw me and my family walk through the door. The next thing I know, we're all being hustled out the front door. At least we're not handcuffed. Mimi's crying hysterically, black rivers of mascara pouring on her face. Willadine is screaming, threatening, and yelling, "Call my lawyer!" I'm not sure who she's shouting to. Her husband has vanished. We've got quite an audience as we're being marched down the street. People are pouring out of the shops, peering out of windows, slowing down in their cars, and of course, everyone's snapping pictures. We all get fingerprinted and photographed. This is kind of exciting, at least for me and Grandma May. Callie is near tears, and Naomi looks kind of nervous, I should have known better than to think any of you could go without embarrassing Mama for a single solitary day. Callie's face flushes with anger. Ugh, we can't call a truce for one stinking afternoon. I'm getting pretty fed up with her schoolmarm lectures, but I hold my tongue. I'll never make it in the big house. I'm too pretty, Naomi protests as we wipe the ink from our fingers with wet naps. Make friends with the biggest, meanest felon you can find and she'll protect you. I shrug. It always works on TV. Besides, you can do hair. That's gotta be a valuable prison skill. What do I have? There's not much call for branding and marketing in the Hoosgow. This isn't funny, and I'm never speaking to any of you again as long as I live. Callie stamps her foot. Will you put that in writing? I say hopefully. Apparently the no speaking has already started, because she presses her lips together, looks away, and taps her foot on the ground. Do you want to be a Blood or a Crip? I ask Naomi, but I never get to find out her answer, because the deputy opens the door that leads to the jail cells in the back and points.
Ladies,
he says. I'll see you at bingo, Barb, Grandma May calls out to the woman who fingerprinted us. Grandma, how do you know her? You've never been arrested before, have you? I ask suspiciously. As far as you know. The deputy is smart enough not to put us in the same cell as Willadine and Mimi. Unfortunately, there are only 2 cells for ladies, and they're side by side. I know there are 4 for men. I know this because my civics class toured the county jail when I was in high school. Looks like the men in Bitter End get in trouble twice as often as the gals. I sit down on the bench as Callie paces. Day 1. I can barely remember what the sun feels like, I intone in a mournful voice. I miss the wind on my face, the taste of real coffee, being able to shower without fearing for my life. The whole group of you are crazier than a bag of bedbugs. I'm going to sue you until you're dead, Willadine screeches from her cell. I'll take that hotel from you and burn you to the ground. I turn to give her a scornful look. You violently assaulted a helpless old lady, I scoff. Let's see you try to explain that in court. Helpless? That old bitch is about as helpless as... Ow! My grandmother furiously pokes her walking stick through the bars and smacks Willadine right in the boob. Willadine screeches like a scalded hoot owl.
ma'am, don't make me come in there,
the deputy says to Grandma May.
Please, I mean it. My grandma quilts with you, and I'm already in enough trouble with her for arresting you. If I have to confiscate your cane, I'll never taste her pecan pie again.
I can't help it. I start laughing again. Naomi and my grandmother join me. Callie stands on the far side of the cell with her back to us, radiating waves of disapproval so thick we could choke on them. Chapter 13. Daisy. We're only there for about half an hour before Willadine's husband, my mother, and Chase bustle through the door to the holding area, accompanied by the sheriff. My mother is wearing an apron and she has smudges of flour on her face. Daisy, what have you done? My mother demands. Guilt squeezes the breath from my lungs. They started it, I say defensively. Liar, Willadine screams from her cell. That old lunatic attacked me. Chase is standing there, hands in his pockets, with a grin on his face like he's watching the best sitcom ever. Chase, what are you doing here? I ask. He holds up his wallet.
Bail money,
he grins.
Couldn't leave my sweetie wasting away in the big house. That won't be necessary. The judge doesn't want to waste his time with this nonsense,
Sheriff Buckley says.
If you've all cooled down, I will let you off with a warning. Willadine and Mimi will go out the side, you all will go out the front. If it happens again, there will be a court appearance and fines.
You'll be hearing from my lawyer, Willadine says haughtily. Especially you. She glares at Buckley, who looks unruffled.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a hint of a smile tugging at his lips, but he manages not to bust out laughing. My grandmother snaps her dentures at Mimi as we exit our cells, and Mimi stifles a small shriek and hides behind Willadine.
May?
The sheriff barks at her.
What did I just say?
Oh, don't worry, my grandmother says. They're safe from me. They're not worth the dynamite it'd take to blow 'em to hell. We walk down the front steps of the jail. A couple dozen people are crowded around waiting for us, and they let out a cheer, accompanied by a lot of whooping and hollering and applause. I pause and bow dramatically. Callie elbows me as I'm standing back up. My uncle is in the crowd, holding his camera. He snaps a picture of us as we walk out. Hey, my mother cries. You better not even think about running that in the paper. He shrugs with an apologetic grin. Yep, it's going in. Tyrell, Grandma May yells at him. You're Ty. Did I raise you in a barn, boy? He rolls his eyes at her and adjusts his tie.
That better, Mama?
He calls out, then points the camera at her and snaps a picture. He catches her flipping him the bird with her wrinkled arthritic finger. You're not too old for me to take my belt to you, she scowls at him. Tyrell is my daddy's older brother. He probably knew Chase's dad, Jefferson, since Jefferson and my dad were in business together way back when. Maybe he'd have an idea why the Lancasters are suddenly sniffing around our hotel. I'll go talk to him. Gimme a minute, I say to my mother. I walk over to him and draw him aside. The crowd parts reluctantly, and we go a few dozen steps away from them.
Hey, Daisy,
he says cheerfully. So he's heard. He chuckles.
Good job. You been back in town, 3 days now, and you're already giving me front-page news?
If you put us in the paper, you know my mother's gonna throw a hissy fit. He smiles apologetically and shrugs.
Wouldn't be the first time I made her mad with me. This is a big story for Bitter End, and you know it. Journalism has to be neutral. Can't show favoritism to anybody, even family.
I glance around us and lower my voice. I had a question for you, actually, and I'd appreciate it if you kept it off the record for now. What do you remember about Chase's father? Tyrell looks puzzled.
Jefferson Lancaster? Not much. You know they were college roommates. Then right after college, your daddy went through a brief thing where he wanted to get away from Bitter End, be his own man, all that stuff. He took some of his inheritance and invested in a business with Jefferson a few hours north of here. Then he heard that someone else was courting your mama, and I guess he was homesick too, and he sold his part of the business to Jefferson and came back here.
What kind of business?
Paper mill. I used to do business with him for my printing business. Chase's father sold the business a while back. I started buying my paper from someone closer and cheaper, and that was the end of that. Why do you want to know?
I blink innocently. Just trying to get a feel for the family, since I'm dating Chase now. Of course, I work with them. I was just interested in hearing some outside perspective.
Can't help you too much. Jefferson came to town a couple of times. I wasn't crazy about him. Typical city slicker. Talked too fast, walked too fast, only thing on his mind was business. Turned the charm on and off like water from a spigot.
It sounds as if Jefferson hasn't changed any over the years. Did he ever seem like he'd be interested in opening up a business here in town? Or joining our hotel business?
Jefferson?
Tyrell barks out a laugh.
Hell no. He seemed like he could barely get out of town fast enough. Looked down his nose at us. Honestly, after the first time he came, I wasn't even sure why he visited again. He came 3 or 4 times now that I'm thinking of it, but he never seemed really happy to be here.
Weird. Not super helpful, though. So, no chance of leaving us out of the paper tomorrow? I give it one last tree. He smiles apologetically, his face wrinkling, and I look at him and see my dad, and my heart swells in my chest.
I'm afraid not.
I walk over to my mother, Chase, and the girls. The crowd is starting to disperse. They look distinctly disappointed. I think they were hoping for a rematch, but the sheriff and one of his deputies have firmly steered Willadine and Mimi out the side of the building and down the block. So he won't put us in the paper? Mama asks eagerly. I sigh. I'm afraid he's holding firm. Journalistic ethics, he can't show favoritism to the family, blah, blah, blah. Callie shoots me a look of disgust and stalks off. Really, Daisy? My mother shakes her head in disbelief. I don't know how you always find yourself in these situations. What was I supposed to do? Let that witch hit Grandma? I demand. It'll be a cold day in HE double hockey pucks before I let that happen. We're back at the hotel 10 minutes later, and my mother storms off in a huff. Chase leaves to return some conference call, which I apparently hold him away from. Naomi, Grandma May, and I are left alone in the lobby, which is mostly empty since it's a weekday. The bar is closed, but that's not going to stop me. I go behind the bar and pour us each a shot. I know it's only noon, but we've earned it. I put money in the cash register to cover our drinks, and then we each slam our shot. Good stuff, Grandma May says appreciatively. Callie stalks past us, pushing a cart of towels. I'm out, by the way, and now I'm not talking to you again. She hustles out of the room, shoulders hunched, shoving the cart ahead of her. All right, that's it. Grandma May slams her cane down on the ground. What is she out of? I know you girls are up to something. Talk or I'll tell your mama on you. Naomi and I glance at each other. I sigh in defeat. Callie overheard something that Chase said the other night, talking to someone on his cell phone. It sounded like he's doing some reconnaissance on the hotel, I say. Maybe he wants to buy it? We can't figure out why he'd be interested. Pretty sure it's something he and his father are doing, so we were sneaking around doing some investigating. That big city Peckerwood. My grandmother actually looks shocked, which is not a look I often see on her face. Usually, it's Grandma May doing the shocking. I could have sworn he had it bad for you. I'm never wrong about that kind of thing. I must be losing my touch. So, what are we going to do about it? I tell her about how we've revived the detective club and we're spying on Chase. Well, I'm in, Grandma May said, as if there were ever any doubt. What I want to do next is get Chase out of his room so I can search it myself. If I can get into his laptop, I might be able to get an idea of what he's working on. I just don't know how to get him out of there unless I'm with him. But I need to be the one doing the searching. It's not something I can have you or Callie do. I need to be the one to hack into his laptop. Leave it to me, Grandma says. You girls go about your business. I'll be back shortly. She strolls off, humming to herself, and I go find Mama and grovel in apology for being arrested, while the two of us weed the garden. She isn't particularly happy with me and threatens to ground me for the rest of my visit, but she relents when I point out that it would be hard for Chase to court me if I were grounded. Also, I'm freaking 24, but I don't dare say that. I'd be grounded when I go back to New York, too. Grandma May comes back a couple of hours later, while I'm in the kitchen sipping iced tea and taking a break from the heat. Who's your favorite evil genius? She says. What did you do? Is it going to involve bail money? I ask. I can go borrow the money from Chase, I guess. No, I just put a bug in the mayor's ear. Asked him why he was being so neglectful about checking up on Chase's intentions. He is going to take him out to lunch tomorrow at noon after Chase does some conference calls in the morning. He'll do it under the guise of giving him a tour of City Hall, and then he'll corner him and make sure that Chase is going to do the right thing by you. I snicker at the thought of the mayor making Chase squirm. That sounds like a good time. Wish I could be there to see Chase wiggle his way out of that one. The rest of the day goes by in a blur of cleaning rooms and working behind the desk. Chase is busy too, thankfully, although we do meet up for a late dinner at the diner. I keep worrying that we both have giant blinking neon signs over our heads that say, "We had sex, we had sex." But since nobody kidnaps us and holds a shotgun wedding, it must just be my imagination. While Chase is downtown being interrogated by the mayor, I sneak into his room. I don't bother searching the drawers or his clothing because I know him too well. He wouldn't leave anything incriminating where it was easy to find, especially since he knows that someone went through his pockets. His laptop is in a hard shell case. I try various combinations for the lock. Finally, just for the heck of it, I enter my birthday. I don't know why it occurs to me, but my Chase ESP tells me to do it, so I do. The case yawns open, and his laptop is sitting in there all waiting for me to pillage and plunder. He knew my birthday? That was just a wild, crazy, total stab in the dark, or maybe wishful thinking. He's sure never given any sign that he knew when it was. He has never once wished me a happy birthday, or gotten me a card, or sent me anything for my birthday. I'm about to open the laptop when I hear a clicking sound. Some instinct warns me to move back. I throw up my arm to block my face. There's a hissing sound, and the next thing I know, I'm splattered with black ink all over my chest and arm. That bastard booby-trapped his laptop case. Oh, it is on. It is so on. Chapter 14. Daisy. 10 minutes later, I've convened an emergency meeting in the bathroom of an empty guest room with Callie, my grandmother, and Naomi, who had to hurry over from the salon. Callie has temporarily abandoned her never talking to you again rule, but she made sure to let me know she's not happy about it. "Please tell me you're giving up now," Callie says as I scrub my chest. She brought me a high-necked pink blouse from her closet. I'm standing in front of the mirror in my bra and jeans, scrubbing away at my chest with exfoliating soap. It's not helping. My arm, neck, and upper chest look like a Rorschach blot. "Hello, have you met me?" "I'm just getting started," I reply, surveying myself with a steely-eyed glare. "Are you insane?" "Hell yeah, I am. Crazy like a fox." She looks at my grandmother. "Grandma, you've got to stop her." Then she shakes her head in despair. Who am I kidding, asking Grandma May to be a good influence? "You didn't mind my bad influence in grade school when I was sneaking chocolates to you after your bedtime," Grandma May points out. I stop and look at my chest. My skin is bright red. If I scrub any more, it's going to bleed. "Just quit," Naomi says. "I brought some hardcore foundation from when I took that theatrical makeup class. Let your skin rest for a few minutes." She hands me a towel, and I delicately pat myself dry. Chase is going to be back from City Hall any minute. We need to come up with a reason why the ink bomb was set off, I tell Callie. A reason that does not involve me attempting to hack his laptop. Callie scowls at me. "I can't believe I let you drag me into yet another of your harebrained schemes." "Fine. I'll cover for you for the last time. I'll say one of the maids went in there and accidentally knocked the laptop off the table. He'll know we're lying, of course. If he's gone so far as to booby-trap his laptop, he already knows that his room is being searched." "Knowing and proving are two different things," I smirk. "That's my girl," Grandma May says with a nod of approval. "I raised you right." And now the no-talking rule is back in effect. Callie grabs the wet towels from the sink. "I do not know you. I do not acknowledge being related to any of you." She turns to go. "You can't keep this up forever," I call after her. She flips me off as she's leaving the bathroom. Naomi sets her makeup bag on the counter and starts pulling out tubes and sponges and pots and brushes. All right, here we go. It's waterproof and everything. I don't know how long that ink is going to take to fade. It could be as much as a couple of weeks, so I'll leave this with you." She carefully pats on the makeup with a sponge and then sets it with powder. I put on Callie's shirt, which is puke green and clashes aggressively with my skin tone. It covers up most of the ink, but it's seriously ugly and uncomfortably hot. I'm going to make Chase suffer, and I will smile when he's suffering. Naomi and Grandma May inspect me and then nod in approval. If anyone asks about the makeup, I'll just say that I have a rash, I say. "Make sure you invite Chase to dinner tonight," Grandma May says. "Oh, and I got a call from my spy at the mayor's office. Chase asked some questions about the hotel, how it's doing and all that, and how the downtown businesses are doing as well. When the mayor tried to pin him down about your future, Chase said he hoped that someday you'd stop playing hard to get and make him the happiest man on earth." "That bastard," I mutter resentfully, even though it's a really good answer. I text Chase, letting him know that he's invited to dinner. He replies with a text saying that he'd be delighted. Ha! Not when he sees what's on the menu. Then I spend the rest of the day working indoors because it's hotter than the hinges of hell outside, and I can't get away with wearing anything light, probably for a week. When Chase shows up at the doorstep of our farmhouse at 6 p.m. on the dot, he's wearing a light blue linen suit that is miraculously unrumpled. He never rumples, the son of a bitch, and he looks so cool and comfortable. Chase is still playing his role as the perfect boyfriend. He's holding a bouquet of flowers, and he kisses me on the cheek. Despite my utter fury, the soft touch of his lips does strange things to my feminine parts. My heart speeds up, and images of us together in the carriage house flash through my mind. My mother is watching from the kitchen window. The rest of the town is probably watching with binoculars. I take a step back. "Thanks so much for coming, sweetie," I say, pouring gallons of venom into that last word.
"Wouldn't have missed it for the world, Pumpkin. By the way, I heard about what happened with your maid."
He smiles sympathetically.
"Sorry about that. I should have warned housekeeping not to jostle the laptop case. It goes off at the slightest touch."
"Well, that sounds pretty risky," I say. "You're lucky it didn't go off on the plane."
"Aren't I, though?"
His voice is serious, but his eyes sparkle with mischief. I can't wait for him to sit down at the dinner table. Mess with a bull, you get the horns. Mess with an Abernathy and you get dinner cooked by my grandma. He glances down at my shirt.
"Isn't that kind of hot in this weather?"
Hell yes it is. Sweat is beading on my forehead and running down the sides of my face. You've never commented on what I wear before. How nice of you to be concerned.
Really doesn't look like your style, either.
He's enjoying this. He's smiling at me. Well, he won't be smiling for long. I grab the bouquet of flowers from his hand, and we head inside.
"What's that smell?"
he asks, looking alarmed as we walk through the living room. "Grandma's cooking." "Why?" I say in a challenging voice. He winces.
"It smells delightful."
We sit with my mother in the living room, making polite conversation, while my grandmother sets the dining room table. My mother, the schemer, has piled stuff up on the sofa so that Chase and I have to take the love seat, while she sits in the recliner. Callie joins us, sitting in the other recliner, shooting me looks of pure fury, but she has to talk to me because, if she didn't, my mother would want to know why. Naomi, wisely, did not join us tonight. I warned her to stay home. My mother keeps steering the conversation toward the wedding venues we have on our property.
"Is that the majority of your business, would you say?"
Chase asks, pretending to ignore her heavy-handed hints. "Oh gosh, it's always business with you, isn't it, babe?" I say, giving him one of my very best angry smiles. He's quite familiar with that one. "Now, dear," my mother chides me. "There's nothing more admirable than a man with a good work ethic. Your father had a good work ethic. I remember. Good work ethic and honest as the day is long, too. I shift on the love seat, accidentally elbow Chase in the ribs, and shoot him a dirty look. Everything about him annoys me right now. He smells good, he's completely unruffled, and he's far too self-satisfied. "Dinner is served," my grandmother calls. When we walk into the dining room, the look of alarm on Chase's face is all the nourishment I need. I wanted to make sure that Chase enjoys some good old-fashioned Southern cooking, my grandmother says, beaming hugely. We've got hog jowls, Rocky Mountain oysters, tripe, pig knuckles, and okra. Oh, and to honor my Irish heritage, we've got blood pudding. As we settle into our seats, my mother shoots Grandma May a look of indignation mingled with despair. Grandma May will be hearing about it later, that's for sure.
Oysters?
Chase peers at the silver bowl. Rocky Mountain oysters, I explain helpfully. Those are bull testicles. The color drains from his face. And the tripe is made from cow's intestines. Don't worry, the inner mucosal lining is removed. You're really getting a taste of the South here. I so rarely see Chase speechless. He just sits there and stares at the dishes like a condemned man, so after I serve myself, I serve him too. I make sure to pile his plate high until he grabs the serving spoon from me. Callie, sitting across from us, can't help herself. She has her hand over her mouth and her shoulders are shaking. She can be so much fun on those rare occasions when she lets herself loosen up for just a cotton-picking minute. My mother is watching Chase with a worried expression on his face. After a long pause, he grabs a fork and digs in. He says, chewing his tripe and forcing his mouth up into the shape of a smile. Grandma May winks at me. "Ink blast me, Willie." "Now, I don't want you to think we eat like that every night," my mother says. "Daisy doesn't cook these kinds of dishes at all, does she?" "Why? Something wrong with my cooking?" my grandmother says indignantly. My mother shoots her a frosty look. "Bless your heart, not at all," she says, and digs into her plate. We each have a glass of iced tea already set out for us. After Chase eats a Rocky Mountain oyster, he grabs his glass and desperately washes it down. Then he makes a gagging sound. From the look on his face, she must have done something to his tea. I'm guessing she made it very sour. "You okay there, sweetie?" I say solicitously.
Just went down the wrong way.
Chase coughs. He manages to choke down most of the meal and even politely compliments my grandmother for it afterward. She arches her eyebrows. "Oh, there's plenty more where that came from," she says, with a sharp note of warning. By now, Chase looks faintly green. I feel a little badly for him until I think about how I'm going to have to wear cover-ups for the next 2 weeks at least. I walk him to the door, but he doesn't try to kiss me again. I think he's afraid he might puke. I smile at him. "Thank you so much for coming. We're doing an eco tour tomorrow, by the way, just you and me. I'm thinking sometime afternoon so you can get your work done in the morning."
Can't wait,
he chokes out, and then rushes toward the hotel.
Chapter 15. Chase. It's 4 o'clock before I finish all of my work and head down to the boat ramp, but we've still got a few hours of daylight left. It's a sweltering day, so I change into a polo shirt, shorts, and deck shoes. Given that meal I endured last night, I should probably be worried at the prospect of Daisy and I headed out into the wilds, just the two of us, because she's clearly got an agenda. Dear God, that food! The whole family staring at me as I choked down every bite. The small smile on Daisy's face every time she heard me gag. If a condemned man were served that as a last meal, he'd beg to skip dinner and just face the firing squad. I'm glad I made it all the way back to my hotel room before dinner came back up. It didn't taste any better the second time around, and I'm 100% committed to replying in kind. I don't know how yet, but there'll always be an opportunity. Can't have Daisy forgetting who's boss now, can I? Daisy's not due here for 10 more minutes. The damp heat is already sending sweat trickling down the back of my neck. I watch an airboat full of tourists buzz off into the swamp, carving ripples into the murky water. So, Daisy knows that I'm on to her, and she's had my room searched, and she tried to get into my laptop. And whatever Daisy's up to, her grandmother must be in on it too, and probably her cousin Naomi, given the cold looks that she was giving me. I should be angry at Daisy, but honestly, it just makes me admire her more. I'm not finding out much about Bitter End, but I am figuring out a little more about what my father wants. He's revealing himself in subtle ways. I've been telling my father about the various points of interest in the area. This morning, when I told him we were going on a swamp tour, he suddenly perked up and started asking a lot of questions. He asked me how far out we were going, and if there's a group going with us or just Daisy and me. Then he said something that sounded faintly ominous. "Be careful out there. A lot of accidents happen in the swamp. Don't get so far out that you can't call for help." "What do you mean exactly?" I asked skeptically. "I've been out in that swamp. Phones and walkie-talkies both lose signal. If you're bitten by a venomous snake, help's a long way off." "Random," I say dryly. "Thank you for your concern." At the end of the conversation, he suggests I should also go visit the county museum and a brewery that's about an hour from here, and the drive-in and a few historic houses, and he asks me detailed questions about the apple orchards and gardens on the hotel property. He's trying to disguise his interest in the swamp, but I know him too well. When I hang up, I make a quick call to my mother. She hasn't learned anything new either. "How's Maxwell doing?" I ask her. "I'm sure he's fine. He's not talking to family right now or some such nonsense." I can't imagine why, with us being so close and all. Glancing up the pathway that leads to the dock, I see Daisy wearing a long-sleeved, high-necked shirt, shorts, and hiking boots. She's making her way toward me with a scowl on her face. "Daisy's coming, I've got to go," I say. "What is it with the two of you anyway?" she asks, catching me totally off guard. "The two of us," I say. "There is no two of us, not in the way that you seem to be implying anyway. We're not involved with each other. I'm spying on her family, she's my assistant. Why?" "Goodness, that was quite the verbal avalanche, considering that there's nothing going on," she says dryly. I go totally silent. Sometimes my mother can be a real bitch, and people wonder where I get my asshole genes from. Well, anyone who hasn't met my mother wonders. "You know, someday you and your father will both figure out that when it comes to me, you can't lie for shit," she says, and hangs up. Daisy's reached me now, and her face is slightly flushed from the heat. Sweat runs down the sides of her face. I bet she'd be a lot cooler if only she could wear a more comfortable shirt. I suppress a smile. That ink's going to take a couple of weeks to wear off, unless she asks me for help. She leads me over to a small motorboat. "We're not taking an airboat?" "I don't have airboat training. There's an 8-hour course," she says grumpily and starts climbing down the ladder off the side of the dock. I follow her. Rivulets of sweat run down her neck. Also, all the airboats were booked this afternoon. That goes in the mental file I'm building up. Airboat tours, popular. We settle into our seats, and she pulls a key from her pocket and inserts it into the ignition. The key is on a long red cord, and she clips the other end of the cord onto her belt and checks the gauge on the gas tank. She fiddles with the controls, then presses a button and the engine roars to life. She raises her voice to be heard over the sound of the motor. Also, I'm taking you out to an area that the airboats don't normally go to. Should I be worried? I grin at her. She flashes a challenging smile at me. Not too late to back out. I wouldn't miss it for the world. She wipes sweat from her forehead with the back of her arm. That material looks so heavy. You sure you're not too hot? I ask solicitously. She grabs the throttle and accelerates so fast I'm thrown back in my seat. Careful, she sings. We shoot through the water toward a narrow waterway that winds through stands of juniper trees, and I clutch the side of the boat. Do you need to sign up for remedial driving classes? I yell as she expertly steers through the waterway. She makes another sharp turn, and a spray of water hits me in the face. Do you need to sign up for remedial sitting classes? She shouts back. It's not hard. After we master the fine art of sitting, we can move on to walking. I'm too busy spitting out swamp water to answer. We bounce through the water, veering left and right, as Daisy demonstrates her ability to pilot a boat in the most jarring, god-awful fashion possible without capsizing us. The girl has hidden talents. Finally, as the waterway narrows, she slows the boat down. We're both soaked, but I've definitely gotten the worst of it. It's like she was able to aim the swamp water at me somehow. I want to keep taunting her about her heavy shirt, but my survival instincts kick in, and I decide to refrain as long as she's behind the wheel. Now that we've slowed down, I can relax a little and enjoy the primeval beauty of our surroundings. Enormous cypress trees jut from the water, soaring toward the blue sky. Woodpeckers tap out a staccato rhythm, drilling into rotting tree trunks. Songbirds fill the air with pure melody. Warblers, Daisy says, migratory birds. They fly to South America in the winter, but every spring they come home. Thousands of miles away, and yet they always find their way back here. I'm struck dumb by the wistfulness in her voice when she says that. We ride in silence, slowly cruising through dark waters. The woods thicken as we go deeper, and we're gliding under the gnarled branches of trees festooned with lacy curtains of Spanish moss. The sky is mostly clear blue, but off to the east, dark clouds bunch together in a sullen huddle. Wildlife scatters as we make our way through the quiet woods. Snakes skim along the surface of the water in a sinuous wriggle. Ospreys rise from their nests, crying out in protest, enormous wings catching the air currents. Finally, the trees part, and we emerge in a small clearing. There's a little island smack dab in the middle of it, with some scrubby underbrush and a little wooden cabin, and a very small but well-preserved boat dock. Smuggler's Island, Daisy says, as she maneuvers the boat close to a protruding stump near the island. My family used to run some moonshine back in the day. She pulls the key from the ignition, killing the engine, and ties the boat off to a post on the dock. She scrambles up to the dock without even looking at me. I follow her, and I'm standing right next to her as she stares out into the swamp, but there's a vast distance stretching out between us. It's not anger. It's worse than that. It's a cold kind of withdrawal that I've never felt from her before. Maybe the ink bomb was too much. Or maybe it's everything. The fact that I'm keeping secrets from her and fighting so hard to defend them. The cabin's well kept up, I say, just to make conversation. She lifts one slender shoulder in a casual shrug. Yeah. The family camps out here sometimes, and our friends do too. Lance and his wife like to come out here and fish. Aren't you going to offer me the guided tour? She glances at the sky. The dark clouds have drawn closer. A quick one. We should head back in a few minutes. Storms can move in pretty quickly here. We head up the dirt path into the cabin. It's tiny, one room with a little pot-bellied stove and a cupboard on the wall. Next to the stove is a stack of firewood on a metal rack and a box of kindling. A kitchen table with 2 chairs sits smack in the middle of the room. The far wall has a single twin bed with a red plaid blanket and a pillow. "My father used to take us out here for fishing," she says with that same distant tone. She glances out the window. "Yeah, that storm's coming in fast. We should go now." Then she turns and heads back out to the boat. I follow her and we climb back in. She jerks the rope from the mooring and starts the engine. "What else can you tell me about the area?" She gives me a narrow, sidelong glance. "Nothing you couldn't read in a brochure." "But I'd rather hear it from you." Her brows draw together in a scowl. "I'll send you out with a tour guide one of these days." "Care to tell me why the sour attitude?" She ignores me. Sweat plasters her hair to her head. I glance at her chest. "Your makeup is starting to run," I say to her. "I'd rather have angry Daisy than indifferent Daisy." She looks down in panic. "No, it isn't. It's waterproof." She glares at me. "And I'm getting a rash. That's why I'm wearing makeup on my chest." "What's that?" I smirk. "You did something rash?" The boat tips violently, nearly capsizing, and I go flying into the water. I'm completely soaked. My damn cell phone's going to be ruined. I was an idiot not to think of getting a waterproof case before I came out on the water with her. I make a huge deal of splashing around. "I can't swim!" I cry out. She leans over and grabs my hand. "For God's sake, you're in 5 feet of water. Just stand up." Instead, I give her a tremendous pull, and she goes flying and lands in the water next to me. She goes under and then resurfaces, spluttering and furious. I stand up and grin at her. Oops. She makes her way to the shore, and I follow her, squelching through mud. When we're on dry land, she smacks me in the chest. "You did that on purpose!" she shrieks. "So did you. Care to tell me why?" She glares at me. "You first." We stand there, both scowling, too stubborn to make the first move and admit that we both know the other one's up to something. She's patting her waist, and a look of panic flashes across her face. "I've lost my key," she squawks. "The boat key. The boat won't start without it. And my cell phone's soaked." "So's mine," I say uneasily. We stare at the water where we fell in. It's thick, dark, and murky. She shakes her head. "We'll never find it," she says despairingly. "I don't suppose you know how to hotwire a boat." Just at that moment, Mother Nature decides to pile on. The sky blackens, and an enormous bolt of lightning cracks. Rain pours down in a torrential downfall as if someone opened a heavenly spigot. We run for the shack. Lightning strikes again, deafeningly close, and Daisy slips on the mossy ground and falls with a scream. I run to help her up, and I slip too. Now we're both not just soaked, but covered in mud. I climb to my feet, reach down and grab her by the arm, quickly hauling her up. We stagger to the cabin, slipping with every step, and slam the door shut behind us. The temperature has plunged, and it's getting dark out. There's a kerosene lamp sitting on the small table, and Daisy fetches a pack of matches from a cabinet on the wall and lights it. She stands there by the table, shivering and hugging herself. Now I feel like crap. I pushed her in the water, and now she might get pneumonia because of me. "Here, I'll start the fire," I say. I grab the matches and set up the kindling, the tinder, and the logs. Within a few minutes, I've got the fire going. "You're surprisingly good at that," she acknowledges begrudgingly. She pulls a chair up in front of the stove and sits down, making a squelching sound. "I'm full of surprises." "Yeah? Like what?" "Oh, you know," I say vaguely. I look at her heavy, waterlogged shirt. "You've got to take that off. It's drenched." "Nope," she says stubbornly. "Suit yourself." I peel off my shirt and shorts and drape them across the back of the other chair, and I put my shoes on the chair's seat and set the chair in front of the stove. I'm standing there in front of the stove in my jockey shorts, and I like how Daisy keeps sneaking peeks at me. She's trying to resist, but she can't. It makes me feel warmer than the fire. Daisy's still shivering, though. For God's sake, Daisy, get out of those wet things. I let my gaze rove over her chest. It's not like I've never seen it before. I smile at her. And it was glorious. I'd like to see it again. She hugs herself stubbornly. She's hiding the ink. I walk over to the bed, grab the blanket, and bring it to her. Here. I will turn my back. I promise not to peek. You can wrap yourself in the blanket. I wait until she's changed and hung her clothing over the chair. It's safe now. You can turn around, she says. She's wrapped in the plaid blanket, her wet clothing draped across the back of the chair, and she's still shivering. I'll warm you, I say. I pull her over to the bed, and when we sit down, I gather her in my arms. She leans into me, resting her head on my shoulder. Outside, the rain is pouring down with hysterical fury, and the booms of thunder are ear-splittingly close. The room has warmed up considerably, though. With Daisy in my arms, I'm more content, more at peace in this tiny cabin than I am in my $5 million Upper East Side condo. We sit there in silence, waiting out the storm. The two of us together. It occurs to me that with Daisy by my side, I feel like I could weather any storm. And I know that can't be. She wants to leave our company, and as stubborn as she is, I'm pretty sure she means it this time. Even if she did, though, does it have to mean the end of us? I've never thought of myself as the kind of man that someone like Daisy would want. I'm not romantic. I'm not a relationship guy. But when I'm alone with her, I can't seem to stop myself. Without thinking, I lean down and kiss her neck. It just feels so right, so natural. I'm alone with Daisy. I should be kissing her. She laughs. I must taste like swamp. I'm probably toxic. I'll die happy, though. I bury my face in her neck. I move my lips up to her ear and nibble it. She shivers, in pleasure this time. I know because she's making a humming noise of pleasure in her throat. We are good together, aren't we? I ask. We're good at some things. The ice between us has thawed, at least a little. I cup her chin in my hand and kiss her, drinking in her sweetness. My tongue swirls around hers, and she moans into my mouth. Condoms. I tucked one in my wallet. Would it still be good after being soaked in the swamp? I cup her soft breast in my hand, then bend down to suck her swollen nipple. A little patch of her makeup has worn off, revealing the ink, and I smile to myself, then draw the ruby tip into my mouth and nip it just so I can hear her cry out. "Oh, God!" she gasps. Her fingers tangle in my hair. I suckle her nipple, teasing it with my mouth and tongue. "Yes," she hisses, "I want you inside me. You're not mad at me anymore?" Did I say that? I'll be even madder if... Wait, is that a motor I hear? The storm stopped a little while ago, I realize. Damn it! Daisy leaps to her feet. We're being rescued. Then a look of alarm contours her face. Oh, hell! Clothes! We need to get dressed! We both scramble to put our clothes on. They're dry now, but crusted with mud. I have to wrestle my shorts up over my huge, aching erection, and we barely get dressed in time. The door flies open, and Sheriff Buckley and a deputy barrel in. "Oh, thank God," Daisy says, with the most obvious display of faked gratitude I've ever seen. "I lost my boat key, and then the storm started." Her smile looks more like a grimace. He scowls skeptically, looking us up and down. "Also, we both fell in the water," she adds. "You know better than that. Your daddy practically raised you in these swamps," he chides her. Then he speaks into his radio. "Yeah, found 'em. They're fine. Daisy lost her boat key. She's safe." He shakes his head as we walk to the door. "It's entirely my fault. I tipped the boat over. You know us city slickers," I say with an apologetic smile. He scowls at Daisy. "Still, you worried your mama half to death. You'll be lucky if you don't get a whooping the moment you walk in that door." I stare at Daisy. Seriously? Truly? At my look of disbelief, she smiles. Welcome to Bitter End.
Chapter 16. Daisy. Junebug crosses the hotel lobby to go to the office, waving at me and giving me a thumbs up because I'm wearing yet another high-necked shirt. "Looking good, girl," she calls out. I give her a thumbs up and a weak smile in return. My ears are still ringing from the lecture my mother gave me last night after I terrified her by disappearing into the swamp during a thunderstorm, and my entire body is throbbing with sexual frustration. I'm sitting in a leather high-backed chair, soaking up the air conditioning and waiting for Chase. My mom's using her car today, and Chase has a rental Mercedes, so he's going to give me a ride to the cell phone store, which is in a small strip shopping center a mile from downtown. And I'm trying to argue with my libido. Chase and I are not a thing. We are not a couple. We shouldn't have sex. Well, that ship has sailed. We shouldn't have sex again. First of all, I'm spying on him because he's spying on me. Well, on my family. He's an evil bastard who has mysterious designs on something, probably our hotel, and we're enemies. We're at war. If I have sex with him again, it counts as sleeping with the enemy. What if I talk in my sleep? What if I reveal valuable intel? Second of all, he's my boss, for at least a few more months. Unless he'll let me just quit right away, which would be best for everybody, considering how weird things have gotten between us. But most likely, he'll insist that I stay there and keep working for him. So I should stop having sex with him now because it's something that could easily become habit-forming, and then I'd end up having to go through withdrawal. And I don't think I could find a specific rehab program for women who are addicted to sex with Chase Lancaster. All of my arguments are good ones. My libido isn't listening, though, because Chase is walking across the lobby toward me, and he looks like he just stepped from the pages of Esquire. One corner of his mouth is curled up in that slight smirk that I shouldn't find sexy, and he's wearing a slate-gray Panama suit and a silvery gray button-down shirt. "Ready to go get a new phone, boat tipper?" I ask, standing up and grabbing my purse.
"Ready as ever, boss drowner."
I roll my eyes at him. "Oh, don't be such a drama queen. You didn't die." He holds open the door for me, and I grimace as we step out into the wet heat. I'm wearing yet another one of Callie's prim, heavy, high-necked blouses to hide the ink stain which will apparently tattoo my flesh until my dying day. We hurry across the parking lot to his car, my hair frizzing in the humidity. Between my gross shirt and my exploding hair, I feel hideous, but apparently it hasn't dampened Chase's libido any.
"I'm going through withdrawal," he groans as he holds the passenger door open for me.
Well, that's flattering. Of course we can't give in, but I'm glad to know he wants it as much as I do. Me too, I say fervently. I put on my seatbelt, and as he turns on the ignition, I immediately crank up the air conditioning.
"I never thought I'd miss something so much,"
he sighs. We pull out of the parking lot. Well, you don't know what you've got until it's gone. Turn right here. As we drive, he fiddles with the radio until he finds a station with modern rock, then shakes his head grimly.
"It's like an actual ache. I need rehab."
I throw my head back and laugh. Oh my God, I was just thinking the exact same thing. I'm freaking dying here. But of course we can't. My cell phone rings in my purse.
Wait, you have a cell phone?
He demands. What? I pull the purse from my phone and glance at it. It's Grandma May, so I answer. Mission accomplished, she says. I smile to myself. Excellent. See you back at the house in a little while. Then I hang up the phone and turn to look at Chase. What did you say?
We were talking about how much we miss having cell phones, but you have a cell phone.
Holy. My face flames with mortification. I'm blushing so hard it hurts. Yes, but my mother just lent me an extra phone this morning until I can buy a new one. I didn't have one up until half an hour ago, so I missed it. He frowns, staring at the road ahead.
But you were talking in present tense.
There's the cell phone store, I say quickly. Don't drive past it, it's right there. He pulls into the parking lot, but he's got a suspicious look on his face.
If you weren't talking about your cell phone, what were you talking about that you're missing so hard?
Can you just leave it already? My voice rises to a shrill bleat. I was totally talking about my cell phone, obviously.
Uh-huh.
I cannot believe the look of smugness on his face. Does he not understand that we're in Abernathy territory now? Do I need to have my grandmother cook him another meal? Because I will, and he'll think those Rocky Mountain oysters were filet mignon compared to what she can whip up. We walk over to the store, and I am already prepared to look completely surprised and dismayed that the store is closed. The sign on the door says, "Store closed due to family emergency." I show Chase my shocked face.
Seriously?
Chase says. Yes, seriously. My grandmother called in a favor with the store owner. That's why she called me on my borrowed cell phone. Oh, that's terrible, I say, with a look of fake sympathy. You can use mine for the day. I hold it out to him. I did this partly for revenge, but also because if he doesn't have his phone and he uses mine, I could hack into it and see who and what he's messaging. But he just shakes his head.
Thanks, but I really need my own phone. Where's the nearest cell phone store besides this one?
About 50 miles, on country roads. So, probably an hour and a half there, and then the wait time to get the phone, then an hour and a half back.
Oh, for God's sake, he groans. I have conference calls all day. I mean, I'm doing them on my laptop, but I don't have time to drive that far.
He scowls at me.
A good personal assistant would make sure that I had a backup phone.
Yes, you should really hire someone like that. I smile sympathetically. I'll help you place the ad on Indeed.com. And I offered you my phone, so don't whine. I wave it at him again. He takes my phone and calls the office in New York and orders a new cell phone to be delivered to the hotel by this evening, and he doesn't care if it has to be sent by private plane. Then he shoots me a dirty look and adds,
Better make it 2 phones, in waterproof, shatterproof cases.
He gives me back my phone and we climb in the car. As we drive, I send Naomi a quick text. The cell store can open now. I'd text Grandma May directly, but she does not do the texting, as she refers to it. She bought her cell phone from Moses as he descended from the mount. It's not even a smartphone. I gag a little every time I look at it.
I've got an hour till my next conference call, he says. Want to grab some coffee?
Why, Chase, are you asking me out on a date?
I am indeed. I'll even throw in a burger and some fries. I'm high class like that.
We park on Main Street and head to the diner. You could use my phone for the rest of the day.
I'll wait until my phone comes tonight. It'll be good self-discipline, like the ancient Spartans. I hear sometimes they went without cell phones for up to a week.
Lies. Nobody could survive such deprivation. So what's the matter? Afraid I'll read your texts? I widen my eyes. I thought we had no secrets between us, Chase. Here it is. He could tell me the truth. He shrugs.
Everyone has secrets, don't they?
My mood instantly deflates. This was the perfect opportunity for him to confess. On our way to the diner, we pass the do-or-die salon, and I see Naomi through the window sweeping. Let's go in and say hey to Naomi, I say. It occurs to me that in New York, I'd never use the phrase, say hey. I'm returning to my roots. When I go back to New York, it'll probably take me weeks to shed my accent and my country expressions. The bells on the door jingle when Chase opens it, and we step into the cool, chemical-scented air. Old ladies are lined up and reclining in their chairs under their helmet dryers, their heads studded with pink rollers. They all wave at us with a chorus of, "Hey, Daisy," "Hey, Chase." We wave back. Chase looks a little surprised that they all know his name. Naomi glances up and waves at me with a smile. "Hey, you." She glances at Chase, her smile fades, and she returns to sweeping hair off the floor.
What's up with her?
Chase whispers.
She used to like me.
I shrug. She must be getting to know you better.
That can't be it. I only improve over time, like fine wine. Here, watch me charm my way back into her good graces.
Chase walks over to her.
Daisy and I were just headed over to the diner. Can we get you something?
She shakes her head. I'm broke this week. Thanks anyway.
No, it's on me.
In that case, I'll have an Edna May and a sweet tea. At his puzzled look, she explains, corned beef on rye. Edna May told a lot of corny jokes. But she still doesn't smile. I think I'll stay and shoot the breeze with Naomi, I say to him. Pick me up a sweet tea, too? I reach for my purse to grab my wallet, and he shoots me an admonishing look.
Now what kind of boyfriend would I be if I didn't buy sweet tea for you, Pumpkin?
A terrible boyfriend, Naomi answers for me, with a completely straight face. Thank you, Loveykins. When he's gone, I lean in and whisper so the customers sitting nearby can't hear me. He noticed the change in your demeanor, I say to her. She makes a face. I'm trying to be nice to him, but it's really starting to tick me off that he hasn't told you anything yet. He hasn't, has he? I shake my head. And after you guys had sex and everything? Excuse you? I say, appalled. At least she used her inside voice. But my cheeks turn red and I feel as if the whole salon is staring at us now. I lean in closer, hunching my shoulders. Oh, come on. Naomi dumps the dustpan in the garbage, and I follow her over to the supply closet as she puts it away. I push her through the door and shut it. Oh, come on what? I demand. It's written all over your face. Also, you guys disappeared into Aunt Tabitha's house for a suspiciously long time. Someone went and knocked on the door just to say hi, you know, and you didn't answer. They went into the living room and called your name and you didn't answer. Thank God we went to the carriage house. Also, what the hell? The entire population of Bitter End literally does not want me to have sex until someone puts a ring on it, which ain't gonna happen anytime soon. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. My cheeks burn painfully hot. Who else knows? I mean, who else very mistakenly and incorrectly thinks that? This is Bitter End, she replies simply. Mama? I croak, appalled. No, not her. Nobody would dare call her up and tell her that. Thank God for small favors. Very, very small. Well, you're all wrong, I say loftily. And now we need to come out of the closet. I wish, Naomi laughs as I yank the door open. It'd be easier to find a date. There's slim pickings here in Bitter End, if you haven't noticed. All the old ladies are whispering to each other, and they stop for a moment as we walk out onto the floor and then start up again. We sit down in a couple of empty chairs to wait for Chase, and I moodily flipped through a 6-month-old People magazine. I was a fool to think I could get away with sexing up my fake boyfriend. Everybody knows, which wouldn't be so bad if we were really a couple. Also, it would help a lot if we were married, but people here are a little more forgiving these days than in decades past. It's kind of a relief that we're going back to New York so soon. I can deliver the news of our breakup long distance, and I won't have to endure the looks of pity on everyone's face. Bitch alert 3 o'clock, Naomi says to me. Your other 3 o'clock. Geez, woman, how do you keep from accidentally wandering into New Jersey when you're in New York? Or the Atlantic? You've got the worst sense of direction. Manhattan is laid out in a grid. It's basically idiot-proof. Savannah is making her way into the salon. Her hair looks absolutely perfect, no roots showing, every strand in place. Why does she even need to be here? She gives me a distinctly unfriendly look, for a surprisingly long time. What is she being all pissy about? I whisper to Naomi. I'm used to smug from her, but not angry. Well, we did wail on a mother and a best friend, and get them thrown in jail. I snort at that. Savannah doesn't have friends, she has minions. Where is her little minion, by the way? Works at the car dealership, remember? Oh, yeah. And Savannah's a lady of leisure. Savannah's still glowering at us. I stare back at Savannah, unblinking, and she finally looks away and goes to sit down across the salon from us. Apparently she doesn't want to use my services anymore after that whole silver spoon fiasco. Naomi snickers. Shame. I had some really creative ideas for her next hairstyle. Several of the older ladies sitting near us titter behind their hands, and one of them winks at us. Subi Spillwale from the Red Holler Spillwales. I think she's 95 years old. We sit and gossip, enduring Savannah's distinctively frosty looks until Chase returns with the sandwich and iced teas. He's brought an extra half-dozen of them for the other salon workers, along with some sugar cookies. He sets those on the counter and gives Naomi her sandwich and tea. Thank you, she says politely, but without her usual warmth.
You're welcome. See, I'm a good guy. I'm utterly charming, in fact.
If you say so. She grabs her sandwich and tea and heads to the break room without saying goodbye.
Wow. Tough crowd,
he says, shaking his head. I wave goodbye to everyone, and we venture out into the heat again. You've got about 40 minutes till your call, and it's a 10-minute walk back to the hotel, I point out. Do you want to go back now? I take a long sip of tea through my straw.
And leave my best girl behind? Of course not, Pumpkin.
He smirks.
I want to spend every free minute with you.
I shudder. Seriously? Call me Pumpkin one more time. You'll be wearing the rest of this iced tea.
But, sweetheart, that would be a crime. This iced tea is Boone's wife's special recipe.
Wow, you sound like a native, I marvel. You're even starting to pick up a little bit of an accent.
I know. Scary, isn't it?
Terrifying, I agree. I'm trying not to feel good about the fact Chase isn't rushing off to prep for his meeting because he wants to spend time with me. We meander slowly, sweat trickling down my back. It's stiflingly hot, but Chase is by my side, and there's just a sense of rightness and hominess that settles over me when we're walking down the street together. I decide to take him on a quick walk down a side street just to show off some of our beautiful 1800s architecture and also to get away from prying eyes. At least some of them.
By the way, Lance invited me to play poker with the guys on Friday night, he says.
Huh. Didn't see that coming. You turned him down, of course. He shoots me a puzzled look.
Why would I do that?
They didn't seem like your kind of crowd. Chase looks mildly offended.
You're saying I'm a snob?
No, it's just that I've met your friends, and these guys are nothing like them.
Fair enough,
he says after a pause.
I wouldn't necessarily call the people you've met my friends. More business connections than anything else.
I glance at him. Chase has two standard expressions, amused cynicism or irritated disapproval. The look on his face is a new one, kinda glum and serious. It tugs at my heartstrings. I shouldn't let Chase get to me, but whenever he shows vulnerability, it slices through my defenses and punches me right in the feels. What's wrong? I ask. He lifts his muscular shoulders in a shrug.
I hadn't really thought about it before. I know a lot of people. A lot of people. I've got a Rolodex full of people I could call at midnight to hit up a restaurant or fly to Paris with me. But I don't know if I am acquainted with anyone I'd call a real friend.
This is a side of Chase I see so rarely. If we were back in the city, he'd never open up like this. I don't have any real friends in New York either. I sympathize. I consider this. I mean, I have acquaintances I like. I get along with everybody.
Of course you do. You're likable. You're a legitimately good person.
Aw, gee, shucks, I say, thickening my accent. Thank you kindly. But I don't really have any close friends. I just haven't clicked with anyone, after 3 years. Now we're both plunged in gloom.
What about back here?
Dozens of faces crowd into my mind. Oh yeah, plenty of people I would consider my friend. The kind of person I would call up and cry on their shoulder. The kind of person who would come pick me up in the middle of the night. The kind of person I could always count on to bail me out.
I came to bail you out,
he points out. You did.
I have your back,
he says with a quiet intensity. Sometimes, I admit. We loop around a back street, and I point out some of the older houses, telling him about their history. A lot of them have historical landmark plaques on them. They're mostly from the 1800s or early 1900s. They feature wrought iron balconies and iron gates because wood tends to rot in the dampness here. We pause on a corner, standing in the shade of a magnolia tree, and I adjust my high-necked shirt and mentally curse Chase for the millionth time. The fat white blossoms streaked with pink are blooming with their unmistakable perfume, which always takes me back to my childhood. Sunlight filters through the branches, soft and warm. Chase stands inches away from me. I have to tip my head back to look up at him.
Let's revisit what we were talking about this morning on the way to the cell phone store,
Chase says.
What is it that you're craving?
I immediately start walking again, fast. Chase falls into step beside me.
Don't try the silent treatment with me.
He nudges me with his elbow.
I have ways of making you talk.
The thought of what those ways might be sends a wave of desire rushing through my body. I was craving chocolate.
You're a terrible liar.
Only sometimes, I say huffily.
You were craving me,
he points out with cheerful smugness.
You're having withdrawal from sex with me.
Are the voices in your head particularly loud today?
If you don't want me, why did you bring us back here?
Holy tamales. My legs are doing that thing again where they don't consult with my brain before they take me places. My stupid legs just walked us right back to Aunt Tabitha's house. Chapter 17. Daisy. Well, here we are, I say, walking up the front steps. By the way, last time we were here, somebody apparently came inside looking for us. We're lucky we were in the carriage house. The hinges creak as we pull open the door, and I wrinkle my nose at the smell of dust and stale air. I am definitely going to make time during the next week to open the house and air it out and work on the garden. I hurry over to the air conditioning unit and flip it on and stand there basking in the stream of cooling air. Damn these high-necked shirts. I need something light and floaty, but that wouldn't hide the ink stains. I turn around to see Chase locking the front door behind us.
Some people need a hint,
He says.
They can't just barge into other people's houses.
It's just because we're not married.
Is that a proposal?
He grins at me, walking up and standing so close to me that I have to tip my head way back to stare up at him. I want to tell him he shouldn't say things like that because they make my heart hurt and stir up a strange longing inside me. Let me give you the same answer I gave you when you asked me to sign a contract to be your errand girl for 3 more years. No, Chase. 1,000,000,000 times no.
Oh, I'm disappointed. I was looking forward to seeing you go down on one knee.
He smiles wickedly.
Or both knees.
You clearly aren't as attuned to bitter end culture as I thought you were, I say. People don't just propose willy-nilly. My dad's not around for you to ask, of course, so I guess I'd have to ask your dad for your hand in marriage. And I'm afraid he'd say no, because I couldn't support you in the style you're accustomed to. Before this can go any further, I stalk off through the house, out the back door, and into the weed-choked yard. I'm not doing it because I want to go to the carriage house again. I'm doing it as a distraction technique. I mean, yeah, I end up at the carriage house again with Chase on my heels, but that's because there's nowhere else to go. The rest of the yard's too overgrown to hang out in it.
It's a scorcher today,
he says, holding open the carriage house door and waiting for me to enter first. Did you open doors for me back in New York? I ask him as I walk in. Maybe I just didn't notice before?
Maybe I've actually always been an incredibly nice guy and treated you like gold, and you never noticed or appreciated it,
Chase suggests. I tilt my head to the side and consider that for a second. We both say, nah, at the same time. I flick on the air conditioning unit, turn around, and bump into him.
So, fancy meeting you here,
he says. My heart does a funny little dance as pulse and arousal rushes through my body. Hey, I may be cheap, but I'm not easy. I require a little original thought when a guy's using a pickup line.
Oh, really? That's too bad. I was just going to go with, take off your clothes before I tear them off.
He takes a step closer, and the memory of his mouth on my body makes my knees weak. No, Daisy. Focus. Okay, we're alone, and I am done with all the secrets between us. I am going to demand he tell me the truth, and I won't take no for an answer. But somehow, standing there in the cooling stream of the air conditioner, I accidentally start kissing him instead of interrogating him. He takes my face in his hands and gently kisses me back, stealing my breath away. He tastes so sweet, so good. This man never has bad breath, and his lips are as soft as clouds. I kiss him hungrily, drinking him in, and twine my arms around his waist. When I finally resurface, my damn personal assistant alter ego taps impatiently on the inside of my skull. I groan and pull back. You have a conference call in like... I pull my phone from my purse and look. 5 minutes now.
Damn it. Here, give me your phone.
I give it to him. He calls the office and tells them an emergency came up. Did you just choose me over business? I pretend to gasp in shock.
Sometimes you talk too much.
He roughly pushes me up against the wall.
Now what could we do about it?
He moves to kiss me, but I sink to my knees instead. I've got a different idea. I fumble for the zipper as he unsnaps his slacks and his cock springs free.
Daisy? Oh, fuck,
he breathes as I run my tongue over the head, lapping up a salty pearl of pre-cum. His fingers tangle in my hair, and I engulf him with my lips, swirling my tongue and teasing him.
Yes,
he groans. I suck him in deeper. I'm on my knees, but I've got all the power. He's helpless with pleasure, making guttural noises in his throat as he fucks my mouth. He lets me pleasure him like that, sucking so hard that my cheeks hollow until he's almost ready to come, and then he pulls out.
Condom.
He pants.
I need to fuck you.
I can make you come more than once. I take him in my mouth again and suck hard, caressing his testicles at the same time. His breathing reaches a crescendo as he explodes, flooding my mouth with sticky sweetness. I swallow it all, greedy for the taste of his arousal.
Bedroom,
he rasps.
Now.
You've gone all monosyllable on me, I observe dryly. He kicks off his shoes and steps out of his pants and boxer shorts. Then he sweeps me up in his arms, carrying me like a bride over the threshold, and drops me right next to the bed.
All right. Remove every last stitch of your clothing, Daisy Abernathy. Is that wordy enough for you?
He's breathing hard, his eyes glazed with desire. Are you hard again already? Impressive.
I'll show you impressive. Why are your clothes still on?
I'm shy. I cross my arms over my chest.
For fuck's sake, I know about the ink. I saw it when we were stranded in the swamp. I knew all along it was you, and I don't care.
Impatient, he grabs the hem of my shirt and pulls it up. I let him strip me, and then help him unbutton his shirt with such enthusiasm that a couple of buttons fly off. We fall on the bed, kissing like teenagers, our tongues entwined. God, I missed this. One fantastic night of sex and I'm addicted. Breathing hard, he sits up.
Put your hands above your head. Grab the headboard and don't let go. If you do, no more sex for the rest of the night.
You wouldn't dare.
Don't test me.
His eyes have that cruel gleam in them, the one that definitely shouldn't turn me on so much. I obey him, grabbing the headboard. With my arms stretched above my head, I'm completely exposed to him. He bends down to lap at my nipple, and I gasp and arch my back.
Good girl,
he murmurs.
Look at you, doing what you're told for once.
You are such an asshole.
It's part of my charm.
He moves up to kiss me again, his mouth soft and warm and sweet. As we kiss, he slides a finger inside me, curling it until he hits just the right spot.
There it is,
he croons. I whimper, a little mewling sound of helplessness. I clench the headboard desperately. My nerves are alight with pleasure as he strokes me and nuzzles my neck. When he circles his thumb on my clit, I almost weep with the overload of sensations. Let me touch you, I beg.
Quiet. You just lost your talking privileges.
He strokes faster, stoking the flames of arousal inside me until I can't take it anymore. Until I explode, my hips coming off the bed, and I let go of the headboard and clutch at the comforter as my body shakes. He takes me in his arms and holds me against him, stroking my hair. The last of my tremors are subsiding when he rolls off the bed.
Condom,
he says. He's back with the condom in less than a minute. That man sure can move when he's motivated. This time we make love face to face, and he moves slowly, tenderly. I don't think I could possibly come again so quickly, but as I stare up into his eyes, the heat returns. He holds my gaze with an intense intimacy, stripping me to my core, and begins moving faster. And then faster still, until he's pistoning into me, and we're climaxing together, our gazes locked. Afterward, I lie there wrapped in his arms, basking in post-orgasm glow, which is the best kind of glow. He gently strokes my back. We're sticky and sweaty, melting into each other in the sultry heat.
I have a bottle of ink remover back in my room, he informs me. And if you were searching for something, you could just ask me.
The warmth is fading now. Could I really, though? I demand. Because if you had any questions about our hotel business, you could just ask me, unless you were trying to hide something. He sighs and sits up. I do too.
Okay, that's fair enough. My father might want to make an offer for your hotel, and he asked me to try to gather up some information before discussing it with you.
He holds up his hand defensively.
It's not at all out of the ordinary for us to do some recon before we decide how much we want to offer, or even if we want to make an offer.
Anger rushes through me, burning away all those delicious, fuzzy post-sex endorphins. That's how you want to play this? You felt that there was nothing wrong with sneaking around behind my back, with treating me and my family like just another business deal. Is that all this is to you? Panic squeezes the breath from my lungs. Oh God, is it? Before he can answer, I leap out of bed and stalk out of the room. Standing by the front door, I step into my panties and pull up my slacks. Tears flood my eyes, and I'm so angry I can hardly breathe. Chase grabs me and spins me around.
Daisy, listen, I'm sorry. I should have said something to you from the beginning. I honestly didn't even know if he'd end up wanting to make an offer, and...
He trails off. A grimace creases his face.
There's stuff I can't get into at this point, but I swear to you I'm not here to screw you guys over.
The answer is no, no matter what. Do you understand the hotel has been in the Abernathy family for 6 generations? My mother is only in her early 60s, and she's in perfect health. When she is no longer able to run the hotel, Callie will take it over full time. And at that point, even if I'm not living in Bitter End, I'd at least find a way to help out from wherever I am.
All right then. I'll tell my father and that'll be that,
he says. Then I guess you can just go home. I blink at the tears burning my eyes. He seizes my chin and tips my head up so I'm looking him in the eyes.
Hell no. I said I wouldn't go back to New York without you, and I meant it,
he says. Suit yourself, I say huffily. I continue getting dressed, but the ache in my heart eases a little. There's still a big wall of secrets between us, but I would have been devastated if he'd packed up and left. If he's still staying, that means he wasn't just here for business. It means he's here for me too, doesn't it? I want to ask him, but I'm too afraid of the answer.
Daisy, please understand that I would never do anything to hurt your family, or this town.
You still aren't telling me everything, though. That makes it hard to trust your intentions. He winces, and I see genuine pain in his eyes.
I want you to trust me. Your opinion of me matters. Do I at least get credit for telling you that I'm not telling you everything?
0 credit.
Daisy, I may be many things. Rude, impatient, unsympathetic.
Oh, stop. I wave my hand in dismissal. You're being much too easy on yourself.
But I am not a liar. You know that about me, right?
I shake my head wearily. Does it matter what I think, Chase? His blue eyes have darkened to the color of a stormy sea.
Always.
Come on. Always? I haven't been in a coma for the past 3 years. I've noticed how you always brush me aside. He grimaces.
I know I have walls up, and I don't communicate my appreciation very well. In my family, we set our feelings aside and put business first, and thanking someone is almost seen as a weakness. I was raised with the expectation that I would do everything expected of me perfectly and immediately and without being asked. Saying thank you would be like saying that any other outcome would even have been possible. It's how my parents do it. It's how my grandparents did it. It's how their parents did it.
How does that seem to be working out for everyone? As I recall reading on the internet, your grandparents had an epically vicious divorce. Your grandfather and your dad hated each other, and not to pass judgment, but when your parents are in the same room together, I've been in warmer sub-zero freezes. Chase's beautiful mouth quirks into a sad, resigned smile. He steps into his boxer shorts, a reverse striptease, and despite myself, I watch half mesmerized. They should make a mold of that gorgeous body and display it in a museum.
We're successful. We're respected. The respect? No, the admiration and envy of our peers is like oxygen to my parents. To achieve and maintain this level of success requires certain sacrifices.
I jerk my gaze back to his face. When those sacrifices include your soul and any possibility of love and happiness, I'd say the cost is too high. That's just me, of course.
You're not wrong.
Chase steps into his pants.
But when you're raised a certain way,
he trails off. A chill settles on me. Chase and I are from different worlds. It's not just his wealth, it's the values we were raised with. He cares about me, I believe that. But could I ever be the kind of partner that he'd need me to be? Could I be that kind of wife, if he was even thinking along those lines? I couldn't. If we were together and he did things that I thought were immoral, but that benefited our bottom line, it would be the end of us. And I'm afraid that he'd always put the company first. That's what ruined his brother's marriage. Poor Maxwell worked 1,000,000 hours a week, trying to please his father, trying to live up to everyone's expectations. From what little I saw of his wife Jessica when we met at company functions, she'd rather have had a husband who spent time with her than a fat paycheck and a platinum credit card. Chase and I don't work. Our worlds are too different. I stand there watching him while he pulls his clothes back on. All the warmth from our amazing sex is faded, and I feel sad and resigned and alone. Let's go. You need to get back in time for your next call, I say.
Chapter 18. Chase. Friday afternoon on Main Street makes for some interesting people watching. Isaac, the old drunk who sleeps on the bench, is wearing a brand new suit and picking flowers from the garden in front of the town hall. I probably paid for that suit in full. I'm not used to going to bed as early as everyone else in Bitter End. I've taken to walking down the street at midnight and tucking a $100 bill into his pocket every time I pass by his bench. Corabelle Smythe is standing under an oak tree yelling at her chubby son Junior to come down. Again. Happened yesterday, too. She's about 20 months pregnant, and if appearances mean anything, either Senior is an elephant or she's having quintuplets, so she can't go up after him. Fortunately, I don't have to climb up the tree and ruin my suit because Fire Chief Randall is jogging down the street toward them. I'm starting to get to know the town residents. People walk up to me every day and introduce themselves in a way that would get them punched out or arrested in New York City. Perfect strangers blocking my path and sticking their hand out and telling me not just their name, but most of their life story. Then waiting with big, genuine smiles for me to respond in kind. I glance at my phone. Time to call my father. He was booked up all day in back-to-back meetings. He's in the middle of a deal to buy a chain of struggling properties in Spain, and he's been so busy he's barely had time to call me up and bark insults at me every couple of days. Shame. I do miss those daddy-son talks he's so good at. I've been sending him the bare minimum of information, just enough to make it look as if I'm doing what he asked. Approximately how many guests are currently booked at the hotel, the experience the hotel provides, how the local competition is doing. I drove out to the other hotels in the area, which are an hour away or more. I did an analysis of the hotel's branding and marketing strategy. To sum it up, it sucks. But because they're a local institution, and also the only game in town, they're still doing good business. For a hotel and wedding venue of their size in this location, anyway. He answers immediately. You haven't gotten anywhere near the level of information that I would have expected, but it'll have to do, he snipes. I imagine since Daisy's there, you're thinking with the other head. I should have sent Maxwell instead. What? You should have pulled him out of rehab? I scoff. Rehab could have waited. A few more drinks wouldn't have killed him. Honestly, it's so rare that my father leaves me speechless, but he just did. I feel a sudden rush of compassion for my brother and a fierce hatred for my father and my mother. and myself. We've done nothing but yell at him for being a screw-up. He was pretty good at his job, and he enjoyed it. But pretty good doesn't cut it in the Lancaster family. None of us ever made him feel special or valued for anything other than his contributions to the business. Even my grandfather sensed it. Maxwell only got 5% of the company stock and a big chunk of cash. He sold the stock to a cousin of ours just to piss off my dad and then blew all the money. Maxwell is the dead broke Lancaster who actually needs his job at the company. We're moving on to the next phase. I'm going to come to town and make them an offer. I can save you a trip. They're not interested, I tell him, under any circumstances. You told them? My father's voice raises to a shout. You're a bigger loser than your brother. Are you capable of doing the simplest fucking thing right? Considering that I've been responsible for turning a couple of dozen struggling properties into massive successes with branding and marketing alone, I'd say yes, I am. Why the fuck am I justifying myself to this asshole? He knows better than anyone how good I am at what I do. He hates it, but he can't deny it. It is not possible to do recon here without people noticing. This is a small town. If someone sneezes on the north end of town, they'll get a text 5 seconds later from their cousin on the south end saying, "Bless you." Well, isn't that a folksy way to say I'm incompetent? Tantrums aren't a good look for a man your age. If you're done whining, I've got shit to do. When I was a young man, my father's bullying jabs used to strike like a sharp blow to the solar plexus. These days, I see them for what they are. Envy. Do you understand how hard you've just made it for us to negotiate with them? My father says angrily. They know that you're interested enough to travel all the way there and spend the week doing research. That gives them far more leverage than is good for us. Clear the wax from your ears and listen to me. They don't want to sell. Period. That's because you don't know how to negotiate, which is why you should have left it to me. You've cost us an easy $1 million. I should take it out of your annual bonus package. When my father starts making threats that he has no ability to carry out, I know that he's rattled. Let me try to explain it to you. Don't worry, I'll dumb it down. This hotel property is also their home, their farm, and has been for the last 6 generations. Money is not their greatest motivator. They drive old cars. They wear clothes from Dress Hut. If you paid them $1 million for their property, or even $2 million, what would they do with it? What they value is their part in the local community. They single-handedly support the local greenhouse owner, a catering company, 2 photographers, a very large hotel staff, a landscaping company, and more people than I care to list. Then we can point out to them how much more money the community would earn if they let us run the hotel. Really turn things around, turn it into an enormous resort, bring in tons of business. But that would be a lie. I get that there's a subset of vacationers who are looking for authentic experiences, but due to the location, there's just a limit to how many people are going to come here. It's very out of the way. The nearest airport is a 3-hour drive. It's landlocked. This isn't seaside, mountainside, lakeside. It's nothing like our normal businesses. Listen, acquisitions really isn't your area of expertise. You've fucked this up royally, which is typical for you, and it's time for you to pack it in. I'll take over from here on in. I'll book you a flight home tomorrow, and I'll be out there later this week when I finish up my merger. Despite my best efforts, I'm on the verge of losing my temper. Whatever you're doing doesn't just affect you. It affects the entire company. So no, you don't get to just dismiss me. You're into some shady shit, and I'm not leaving here until I find out what it is. Might be the rest of this week. I might just move my entire office here and work from bitter end for the next few months. I don't actually mean that, of course. I couldn't work from here forever, but I could stay for a few more weeks if I had to. It's going to mean a lot of scrambling of my schedule, canceling some overseas trips, but I have a feeling that whatever my father is trying to hide is enormous. Did you forget that you don't have a majority stock position on our board? Do you really think Mom will side with you? She already has, he says smugly. She's 100% behind it, and she's not happy with your lack of progress. I don't need to remind you that the two of us together can rewrite your job description and have you working a desk in fucking Alaska if we want. He's counting on the fact that my mother and I aren't that close, and we don't speak beyond brisk, brief pleasantries. He didn't think I'd check with her. Normally I wouldn't have. The only reason I bothered is because it involved Daisy. Damn, I really don't like cold weather. I'd better call her up right away and discuss this with her, plead my case. She's not available, my father says in clipped tones. Since when do I go through you to talk to her? Trust me, I'll track her down. Don't you dare bother your mother with this. My father's voice is shaking with anger. She's extremely busy, and frankly, she's under a lot of stress that she doesn't want to discuss with you right now. She's incredibly disappointed with your incompetence, and she's rethinking your position with this company. I can soften the blow, though. I can sweet-talk her and downplay how badly you fucked everything up. Make sure your position is secure here. Just come back to New York tomorrow. So you don't want Mother to know, I muse. Whatever the hell you're up to, you're in way over your head. I might need to call an emergency board meeting. You incompetent, ungrateful little shitweasel! You do not ever fucking threaten me like that! Ever! My father bellows. It's very rare that he loses control like this. I just stay silent. I can hear his heavy breathing. Seconds slide by. A shout from across the street catches my attention, and then a chorus of cheers, and I realize I missed the entire rescue of Junior Smythe, which is a shame because it would have been a great show. Cora Bell's hugging her son, he's howling, someone's offering him a popsicle, everyone's patting the fire chief on the back. Listen, my father wheedles. Okay, yes, I haven't told you everything. I'm trying to keep you in the dark for a reason. I'm doing it to protect you and your brother. I'm sorry I lost my temper, but I've been under a lot of stress with this. He's doing it to protect us? That's fucking hilarious. He's got the parental instincts of a female quokka, and they throw their babies at predators to give themselves time to escape. I'm not backing down. I need you to tell me why you want to buy this hotel. And I need you to trust me when I say that there are very good reasons that I can't tell you anymore. Son, we need to acquire that property. His voice has gone all soft and parental, the way it always does when he needs something from me. Then, and only then, does he sound like this. Once upon a time I would have fallen for that, I realize. Not that I would have believed him, but it's so rare that he actually acts like a father rather than a reluctant business partner that I caved every time. Agreed with what he wanted. Signed deals I wasn't necessarily happy with. Maybe it's something. I've got somewhere to be, I say in my best bored-with-you voice. Great chat. Let's do it again sometime. He reverts to attack mode. You dumb little fuck! If you've ruined this, you're going down with me, and so is your brother, and believe me, he won't be able to take the heat. Going down where? What the hell is he up to? Does he have dead bodies hidden in the swamp? Seriously, I'm starting to wonder. I'm actually trying to remember if any of our major business rivals have gone missing over the years. If you decide that you want to bring me in on the problem, I might be able to help. Otherwise, don't call me. I hang up. He tries to call me back immediately, then sends multiple texts, alternating with threatening and wheedling. I ignore them all. I grab my phone and call my brother's number again. His sober coach, Raoul, answers. Listen, I say. I know he's not speaking to us right now. I understand that. Can you please just tell him I'm proud of him, and if he needs anything at all, he should call me? Day or night, doesn't matter. And when he gets out, I'd like to see him. I can pick him up at the airport. I'll pass that along, Raoul says. A minute later, my phone rings. It's Maxwell. Are you dying? He says suspiciously. I laugh. Fuck you very much. No, I'm fine last I checked. Mom? Dad? He says, sounding almost hopeful. Come on. If there was a nuclear war, the only thing left would be cockroaches and Mom and Dad. Well, that makes sense. They're all related. Why the sudden gush of sentimentality? You need a loan? He's being an asshole, but I've earned it. We all have. No, I just had an epic flame-out of a talk with Dad, and it really drove home why you ended up where you did. I just wanted to say I'm sorry I haven't been as supportive as I should have been. There's a long silence, and I wait for him to say something sarcastic before hanging up. Instead, he says quietly, Jessica's called me a few times. I don't really remember. Was I a total dick to her? I mean, I never saw you being rude or insulting. Just absent. We don't have the best parental role models when it comes to how to have a happy marriage. Surprisingly insightful for you. He barks out a laugh. Hey, if the cyborg can access his human side, maybe there's hope for me too. I wouldn't go that far. But I say it with a smile. When you're trying to reconcile with Jessica, just think of what Dad would do, and do the exact fucking opposite, every time. Goodbye, Chase. See you soon, he says, and I swear he sounds a little lighter and happier than he did when he answered the phone. Keep up the good work. You may be an annoying, dumb shithead, but you're my annoying, dumb shithead. Call me any time. There's a pause. Hey, Chase, how are you doing? The question takes me aback. I'm sort of dating Daisy. It's complicated. Oh, man, he chortles. You've had it bad for her since the first minute you laid eyes on her. If you even have the slightest chance with that girl, and you probably don't because she's way too good for you, don't fuck it up. Chapter 19. Chase. I shove my phone back in my pocket and groan in frustration. I've told my father not to come here, but what are the odds he'll just walk away? Not good, which really drives home the urgency of uncovering his true motives. From the way he's acting and from what little he's let slip, if we can't buy the Abernathy's hotel, the entire company might be at risk. I'm utterly confident I'd land on my feet no matter what. But what about Maxwell? If there's one thing I know about my brother, it's that he loves his job. He's fascinated by numbers, by stock reports. He loves the whole business of investing. And he's pretty good at it when he's not distracted by booze and babes. I'm mentally playing through the information that I have so far. My father used to chat with Daisy on a regular basis, and he'd ask about her family and then work around to asking how the hotel was doing. Now it occurs to me that he was doing some intelligence gathering. But to what end? At least I finally understand why he insisted on hiring Daisy and why he wouldn't let me fire her. I feel a stab at the memory. It was a combination of dumb, selfish panic at how strongly she affected me and a rare concern for someone other than myself. She'd submitted several ideas for branding campaigns. There was nothing original or creative about them. She wasn't inspired like she is when she talks about marketing her hometown. I knew she'd never be happy working for our company, and I thought she'd be better off seeking opportunities. That's all water under the bridge. Something's come to a head. Something changed recently to the point where he feels that just talking to Daisy isn't enough. He needs to buy the hotel. Well, I'll have to dive back into my research tomorrow. Right now, Daisy's headed toward me, meeting me for an early dinner before I go to play poker with Lance and the others, with Callie by her side. Callie would be pretty if she didn't have that disapproving scowl stamped onto her face. It seems to get worse whenever she's with her sister. The two of them have some serious sibling issues to work out. Not that I'm one to talk about family dynamics. Today we've chosen an outside table because the cloud cover is giving us a break from the heat. Also, the tables around us are empty, so we'll have a temporary break from eavesdropping. Daisy makes the obligatory show of hugging me and letting me kiss her cheek to carry on with our boyfriend-girlfriend cover, but there's still a distance between us. It's frustrating as hell. How can I tell her everything when I don't know what's going on? I gave Daisy the special ink remover, so at least she's finally back to wearing light, gauzy materials. Today she looks like a river of pink flowers are flowing over her, in a breezy dress which caresses her figure in a highly flattering fashion. You girls look lovely, as usual. I pull out the chairs for Daisy and Callie. I'm trying to remember if I ever did this in New York. My driver would generally hold the limo door for whoever I was dating at the moment. I was never conscious of etiquette in New York, but here it just feels natural. We get our menus and order. I ask for a Mayor Mike without even having to look, and I make sure to order sweet tea, fitting in with the natives and all that. The waitress brings our drinks out right away. "So what are you up to today?" I ask. "I was just over at Aunt Tabitha's house doing some weeding," she says. She has a troubled look on her face. Something wrong? She takes a sip of her iced tea. "Funny thing, I could swear someone's following me." "Oh, for heaven's sake, you're such a drama queen," Callie says, rolling her eyes. I consider this. No, if Daisy says that someone is following her, I believe that someone is following her. Fuck. Could it be my father? I can't think of anyone else who'd follow her. Callie snorts in contempt. "You don't know disaster like we do," she says primly. "When she was 8 years old, she accused our English teacher of being an escaped convict." "You're basing your opinion of her on something that happened when she was 8? I say. And I've worked with her very closely for the last few years, so I think I know her pretty well." "Do you really?" Callie says, glowering at me. "If you knew her that well, why didn't you just ask her whether we wanted to sell the hotel instead of sneaking around behind her back?" She lowers her voice. "And I know you're faking the whole relationship thing, by the way." "Yes, and obviously I'd have to be pretty close to someone to do that kind of favor for them," I say. "That's between me and Chase, thank you very much," Daisy says, scowling at Callie. "And I am being followed. I heard someone rustling in the bushes. And last night when I went for a walk downtown and went down one of the side streets, I was being followed too. I had a feeling." "Oh, a feeling," Callie scoffs. "The same kind of feeling that you had when you were sure Mrs. Lichter was an escaped convict?" Daisy winces. I'm seriously starting to get pissed. You know, if people in this town respected Daisy's feelings a little more, maybe she would feel welcome and come home a little more often. You're a big part of the reason she never wants to take a real vacation. I may have raised my voice a little more than I should have. There are people sitting on a park bench who are turning our way now. Callie's face flushes with anger. "You don't know us, and this is family business. You can kiss my ass, fake Lancaster." "Callie?" We hear the appalled voice of Mrs. Abernathy. She's standing there with a bag that says Fred's Feed and Grain Store on it, looking like someone just spit on the Bible. Callie throws up her hands in frustration. "Really?" she says to Daisy in a low, angry voice, and she stalks off. "I'm so sorry," Mrs. Abernathy says to both of us, looking mortified. "She's grounded this weekend, that's for sure. And of course, Daisy would never use such language." She's on a major campaign to marry Daisy and me off, sooner rather than later. Which means that at least she doesn't know that my relationship with Daisy is fake. Is it really, though? My feelings for Daisy are as real as the beating heart in my chest. It's no problem at all, Mrs. Abernathy. I give her my most winning smile. Honestly, I hear worse than that every time I play racquetball. Yes, but not from ladies, she says primly. Little does she know the ladies at my gym could make a sailor blush. But why disillusion her? Anyway, I'm just on my way back to work. I'll talk to your sister, and she will apologize. There's a rare flash of steel to her tone as she marches off. Patience walks up just then and sets down our plates in front of us. We eat in silence for a minute. I didn't mean to cause trouble with your sister. I don't have the right to speak for you about why you don't come home. No, you hit the nail on the head. She smiles ruefully. You know me better than I know myself sometimes. I use work as an excuse, but I could have put my foot down and insisted on the vacation days that I'm due. She sighs. It's hard for me to come home to a place where everyone will always see me as Daisy the dork. I shake my head. I don't think you give them enough credit. Other than your sister, has anyone else called you Daysaster since that night at the diner? No, they haven't. And thank you for that. She flashes me a grateful smile that warms me to my very soul. I could quit while I'm ahead, but what I have to say is too important. She needs to hear this. You left town when you went off to college, and you haven't spent much time back here ever since. She shoots me a hurt look. Thanks. That's only been pointed out to me by my family and every single person in Swampy Bottom County on multiple occasions, so I'd almost forgotten. I'm not trying to give you a guilt trip. I'm saying I've seen how smart and competent you are, and I'd love for the people in Bitter End to see that too. But you haven't given them a chance to see you any other way, so some of this is on you. You're stomping around being resentful that everyone still thinks of you like a ditzy kid. If you want their respect, quit crying and earn it. Her eyes widen in shock. She pushes her plate away and stands up. Well, I should go back to the hotel now. Yep, that went over like a lead balloon. Not for the first time in my life I want to slap myself. It was meant to be a pep talk, but it came out like a character assassination. I quickly throw down a couple of 20s on the tabletop. Wait, I protest, hurrying after her. She picks up the pace, but I catch up with her easily. Daisy, I said hold on a minute. Her eyes spark with anger. You don't get to give me orders. We're not at work, and I barely even listen to you there. True, it's part of her charm. But what she said earlier about someone following her is nagging at me. I just wanted to say, if you've got a stalker, it's better if you don't go for walks on the back streets by yourself. Pshaw, this is Bitter End. I'll be fine. I sigh. Could you just humor me until you figure out if someone is following you or not? When you want to go traipsing around anywhere that's not a very public place, let me come with you. It's a beautiful town. I'm happy to do it. I will walk where I want, when I want. She breaks into a half jog, and I speed up until she gives up and starts walking at a normal pace again. God, your legs are so long, it's annoying. Can you walk like a normal human man for once? I just want to know you're safe. Please? Pretty please with sugar on top? God, if my parents could hear me now. First they'd have me committed, then they'd disown me. She heaves a sigh. Fine, since you asked nicely. A sudden, infuriating thought occurs to me. Do you think Percy's the one following you? My fists ball up, and I picture smashing them into his smirking face. Ooh, I hope not. She looks appalled. I mean, I don't think so. I can't imagine why he would. Well, given how he was behaving at his wedding. She squinches up her face. Wedding jitters. She doesn't sound completely convinced, though. Anyway, I have work to do. Tomorrow we've got a shotgun wedding for one of the Spillwell girls. And yes, there will be a literal shotgun there because she's 8 months pregnant and the groom's got cold feet. Bye. She walks off fast and I let her go. She's still angry at me for being a hard-ass. Even so, I'm not sorry I said what I said. Yeah, I could have stated it a little more tactfully, but she needed to hear it. Because I know Daisy, and even if she's pissed at me, the message will sink in. When she owns up to her part in how the town looks at her, she'll stop playing along with it and show them what she's really made of. Of course, she may give me the cold shoulder for the rest of our stay here, which means blue balls for me, and even worse, being deprived of the warmth of her company. Jesus, is this what love is all about? Doing the right thing for the person you love even when it makes things worse for you? If so, I kind of hate it. I glance at my watch. Almost time to meet up with Lance for the poker game. I've never been more eager for a night of mindless distraction. Chapter 20. Chase. The mayor lives in a federal-style brick building on the outskirts of town. You could fit 20 New York apartments in his house. A cherry-red 1965 Ford Mustang is parked in the circular driveway out front. That's the kind of car you'd think he'd keep in a garage, but I suspect he puts it in the driveway whenever he has company. He should. It's a thing of beauty. Lance meets me outside the house and ushers me in. "You ready to lose some money, city boy?" he says cheerfully. He's wearing jeans and a plaid shirt, and his accent is so thick you could cut it with a knife. I'll try not to embarrass myself, I promise him. The poker game is held in the mayor's basement, which is a fully furnished man cave. One end of the basement has a big screen TV and leather chairs, and the other end has a professional poker table. Pictures of the mayor shaking hands with various celebrities and at ribbon-cutting ceremonies decorate the walls. The mayor thrusts a Pabst Blue Ribbon into my hand as I enter. Sheriff Buckley, Lewis the landscaper, the diner owner, Herman, and Percy are there, helping themselves to beer from a cooler that sits on a side table. I notice Percy is walking awkwardly still because of the poison ivy, and I smile to myself. For Daisy's sake, I hate the a-hole. The way he's limping, though, I don't think he could be the one who's following her. He has a hitch in every step, and he's moving very slowly. Is it possible that her sister was right? That Daisy was imagining things? I hope so, but I still want to make sure she doesn't wander the back streets by herself until we're sure. Percy comes over and pumps my hand vigorously. He's wearing chinos and a polo shirt and too much hair product, giving his golden waves a greasy sheen. His face reminds me a little bit of a Cupid from a Renaissance painting. He's got the kind of petulant good looks that I could see appealing to a much younger Daisy. If she met him today, as arrogant and self-centered as he is, I am 100% certain that she and I would be laughing at him behind his back. "How's married life treating you?" I ask him. "Can't complain. I'm married to a beauty queen," he booms a little too loudly. "Did Daisy tell you my wife was Miss Apple Blossom Queen?" Jesus. Nope, she didn't mention it. Daisy's not one to live in the past. She doesn't actually discuss you guys at all. Percy makes a kind of pouty face. There's a man who thinks he's the center of the universe, all right. "Haven't seen you down at the dealership yet." There's a hint of a whine there. "Working and spending time with Daisy, my schedule's been pretty full." I shrug. "Now that I'm back home, I'm there every day except Sunday. How about we set up—" Aw, no. Mayor Culpepper is holding out a jar. "Pay up," he says. Percy, glowering, digs in his pocket and pulls out a $10 bill. Every time Percy mentions anything to do with cars, selling cars, buying cars, or any damn thing on four wheels, He has to feed the kitty, Mayor Culpepper says. Not fair. Everybody else gets to talk about cars, he says sullenly, stuffing the money in the jar. Everybody else isn't trying to sell 24/7. He looks at me. We also have a fine for Sheriff Buckley if he tells more than one story about fishing, and Lance if he tells any stories at all about how often he has sex with his wife. I have to put money in the kitty if I talk about working on my Mustang. He looks me up and down. We haven't decided yet what your fine will be for, but I'm sure something will come to us. Money goes to charity. Excuse me for having a happy marriage, Lance says with a mock-wounded expression. A very, very happy marriage. He smirks. You are perilously close, Mayor Culpepper warns him, waving the glass jar. Since I get my one fish story, let's talk about the record-winning bass I'm getting mounted this weekend, Sheriff Buckley pipes up. Or we could talk about the last place my wife and I mounted. Okay, fine. Lance pulls out his wallet and a $10 bill. Well, since I'm getting fined anyway, it was at the late show at the drive-in. Sheriff Buckley gives him a look of disgust. Literally everybody already knows that. They could see your car windows fogging up. You're lucky I didn't slap you with a public indecency fine. Now about that bass. And the sheriff proceeds to spend the next couple of minutes regaling us with the tale of how he hauled in the mightiest bass ever caught in the history of Swampy Bottom County. We finally take our seats at the poker table. It has green felt and cup holders, and the cards and stacks of chips have already been set out for us. Mayor Culpepper gets the dealer button and deals the first hand. Percy and Jebediah are sitting in the small blind and big blind spots. When we each get our hole cards, Percy's glee is written all over his face. Could he be any worse at this? Lance catches my eye and winks. Percy ends up losing the first hand to Lewis, and then the second hand to me. His face turns pouty. When it's my turn to deal, he watches me, narrow-eyed, and when it's his turn to deal, everyone watches him. But it's a fun, relaxing evening of the type I haven't experienced in far too long. In Manhattan, everyone's trying to one-up everyone. It's never just about relaxing and shooting the shit. All the guys are flashing their wrists to display their new Audemars Piguet watch, or talking about which supermodel they banged last weekend, or opening a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle with a showy flourish. Where do you and Daisy see yourselves settling down? The mayor asks. You could always move into her Aunt Tabitha's house. You guys seem to like it there. He winks at me. Everyone just takes it for granted that Daisy and I are going to get married, and will move back here. Of course, it's not even a question in their minds. And I'm amazed how much I don't want to disappoint them. Obviously, I have no life here. I could never run my business from here, but... You'll join the Rotary Club, of course, Herman says. Kiwanis, Boone corrects him. Rotary Club, you fathead, Herman snaps. The next thing I know, Herman and Boone are wrestling. They fall on the floor. Watch the table, Mayor Culpepper roars at them. I glance at the sheriff. Should you stop them? I ask. Nah, let them get it out of their system. Herman's toupee flips up. He tries to punch Boone, and I catch his arm. Sheriff Buckley grabs Boone and hauls him to his feet, and I pull Herman up. They're both panting hard and glaring at each other. Shake, the sheriff says with annoyance. Anyway, about me and Daisy, I honestly don't know when we'd be moving here. I look at the mayor. She has a lot of great ideas about promoting the town, by the way. I can tell you they're very good ideas, and I do this for a living. Maybe you guys could hear her out. Percy bursts out laughing. If you're getting your ideas from Daisy, you must be hard up. Hot rage boils through my veins. This arrogant little fucker, cheating on Daisy, hitting on her on his wedding day, and now mocking her in front of everyone? Say that again. I grit out each word. His face flushes and he scowls at me belligerently. He clenches his fists. I was a high school quarterback, he says threateningly in a gush of beery breath. Yeah, your glory days are behind you. We already know that. Shall we take this outside? Be ashamed to bump into this nice table. Settle down there, Lance says. We're all friends here. He looks at Percy. You lay off talking about Daisy or I might have to go at you myself. You guys could always stay in New York, Percy says with a sullen tone. She seems to like it there. Shut your mouth, Lance says irritably. You know how much Mrs. Abernathy wants Daisy to come back home. Percy settles back down, pouting, and we play a few more hands. I clean Percy out with ruthless efficiency. But when I head back to the hotel, my murky future looms in front of me, and I squint hard and try to see Daisy there in the murk, and I can barely make her out. And I don't feel as if I've won at all.
Chapter 21. Daisy. Our family cemetery is at the back of our property. It's a good distance from our house and the hotel, walled by trees and shrubbery, with a little footpath leading in. The cemetery itself is kept clear, even during our busy season. We have a garden shed at the corner of the cemetery, and someone comes out here at least once a week to mow the grass and clear away leaves and weeds. Sorrowful Abernathy's gravestone is at the front of the cemetery. It's what they call tablet style, thin and made of slate, adorned with a Gothic-looking skull, which was the style in the 1700s. The words are so faded, they're unreadable. There are more than 100 gravestones, but I know which one I'm looking for. As I stride past Sorrowful's gravestone, I pause. Thank you for founding this town, I say. I'm sorry you had such a tough time. If it helps any, this town was a wonderful place to grow up, in its own totally weird way. Then I make my way down the quiet grassy aisles until I find my dad's grave. I brought him a root beer, his favorite, and I open the can and pour a little bit on his grave. Then I sit down and take a big sip. I hope you don't mind if I drink the rest, I say to him. Hot as blazes already, and it's only 8 a.m. Of course, you know what time it is, don't you? I take another sip, leaning on his gravestone. It's comforting and solid. The gravestone is cool and throws a rectangular shade, and it supports me, just like Daddy would do if he were here physically. Every time I come to Bitter End, I visit his grave. Even if I'm only in town for 12 hours. Even if it has to be in the middle of the night. It's not as sad as you'd think it would be. I find it soothing. I can feel my dad's presence as if he's sitting right next to me. Okay, Daddy, so here's the thing, I say. What do I do about Chase? What is going on with him? I tip the soda can back and let the clear, sweet liquid run down my throat. I was pretty snippy with him after what he said to me at the diner, and he sent me a box of chocolates this morning, even though he was right and I was wrong. I never thought I'd feel this way about him. As if we're falling in love with each other, to be honest. Or at least, as if I'm fallen. But the way he's been acting, he really seems to care about me. It's the little things. Like the way he sticks up for me when anyone gives me a hard time, whether it's the mayor or Callie. Or even the fact that he ate that gross dinner your mom cooked up. I wave the can in the air to punctuate my point. I know. He was invited to dinner. You could say that it would be hard for him to just get up and walk out. But a lot of guys would have. He's not really my boyfriend. He wasn't obligated to stay, but he did. And he choked down that pile of awfulness. He did it for me. Geez, if anything would make a man bail, that dinner would have been it. I purse my lips and frown in thought. Is he a good guy? In his own odd way, yes. I mean, he can be a real hard-ass at work. More than necessary. He's not pleasant to work for, and he could easily lighten up just a little without being a pushover. Maybe that's something that I could help him with. But where it counts, he's honest. Sometimes brutally so. He pushes everyone around him to do their absolute best. He's a brilliant marketer, and he's highly respected in the business world as someone who gets things done. He's saved struggling businesses and created thousands of jobs over the years. I close my eyes and bask in the shaded warmth for a minute, the wheels in my head turning. You know, I used to think that his father was 1,000,000 times nicer than Chase, but I can see now that it's all superficial charm. If Chase is nice to you, you've earned it. It's real. I've seen his father doing some shady stuff. Making promises, hinting that he'd pay a certain price for a resort without actually coming right out and saying so, scaring off the competition, then lowering the price. If Chase did the stuff his dad did, I wouldn't work for him anymore. That had actually never occurred to me until I said it, but it's true. I couldn't be in a relationship with someone who thought I was immoral, and I couldn't work for someone like that either. Talking to my father really has a way of clearing my head. I twist around to look at the gravestone. He's totally acting like boyfriend material. He keeps saying he doesn't want me to leave him. He spends all of his free time with me. He's even holding open doors and pulling chairs out for me, Daddy. You'd totally approve. A quiet breeze rustles the leaves nearby. Is that a yes? I sigh. He says we belong together. It's starting to feel like we do. He's opening up to me, as corny as that may sound, and he's showing the real Chase behind the giant wall of dickishness. Oh, sorry, pardon my language. New York City has turned me into a real potty mouth. Good thing Mama didn't hear, am I right? I finished the soda, and now I feel a little sad. Dad used to get Callie and me root beer floats at the Silver Spoon. They were our favorite. But the thing is, Dad, I just don't know what to make of this whole spying thing. Why won't he come clean? Why won't he tell me what's really going on? He admitted that he can't tell me everything yet. If he's planning something bad for the hotel, then that means he's lied to me. And I could never accept that. And he'd be a completely different person than I thought he was. I sit there in silence, and my only answer is the distant rat-a-tat-tat of a woodpecker drilling for bugs. Not helpful. I grab a daisy that's grown up from Dad's grave, hold it up to my face, and say, "Hello? Is this thing on?" Horribly morbid, I know, but my dad would have laughed. Is laughing. I am sure of this to the depths of my soul. I lean back against the gravestone again and close my eyes. The sun has moved higher in the sky, and now it's beaming down on my face. The minutes drift by. I have to go help Mom with a wedding in a while, but I've still got a little more time to enjoy the peacefulness. The whispering breeze, the bird song, the rustling of the underbrush as someone sneaks up on me. What the hell? I open my eyes and spring to my feet. Whoever is following me has followed me here, and I'm going to freaking whip their butt. How dare they intrude on me in my family graveyard? I grab my pepper spray from my purse and rush toward the noise, yelling like a psycho. My arm is stuck straight out in front of me, and I've started spraying even before I burst through the underbrush. And I see who I've sprayed.
Daisy, what the hell?
Chase shouts, frantically rubbing at his face. You were following me, I cry out. He's blinded, tears streaming down his cheeks. Oh, hell. Here, come with me, I'll guide you. There's a spigot next to the shed. His eyes are screwed shut. I have to steer him over to the gardening shed. I turn the hose on and rinse out his face and eyes for several minutes. His shirt is soaked. Sorry, I wince.
Jesus, Daisy.
He shakes his head, sending drops of water flying.
I'd hate to see you when you're actually trying to hurt me.
I stamp my foot. This is not my fault. You were following me. He blinks bloodshot eyes at me.
I tried to call you and it went straight to voicemail. I was worried because of that whole thing with you being followed, so I asked your grandmother where you were, and she said she'd seen you head out this way.
So why were you sneaking around in the bushes? I demand.
Because I saw you sitting by the gravestone and I wanted to respect your privacy. I was going to wait a few minutes to give you some time to yourself, and then ask you if you wanted to grab a bite to eat with me.
We can just eat something really quick at the hotel. Mom asked me to help set up for a wedding this afternoon. What are we going to tell everyone about your face? I ask. The upper part of his face is red and blotchy.
Allergic reaction. Or, I know, got any waterproof makeup I can borrow?
Don't. I'm still bitter and I still have pepper spray, I warned him. He grabs my hand and holds it as we walk. That's been happening a lot lately, and it feels so natural that I usually don't even notice until he lets go. I wonder if he heard anything that I said about him. I really hope not. I was being embarrassingly gushy, and he'd never let me hear the end of it. I'm pretty sure he was too far away, though. So, you told your father that we don't want to sell, right? I ask.
Yes, I did.
Did you ever find out why he was so hot to buy this property? He frowns, looking unhappy. Or maybe it's just the effects of the pepper spray puffing his eyelids and making him squint.
He's looking to expand our offerings. There is a growing subset of vacationers who are tired of being catered to with the same kinds of luxuries they could get in their own mega mansions.
Oh no, I feel so sad for them. How could we make their life less miserable, Chase?
I know. But they have money to spend, and they'll spend it somewhere, so it might as well be with one of our resorts. They want more of an authentic experience, something different and a little more challenging. Be a farmer for a weekend, go on those eco-tours, live closer to the land, that kind of thing.
I look at him suspiciously. That still seems like your father had you do an awful lot of work when he could have started out by asking us if we would even be interested.
We never make an offer without doing our research first. You know that.
Chase blinks hard. His eyes are still puffy and watering. I know Chase well enough that I can tell he's not quite lying, but he's also not telling me everything. That's complete horsepucky. Researching the property wouldn't have been that hard. I mean, he's been out here himself when he owned that business with my father.
Wait. He said something about having been out in the swamp on your property, but I assumed he meant he came here on vacation when he was roommates with your dad. What business did they own together?
Chase scrunches up his face and wipes at his eyes. Some business in the north part of the state. Why? You didn't know about that? It was right after my dad got out of college and before he decided to come back to Bitter End and help out with the hotel.
What kind of business was it?
He persists. Paper mill. I shrug. Your dad ended up buying out my father's part of the business. And according to my uncle, your father sold the business not long after. We haven't had any involvement in it in decades.
What was the name of the company?
There's an urgency to his voice that sets alarm bells ringing. Why are you so interested? I ask suspiciously. You told your dad we won't sell. Chase hesitates long enough for me to know he's not going to give me a full answer. Seriously, I actually talked to Daddy about him, sang Chase's praises to the heavens, literally. Every time I think Chase and I are getting close, he yanks the rug right out from under me. I jerk my hand away from his.
It's interesting that my father never mentioned anything about this business to me,
he says carefully.
Our company does have some side businesses, but I thought I knew about all of them.
Even ones from 30-odd years ago?
Yes, all of them. It's just strange.
Chase, come on. There's more to it than that. What are you not telling me? We can't go on like this with you keeping secrets from me.
I need to look into the history of this company before I can answer you.
He grimaces, rubbing at his watering eyes.
I'm really sorry, Daisy. It's not just me I have to worry about here.
Is that a fact? Of course I don't have to worry about my family or my hometown in the slightest. The only thing that matters here is your billion-dollar company's bottom line. I'm using my pissed-off voice now. He's very familiar with that voice, but he's never heard me quite this angry before.
Daisy, please. I'm just asking you to bear with me a little longer.
He walks toward me, but trips over a root and falls on his butt. He's still half blind. You can eat by yourself. That is, if you find your way back to the hotel. I spit the words out. Mind you, don't accidentally wander into the swamp. And until you can look me in the eye and say you have told me absolutely everything you know, you can eat all your meals by yourself until you go back to New York, which should be sooner rather than later.
Daisy, wait!
Chase calls out after me, but I storm off to find my mother, leaving Chase to grope his way back to the hotel with his pepper spray swollen eyes. Chapter 22. Daisy. It's been 24 hours since I decided to go on a Chase Lancaster fast. I am experiencing symptoms that read like a list of the warning signs from a TV ad for some new experimental medication. Decrease in appetite, my right eye is twitching, my mouth is dry, my lady bits are throbbing. I'll be perfectly fine. He keeps calling me and sending me text messages, which I ignore and which are completely unfair. It's like waving a bowl of chocolate mousse in front of someone on a keto diet. To make life more annoying, my phone rings as I'm folding up chairs from a wedding this morning, and when I answer, it's Percy.
Daisy?
He says, and I wait for that little zing that I always used to feel when I heard his voice. Nothing. Kinda busy, Percy. I awkwardly carry 3 chairs toward the storage room in the back of the hotel, holding them under my arm so I can talk on the phone. What do you want?
I was just checking up on you. You know we're back, Savannah and me?
Like I could forget who he was married to. Yeah, you got poison ivy on your butt while you were on your honeymoon. Everyone knows that, I say impatiently. For a guy like Percy, image is everything. I can tell from his huffy silence that he's annoyed with me. Well, boo-hoo. I told you I'm busy. Why are you calling me?
Daisy?
His voice sounds all pitying and worried.
I just wanted to make sure that you're okay, but I can tell from the way you're snapping at me that you still haven't let go. I know that this has to be difficult for you.
I'm sorry, what has to be difficult for me? Hearing that your butt is one giant blistery rash? No, that was pretty entertaining for all of us, actually. Thanks for your concern, though. Toodles. I hang up. I return to my task, but Chase's face keeps swimming in front of me, no matter how hard I try to banish it. To distract myself, I call a meeting of the detective club, minus Callie, of course, since she quit and she's barely speaking to us. Grandma May and Naomi meet me in the barn under the pretense of cleaning the chicken coop. I want to look at the town records for our property to see if there's anything that I've missed. Like, at any point, did Chase's father own part of our property, too? Is there a freaking oil well out in the swamp? So, theoretically, how hard would it be to break into town hall? I ask my grandmother. For me or for you? Grandma May asks. I've got keys to most buildings in town. Don't ask. I promise I wasn't going to. I'm half appalled and half enthralled, and I'm also all about plausible deniability. Your Honor, I swear I had no idea what she was up to. So what do you need? She asks, patting her hair, which is set in rows of white curls today. Petty cash? Blackmail material? Naomi looks at Grandma May with interest and admiration. Wow, she says. No, I splutter. Just property records. Boo, Grandma May says. Boring. I mean, that's totally legal. Yes, but I want to keep it under our hat. I think we should look over our property records and see if there's anything that we've missed. And I don't want anyone in town to get wind of it yet. We need to know what we're dealing with first. I'm with you there, Grandma May says. These nosy Parkers don't need to be all up in our business. Please, that woman spreads gossip like fleas spread bubonic plague. All right, I'll dig up our property records and we'll meet up after the wedding. What's my mission? Naomi asks. Hang around the hotel as if you're helping with the wedding, but keep an eye on Callie and Mama. Keep me posted on their whereabouts. I spend the next couple of hours in a state of nervous anticipation, craning my ears for the sound of sirens heading toward the town hall. Finally, Grandma May calls me and says she has the records and I should meet her and Naomi near our blueberry patch. It's a little spot deep in the woods that only the family knows about. My mother's been buzzing in and out of the house today, so if we met up in there's the chance that she'd walk in on us and demand to know what's happening. I sneak away from the afternoon wedding in the flower garden and make my way through the wooded area on the back of our property, pushing my way through the underbrush and swatting at mosquitoes. The hair on the back of my neck stands up, and I hear a faint rustling as I walk. I stand still, twisting around and looking intently at the thick stand of scrubby underbrush to my left. "Chase," I call out. The rustling stops. I pull out my cell phone and dial. Chase answers right away.
"Daisy,"
he says, sounding thrilled to hear from me. Country music blares in the background. He's definitely not the one following me. "Are you at Thirsty's?" I ask in astonishment. Thirsty's is out in the county area, about 45 minutes from Bitter End. It's the only bar in the county.
"Well, you weren't answering my calls, and Lance and Pamela invited me out. How are you? What's up? Come meet us here."
He sounds slightly drunk.
"They've got a special on gator tail. Also, I've got some great ideas for rebranding this place, and I wanted to bounce them off you."
"Bounce them off Lance and Pamela. I just called to say I'm still not talking to you," I say, and I hang up. Real mature, Daisy. He calls me back immediately.
"I'm not talking to you either,"
he says.
"However, I'm available for sex. I know how much you're missing it because I'm missing it 10 times more."
"Do not say things like that in front of Lance and Pamela," I yell.
"They're in the restroom. I think they're having marital relations there and probably catching tetanus while they're at it. And I thought you weren't talking to me."
I hang up again. Okay, so whoever's following me isn't Chase. It's my actual stalker. Good, because in the mood I'm in, I'm ready to throw down. I wonder with a sudden rush of nausea if it's Percy. Because if it is, I will punch his lights out, the little creep. I am completely and finally over him. Of course, the horrible truth is that I'm over him because of Chase. I'm totally hung up on Chase, and I am more and more sure that I'm going to be pushed into choosing him or the family business, and that's not even a contest. I break into a jog, bursting into the clearing where Naomi and Grandma May are waiting for me. Naomi's carrying the files for Grandma May, a big fat stack of them. "Whoever's following me is right there," I gasp, pointing at the underbrush. The branches were rustling, but they stop instantly. My grandmother runs faster than any 80-year-old woman with 2 artificial knees and a hip replacement has any right to, and she jabs her cane right through the bush. A scream rings out, a woman's scream. "Savannah!" I yell. Silence. "I know it's you." "You do not," she cries out. My grandmother jabs with her cane again. Savannah storms out, followed by Mimi. They're both wearing high heels, wobbling over the mossy ground, and they're flushed and sweaty and glaring at us. "Well, well, if it isn't Tweedledum and Tweedledummer," my grandmother says. "You're the one who's been following me. What the hell, Savannah?" I demand. "I know what you've been up to," Savannah snarls. "Yeah, we know what you've been up to," Mimi echoes loyally. "Dear God, Mimi," I marvel. "If you ever had an original thought, it would die of loneliness." "What does that mean?" She looks at Savannah anxiously. "Is she insulting me? Should I hit her?" "Didn't go that well for you the last time, did it?" I say nastily. "How much did your new hair extensions cost you?" "Your grandmother broke into the town hall and stole files, and I'm going to tell everyone," Savannah says, pulling a leaf from her shiny blonde hair. Naomi glowers at her and hugs the files to her chest. "Quit being such a bitch, Savannah. This isn't about you. If Chase's family buys the hotel, it doesn't just hurt Daisy, it's going to hurt the whole town." The hotel is for sale? Why? Savannah squawks. Wait, what did you think we were up to? I demand. And no, it's not for sale. Savannah hesitates for a split second. That's exactly what I thought you were up to. And I'm going to tell Sheriff Buckley about Grandma May breaking and entering, and she'll go to jail. Go ahead. I'll tell Willadine you've been following me. I shrug. And then I'll take out a restraining order, and it will be in the Bitter End Bulletin. Savannah goes pale. Don't you dare. Yeah, don't you dare, Mimi says quickly. So, it seems like we're at an impasse. And why are you following me? I ask. Savannah looks at me suspiciously. You first. Why did Naomi say Chase's family is going to buy the hotel? That doesn't sound like it would be good for Swampy Bottom. Dear God, did you just express concern for something or someone other than yourself? I say with mock astonishment. You and your family may be a bunch of poor relations who've mortified us with your behavior for the last 200 years, but the hotel is the biggest employer and the biggest draw of visitors to our county. She looks indignant. And if anything bad happens to our county, it also happens to me. Naomi and I exchange knowing glances. That's more believable, I say. And Chase's company might be interested in buying the hotel. We don't know yet, so we're doing some research, including looking over the property records to see why they're even interested in such a small-town operation. And we don't want to make it public yet. Why can't you just ask him? Because I suspect that he would feel obligated to put the interests of his firm first. I absolutely hate having to say that. I hate having to reveal that things aren't perfect with me and Chase after all. Surprisingly, she doesn't gloat. She chews her lower lip, scowling in thought. Are we fighting them or not? Mimi asks. Zip it, Mimi. So what are we going to do about this? Savannah asks. Where did this we nonsense come from? Grandma May demands. We trust you about as much as we trust your mother's natural blonde hair color. It has nothing to do with trust, Savannah says haughtily. We temporarily have a common goal, which is figuring out what Daisy's shady boyfriend is up to. Whatever you're doing to investigate, I want in. I don't want to say yes, but if I don't, I'm afraid she might tattle on us. We're trying to figure out why Chase's family would even be interested in the hotel. That's why we're looking over the property records. All right? What other information do you have? Chase's father seems to be behind the whole thing. He's the one who got me the job at Lancaster in the first place. I shake my head in disappointment. I used to think he was a really nice guy. He was always asking about my family and the hotel. And now I'm starting to wonder why I was so interested. Savannah purses her lips in thought. When did he get you the job again? Right after grad school, a little less than 3 years ago. Why is he suddenly so interested in the hotel? What's new? Much as I hate to give Savannah any credit for anything, that is a very good question. It should have occurred to me earlier. That's hard to say. I don't know of anything major that's changed. Well, there's one thing. A couple of weeks ago, I told Mr. Lancaster that we had a new airboat business, and the tours were turning out to be popular. He seemed interested. Said he'd love to go on one himself sometime. I thought he was just being polite. His idea of the great outdoors is the nearest golf course. I chew my bottom lip. He wanted to know how far out the swamp tours went. So, he's concerned about something in the swamp. Savannah frowned. I've got connections. I can ask around. Don't worry. I'll be discreet. She glances at me narrow-eyed. And that's more than I can say for you, she says huffily. Come on, Mimi, let's go. And the two of them stalk off, their heels wobbling in the grass. We were very discreet, I say indignantly. It's not my fault she was following me. Wait, why was she following me? She still never said. Then my shoulders slump. Who am I kidding? Everybody might as well just go back to calling me Disaster. No, we will not, Grandma May says. You are our very own Daisy Abernathy. Chapter 23. Daisy. The search of our property records is disappointing. I went through hundreds of years of history and came up with zilch. We own 20 acres of dry land and a few hundred acres of swamp. The swamp is actually classified as protected wetlands, and no building or development could take place anywhere in or on it. We had to get special permits to be able to go on tours. The only monetary value it has is the eco-tours, and although that's lucrative for us, it's a tiny little drop in the bucket for a multinational corporation like Lancaster Hotels and Resorts. It's Wednesday morning. I'm due to go home on Friday, and I've made it my full-time job to avoid Chase Lancaster. He keeps calling and texting. I keep ignoring it. It hasn't escaped the notice of the Bitter End Gossip Squad. I'm getting advice from all quarters. Apparently, everyone was super invested in the whole Chase Daisy thing. In order to avoid persistent questions from everyone and their grandmother's cousin's hound dog, I'm spending every waking moment working at the hotel. I'm serving guests, helping clean rooms, or out in our gardens weeding, trimming, and fertilizing. The detective club is on hiatus. I've run out of ideas as to what Chase and his father are after. Whatever's going to happen will happen. For some reason, Savannah's taken a real interest in the whole affair, and she keeps showing up at the hotel and asking me for updates and hanging around a lot longer than necessary. She doesn't have a paying job, just volunteers at the Chamber of Commerce, and she obviously has way too much time on her hands. The only information she's dug up is that Chase has been going up north to pull some records on the old paper mill. The people who bought it from Jefferson sold it 10 years ago, and now it's shut down, so there's nothing useful there. Of course, every time she stops by, she has to mention how incredibly happy she and Percy are, usually wrapped in syrupy concern for my emotional state now that Chase and I aren't speaking. I'm going to miss a lot of things about Bitter End when I go back to New York. Frequent visits from my least relative will not be one of those things. So far this morning, I've ignored 6 phone calls from Chase. I'm behind the desk in the hotel lobby when a man in a suit walks up holding a monogrammed envelope. I open it and it says, Chase Lancaster requests the pleasure your company in the garden area at 29 Peach Blossom Lane, Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. Light refreshments will be served. Dress style, Bitter End casual. That's Aunt Tabitha's address. What is he even doing there? And he actually hired someone to come all the way to Bitter End, deliver a personal message, and a cute, charming message at that. Asshole. On the one hand, Aunt Tabitha's house is dangerously close to the carriage house, where my willpower has historically been known to desert me. On the other hand, my curiosity's killing me. The curiosity hand wins. It's 8:45 a.m. If I leave the hotel right now, I'll be there on time. I find Junebug in the office, ask her to take over for me, and head over to Aunt Tabitha's house. When I get there, I swear I see Lance disappear around the corner. He looks like him anyway, but I only see the back of him. Chase's rental car is parked out front. And as I walk toward the house, I barely recognize the place. The front door has a fresh coat of paint. The stone urns on either side of the door, empty before, now have flower arrangements. I walk through the house and the musty smell is gone. Everything's been dusted, the wood floors are gleaming, and someone's plugged in air fresheners. It's the garden that's truly breathtaking, though. The jungle in the backyard has been whipped into shape, and someone did a masterful job. Weeds have been pulled, fresh flowers have been planted in the beds, vines have been hacked away. The stone bird bath fountain is working again, water tinkling from the vase of a cement nymph into the bowl below. A half-dozen bird feeders filled with seed hang from the trees. It looks exactly like I remember from my childhood. I half expect to see Aunt Tabitha emerge from behind a hedge with her canvas bag of garden tools. What I see instead is Chase, standing by a hedge with a pair of clippers. He's wearing a t-shirt and chino shorts, and his hair is plastered to his head with sweat. He's never looked sexier. He sets down his clippers and a canvas bag of garden tools when he sees me. Tears fill my eyes and spill onto my cheeks.
Are those good tears or bad tears? He asks, walking toward me with a quizzical expression.
Good tears? I sniff hard. This is amazing.
I had help. Lance and Sheriff Buckley. I've never actually gardened before, so I didn't have a clue what I was doing. I've got new respect for landscapers now.
He wipes his sweaty brow with the back of his hand. God, does he look sexy doing that. His t-shirt lifts a little and shows a flash of a perfectly flat stomach and a dark treasure trail. It's just not even fair. You guys must have been up all night, I say, swallowing hard. He lifts his muscular shoulders in a shrug.
No big deal. The thing is, you'd mentioned you wanted to come here and work on the garden, and with someone following you, I was worried that you'd come out here and do it by yourself, because you're a stubborn dumbass. So I figured if I did it for you, you wouldn't have to come out here alone.
Chase is a freaking billionaire. He could have easily paid for a crew of professionals to come out here and attack the garden by themselves. He didn't have to lift a finger. It's hot, sweaty, exhausting work. He did it himself in the full heat of summer because he knew it would mean something to me. My heart might actually explode. This is so out of character, so incredibly kind and thoughtful and caring that I have to suck in my breath and hold it so I don't burst into tears. He makes a rueful face.
I did tell Lance and Sheriff Buckley about you being followed, and they were both pissed that I didn't tell them earlier. They've been keeping an eye on you for the last couple of days while they helped me work on the garden.
Oh, I say softly, on a long, slow exhalation of breath. You don't have to worry anymore. It was Savannah following me. She stopped. He brightens.
That's fantastic. Why was she following you?
She keeps avoiding the subject, but the thing is, she's a total liar. So if she gave me a reason, it would be BS anyway. I have a theory that it's important to her that I'm miserable, and she was following me around to make sure. But who knows with her?
Well, as long as you're safe.
Then he points at a wrought iron table. I'd forgotten about its existence because it was swallowed up by vines. He's unearthed it and cleaned off. Here are plates set out there for us, with sandwiches, a bowl of cookies, and a thermos.
I know it's a little early, but Boone insisted on sending this along because he's worried about you and I not speaking to each other. He says that the way to your heart is through your stomach.
We sit down at the table and dive in.
Your vacation is finished in 2 days,
he says, opening a thermos and pouring iced tea into 2 cups.
Realistically, it's not appropriate for a boss to be dating his personal assistant. So we could move you to the branding department.
You don't think I'm ready for it, I point out. He sighs.
Here's the truth. At Lancaster, you've never shown the kind of passion and creativity for any of our campaigns that you have when you talk about marketing for Bitter End. You weren't inspired, but here you are.
He takes a sip of iced tea, looking thoughtful.
Working for the Bitter End Chamber of Commerce would be the perfect job for you.
Chase, this is the town time forgot. Bitter End's barely entered the 20th century, much less the 21st. And I'm the last person they'd hire even if they did go for it. Also, I'd be working with Savannah, and I'd rather stab my own eyes out, but that's not an issue since it'll never happen anyway. They'd hire you before they hired me. And I'd have to live in Bitter End. Apparently that would be fine with Chase. He takes a bite of his roast beef sandwich.
Man, that's good. I love a good Jim Bob.
Jim Bob was an amateur comedian who used to roast the town's better-known residents at the annual charity ball. He puts down his sandwich.
We could have a commuter relationship if you stayed here,
He says.
We'd find a way to make it work.
Okay, so he had thought of it. Make what work? I look at him through narrowed eyes. I'm taking a temporary break from not talking to you, but we're technically not even dating. He just looks at me with cool amusement.
I can be very persistent when I want something. Also, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think I have a handle at what's happening at the hotel. It's going to be resolved pretty soon. And in the meantime, I will keep calling you and texting you, and showing up with your favorite food, until you surrender to my charm and let me sex you into a coma.
My mouth is full of sandwich, so I reply with a glower.
See this?
He waves at the garden.
In romantic comedies, they call it the grand gesture. I am going to keep grand gesturing the living fuck out of you until you give in.
I choke on my sandwich, wheezing. He pounds me on the back until I can breathe again. He's still grinning. He is so smug. He is so sure of himself, and he's probably right. No comment. I clear my throat and grab my cup of iced tea to wash the sandwich down. I'm too orgasm-deprived to think up any snappy rejoinders. I eat as slowly as possible because, even though I'm mad at him, I also miss spending time with him, and I want to drag it out. When I finally finish, I help him clean up the table and stuff everything in a garbage bag, which he brought with him because he's thought of everything. Then he takes me on a tour to show me everything that he and the guys did over the last few days. Not only that, but they managed to keep it a secret, which in Bitter End is nothing short of a miracle. He's brimming with pride, and he should be, because it's gorgeous. The guys must have planted hundreds of flowers in a half-dozen garden beds, and they weeded the pathways and put down fresh flagstones. It's a beautiful lot, easily 2 full acres. They mowed parts of it and put down fresh sod where it was needed. There's a new swing hanging from one of the old oak trees. The hedges have been reshaped into glossy, gleaming green walls, separating the different garden areas. The greenhouse has re-emerged, and the broken glass panes have been repaired. We end up at the back door of the house, warm and sweaty and flushed. We're in our own little Garden of Eden back here, and I don't want to leave, ever. But I still have work to do back at the hotel. As grand gestures go, it isn't terrible, I admit. He leans in and kisses my mouth, and then wipes a smear of mayonnaise off my cheek with his finger.
It was the fucking bomb,
he says, licking his finger. I watch with a hunger that has nothing to do with food.
Admit it.
Okay, it was amazing. It was possibly the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. But technically, I'm still not talking to you until this whole hotel business is worked out.
You'll come around,
he says. We walk through the house and out the front door.
I'll call you later,
he says.
You don't have to answer, although I'd like it if you did.
Chapter 24. Daisy. I stand there on the curb, watching Chase pull away. The wall I built between us is definitely cracking and crumbling. Shoddy construction work on my part. He says he'll keep fighting for me, for us. I glance at my watch. It's been 2 hours. I scrabble for my phone, buried deep in my purse, in case I've missed anything. I've set the phone to vibrate and turned the ringtone off because I'm getting tired of people calling me with advice on how to win my man back. Seriously, if I have to listen to one more senior citizen give me sex tips. My stomach does a quick flip of alarm when I see that I've missed 6 calls from Callie, and it starts vibrating again. Oh, God. Did something happen to Mama? To Grandma May? Naomi? I answer right away. What's wrong? I demand. Who's dead? I thought you said that Chase's father knew we weren't interested. Callie is practically yelling. I did. Well, he's here with a big fat contract, and he's pushing Mom to sell right now. Offering $250,000, but says he's willing to negotiate if we sign today. We told him we're not interested, but he refuses to leave. The hotel is in a trust, and the only way it can be sold is if 3 out of 4 of the owners, me, Callie, Mama, and Grandma May, agree to it. Still, I don't want him there intimidating my mother and pushing her around. I'm at Aunt Tabitha's house. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Where's Grandma May? In the barn milking the goats. I haven't called her yet. I wanted you here as a buffer. No, call her. She'll keep him from intimidating Mama. You sure? Callie asks doubtfully. If she hits him with her cane, I could see him pressing charges or suing. She's 80. She looks deceptively frail. Any jury in North Carolina would laugh him out of court. Get her in there. I hang up and call Chase, but it goes straight to voicemail. I quickly bang out a text. Your father is here, and he's trying to force us to sell. Call me now. Then I break into a jog, sprinting up to Main Street and then north toward the hotel. By the time I get there, I'm winded from running in the heat. Chase hasn't called me back yet. I'm trying to remember where he said he'd be today. I'd asked him a little earlier, and he was kind of vague about it. Is it a coincidence that I suddenly can't reach him? I run into the lobby, huffing and puffing. Junebug greets me, looking worried. They're in the conference room, she says. What's going on? I don't understand. I don't, gasp. No, either. I stand there for a moment, catching my breath. I'll tell you when we figure it out. I hurry to the conference room, where Jefferson Lancaster is sitting with a stack of papers in front of him, facing my mother, Callie, and Grandma May. There's a pot of coffee in the middle of the table, and everyone has a cup of coffee in front of them, but nobody's drinking any. I plop down into a chair next to Callie.
Daisy, so good to see you again.
Jefferson beams a smile at me, nearly blinding me with a flash of capped teeth. I'm not wasting time with false pleasantries. We already told Chase that we weren't interested, so why would you come all the way out here and waste your time and ours? My mother shoots me an angry look, and my stomach clenches. She's going to be mad as hell that she wasn't told about this earlier. She's holding her purse on her lap, twisting the straps so hard that one of them has come loose.
You're calling him Chase now?
Jefferson smirks.
Not Mr. Lancaster. I see. And I understand that this is not something you had considered previously, but I'd like to open up a negotiation. We're willing to make a very generous offer.
It's not about the money, I say. This is a family business. As long as we own it, we run it in a way that benefits the community.
It's always about the money in the end.
Jefferson's lip curls up in a sneer. Wrong answer. Every last one of us has our backup now. Use some of that money and buy yourself a clue. You don't belong here, Slick Willie. Grandma May glares at him. I never did like my Leland working with you. I wouldn't trust you as far as I can spit. Jefferson looks appalled, but then quickly rearranges his expression so he's wearing his negotiating mask again.
Look,
he says, his tone turned oily.
I'm willing to double my offer. $500,000. I can't go above that because it's way more than the property is worth. I'm doing this because your father was such a close friend.
First of all, bullshit, because we already know that the property assessment is way higher than that, I say with contempt. My mother doesn't even threaten me with the swear jar. And while we're listing all your lies, you've never had a friend in your life, and your interest in the hotel has nothing to do with our business. I have paid attention over the past few years of working at Lancaster, and I have a good understanding of the types of properties that you acquire, and the primary factor is location, location, location. Frankly, we don't have that, unless we're sitting on top of an oil well I don't know about. Until you explain why you're obsessed with this place, we're done speaking. His smile stays plastered on his face.
I can see you've learned a lot. More than we gave you credit for. You could have a very bright future at Lancaster,
he says.
I can have a contract drawn up for you this afternoon. We'll start you at $250,000 a year. Pick which account you'd like to work on.
I just stare at him steadily. I won't take his bribe. And I know that means I no longer have a job at Lancaster Hotels and Resorts. Done speaking. I bite out each word with harsh intensity. His smile dims a little.
You're making a very expensive mistake, Daisy. It's not going to just cost you, it'll cost your family.
I need to talk to my daughter, my mother says tightly. I'd like you to leave the room. Jefferson leans back in his seat.
Oh, dissension in the ranks.
He smiles sympathetically.
Chase told me that would be a problem. You guys always at each other's throats. Myself, I see it as an opportunity. If you're keeping secrets from each other, how are you going to work together as a unit? And if you can't trust each other, would you even try? Sell the property, divide up the money, and you can go into whatever business you want.
Did Chase tell his father that I fight with my family? If not, how else would Jefferson know? And if he did, I've been made an absolute fool of. I feel as if I've been drenched with a bucket of ice-cold water, and I can't help but shiver, which Jefferson notices with a twitch of a smirk that he barely suppresses. Jefferson has a talent for exploiting weaknesses and making people feel vulnerable. That's his primary weapon when he's negotiating. I don't know how I didn't see it before. I think it's because he's got an intimidating air about him, something that makes you want to please him. I was always so flattered that an important man like Mr. Lancaster would take the time to stop and make small talk with little old me. This is our property. We told you to go, and you're refusing to leave. Trespassing is a crime in this state. You can get out now, or we can call the sheriff, have you removed, and file a restraining order, I say. He just smiles, pulls his phone out, and starts scrolling. A bully move. He has to show that he's more powerful than a bunch of silly little women who need to be put in their place. I nudge Callie with my elbow. Please go call Sheriff Buckley, I say. She hurries from the room. Jefferson just sits there ignoring us. My mother has gone pale with anger, but she's too mild-mannered to deal with this effectively. I glance at Grandma May, and we nod at each other. Great minds think alike. I wouldn't make yourself too comfortable here, Jefferson, I say nastily. He snorts in contempt and doesn't even bother to look up.
Or what? You'll bore me to death?
We both grab the mugs of coffee that are set in front of us, lean across the table, and dump them on Jefferson's lap. He jumps up with a roar of rage.
You crazy bitches,
he shouts.
I'll have you arrested for assault.
You poor little baby. Do you need a Band-Aid for that? Grandma May mocks him. Child size, I'd imagine. And never say or what to a Southern woman, because we'll give you or what.
I'm going to fucking ruin you.
He storms out of the room and tries to slam the door behind him, but the hinges are too stiff, which infuriates him even more.
Fuck, fuck, fuck,
he screams as he stomps down the hallway. Callie comes back in, looking sick to her stomach, and sits down again. I called the sheriff. He's on his way. My mother slaps her hands down on the table, making me jump. Daisy, why did he say all that about Chase? She demands, her eyes flashing with anger. I wince. Chase said that his father might be interested in buying the hotel. When did he say that? Callie and I exchange wretched glances. Since shortly after he came here, I admit. And your sister knew? She shoots Callie a wounded look. And I suppose Grandma May knew. Not at first, and I swore them to secrecy. It's not their fault. My mother scowls at me and sits up straighter. Like that's supposed to make me feel better? You should have told me right away. There's an undercurrent of steel to my mother's voice that I haven't heard since before Daddy died. I didn't want to worry you until I was sure there was anything to worry about. This is our entire livelihood. This is our family's legacy. I had the right to know. Why wouldn't you tell me? Her voice is rising, shrill and angry. Because I didn't know if you could handle it, I say defensively. Look at you. You've just pulled the second strap off your purse, and next you'll start pulling your hair out again until you get bald spots. You get ulcers, you have dizzy spells, you suffer panic attacks and can't leave your room for days. That hasn't happened in years, which you'd know if you were around more often. My mother leaps to her feet. She draws herself up to her full height of 5'4". Thank you for the vote of confidence and not trusting me enough to warn me that your gentleman friend wants to destroy your father's legacy. And she storms out of the room, leaving me near tears and sick to my stomach. Callie shakes her head at me reproachfully. We should have told her from the beginning, she says, and follows her out. Grandma May stands up with a pained grimace. It'll all work out the way God wants it to, she says, but I've never heard her sound worried like this before. She looks like she's aged 20 years in the past 10 minutes, as she hobbles after my mother and sister, leaning heavily on her cane. Sitting there alone in the conference room, I call Chase again. Straight to voicemail. I immediately call back and then send several texts, hoping that the repeated dings on his phone will alert him that there's something really wrong. Even if he's driving, he should pull over and check. Also, I know that he has a special ringtone for me and for my texts, so he'll know it's me calling. Finally, I give up and leave the conference room. Jefferson is facing off against my family and the small crowd who've gathered to stand behind them. The hotel staff are watching from the doorways. Jefferson holds his briefcase in front of his crotch to hide the stain. Lance, Boone, Jedediah, and Mayor Culpepper are crowded up next to my family. It didn't take long for word to get around town that something big was going down at the Apple Blossom Hotel. Through our big glass picture windows, I can see more people rushing up the front steps and hurrying toward the front door. They don't want to miss the show. Jefferson's face is flushed and ugly red.
I'm done messing around,
he bellows.
Chase was right about you inbred swamp rats. No brains and no class. My offer's dropped to 100,000. And if you don't take that offer by the end of today, I won't just destroy the hotel, I will take down the entire fucking town with it. I will open another hotel in the next county and pour hundreds of thousands of dollars of advertising into it. Millions if I have to. Every single business that you have on Main Street, I'll open one of my own and offer the same goods and services at half price until every business here is forced to shut down. Bitter End will be a bankrupt ghost town.
What the hell, Carol? Boone says to my mother, his eyes wide with shock. Mayor Culpepper stands up tall, but Jefferson's still an easy 6 inches taller.
You'd better leave,
he snaps.
Who's going to make me?
Jefferson barks out an angry laugh. They stand there bristling at each other. Sheriff Buckley pushes his way through the small crowd that's gathered and grabs Jefferson by the shoulder. When Jefferson spins around and tries to swing at him, the sheriff easily pins his arm up behind his back and marches him out of the lobby.
I'll have your job,
Jefferson roars.
Good. Pays 40 grand a year, people shoot at you, drunks puke on you, but at least it comes with a terrible health plan,
Sheriff Buckley says dryly.
Enjoy.
The front door slams behind him, and we all watch through the window as he maneuvers Jefferson across the parking lot. When he lets go, Jefferson storms off without looking back. I take a deep breath and turn to face my mother. Here's what we're gonna do, I say. We're gonna start a publicity campaign to discredit Jefferson Lancaster and save Bitter End. Hell, the security video from the hotel lobby alone would ruin him.
I think you've done quite enough,
Lance says quietly. I stifle an angry retort. I understand this affects his job and our entire town. Lance, there is a lot more going on than any of us know about right now, and Jefferson's a lying sack of horse manure. He's got the morals of a snake, and he'll lie to anyone and about anyone without blinking an eye. I wouldn't believe what he says about Chase or anything else. Chase still hasn't called back, though, or answered any of my texts. Is it possible that Jefferson is telling the truth? No, Lance is right, my mother says, her voice laden with despair. You brought this problem to our doorstep, and we're going to have to deal with the fallout. We'll make the decisions on how to proceed, without your help, thank you. This doesn't affect you like it does us." I gasp. Did she really just say that? Mom, you're not listening to me. He's got to be desperate to be acting like this. And whatever he's desperate about, he's obviously running out of time. That's why he's pushing so hard to get you to sign the agreement today. We can beat him. We can find out what he really wants. Just trust me, please. Like you trusted me, she says bitterly. Abruptly, she turns her back on me and starts talking to Callie, shutting me out. I don't know what to do. Callie, if he'll sign something saying that he'll leave the rest of the town alone, we may have to sell, for whatever he's willing to give us now. It's my property, too, I call out angrily. My mother doesn't even turn around. Since when? Callie snaps at me, and then she huddles with my mother. Lance leans in, talking to them in low, urgent tones, saying something I can't hear. Grandma May pats me on the arm. They'll get over it, she says. Grandma May, do not sign anything, I order her. They can't sell without yours and my signature. She meets my gaze and stares at me for a long moment and then nods resolutely. Okay, so the hotel is safe for now. But if they won't let me help them, how much longer will we have a hotel, a town? My heart is heavy as lead as I leave the hotel lobby. Nobody seems to notice me going. Everyone's gathered in a circle around my mother, waving their arms, shouting. I make it back to my room in the farmhouse before I start crying, but as I'm crying, I'm also packing. I'm not needed here. Whatever happens next, my time at Bitter End is over. For good this time. Chapter 25. Daisy. With shaking hands, I scribble the note. It simply says, I'm going home to New York. I resist the temptation to underline the word home, because they'll get my meaning all right. I tear the page from my notebook and drop it on my bed. I want to storm back to the hotel and scream at them. How could you? If Chase were here, he'd tell me to go back to the hotel and stand my ground. Make them treat you with respect, he'd say. But he's not here, and the more time goes by without an answering call or text, the more I despair of there being an innocent explanation. Frustrated, I grab my suitcase and head for Main Street. Crazy Isaac is there napping on a bench. I plop down next to him and ponder my next move. There are 2 buses from Bitter End to Charlotte per day. One of them leaves in an hour. Daisy, Isaac says, sitting up. Oh, hello. Didn't mean to wake you. I sigh heavily. Nice suit, by the way. Thanks. Your boyfriend bought it for me. Sure he did. My imaginary boyfriend bought Isaac a suit. Isaac also talks to Martians. That was nice of him, I say politely. He rubs at the stubble on his chin. Yep, it can be nice sometimes, in between all those phone calls to his daddy talking about your hotel. Wait, he means Chase. I squinted him suspiciously. Chase bought you a new suit? Isaac yawns and nods. Sure did. Put $100 in my pocket every time he came out here. Always the middle of the night. Does he know that you're actually a millionaire and you just sleep on this bench because you're tetched in the head? Isaac knows everyone thinks he's crazy. He doesn't take it personally. I reckon not. He chuckles. Besides, it's more comfortable here in the summer. My house gets stuffy. You could get an air conditioner. One of those window units. Air conditioning's for weaklings and Yankees. Isaac's set in his ways, all right. Did you tell my sister about those phone calls you overheard? Yep. Isaac bobs his head vigorously. Callie's a nice girl. Brings me a sandwich and a salad most days. Wants to make sure I'm getting my greens. Well, now I know who told her about the phone call Chase made to his father. Not that it does me any good. What kinds of things did you hear him say? Isaac gives me an unusually shrewd look. You want to know if he's in on whatever his daddy is up to? I don't think so.
I heard him arguing on the phone, asking him what he really wanted with your place. Couple times I heard him saying, leave Daisy out of it. I could hear it in his voice. That boy's got it bad for you.
Then why isn't he answering when I call him? I cry out, louder than I meant to. He shakes his head at that.
Sweetheart, you're on your own with that one.
He stands up and stretches.
Going to take me a little constitutional. Hope you figure it all out.
And he strides off, leaving me as confused as I was before. I feel as if I know Chase, the real Chase, better than just about anyone. I know his character. I still believe what I told Callie when she first asked me about him. I think he's a ruthless negotiator, but also honest. The facts seem to point toward him screwing me over, though. It's beyond suspicious that he invited me to a picnic and garden tour this morning at the same time his father was showing up at the hotel, as if to get me out of the way so Jefferson could try to pressure my family without me there. And I don't understand why he would have said that everything was going to be resolved soon. Also, why is his phone going straight to voicemail every time I try to call? But Chase had no reason to act like he was crazy about me when Isaac was eavesdropping on him. Chase had assumed that Isaac was passed out drunk and not listening to him. And I'm not crazy, and I'm not an idiot, despite the fact that my own family and a lot of people in Bitter End make me feel like that sometimes. What Chase and I have can't all be in my head. I can't believe this morning was an elaborate setup. Impulsively, I call the office, and I get Amelie. "Daisy," she says in surprise. "How's your vacation going?" "Great," I say brightly. "Listen, I need to talk to Chase. My family's interested in talking about his father's offer. His phone keeps going to voicemail, though." "Yeah, for me too, and I've had a couple of urgent messages from our hotel in Thailand. If you get a hold of him, let me know." Crud. That doesn't clear things up at all. His phone could be dead, or I could just be a pathetic loser with a massive case of self-delusion. As I hang up, I see Savannah stalking toward me with her typical sour look. I stand up and grab my suitcase and start walking. I don't have anywhere to go until the bus gets here, but she's the last person on earth I want to deal with at the moment. So of course she hurries to catch up with me. "I heard what's happening," she says haughtily. "You screwed everything up, and now that corporate raider's going to buy the hotel and ruin everything. Just go back to New York. We're done with you here." Hearing her say that makes me not want to go back to New York after all. "I'll leave when I feel like it. And it's not like you were any help whatsoever," I snap. "Your investigations turned up diddly squat." I walk faster. She quickens her pace, stumbling in her heels. "Why do you wear 6-inch heels all the time when you're lousy at walking in them?" I'm wearing flats, so it's not hard for me to speed up until she has to break into a jog to keep up with me. Because I'm a lady and I dress like one. I swear she's channeling Willadine as she says that. And I'm not lousy at walking in them. I came in first in my deportment class. As for investigating, obviously there's something out in the swamp that they don't want you to see. What did you expect me to do, go out in the gross swamp and look for it myself? I stop walking. She stumbles to a stop next to me and grabs my arm to steady herself. I yank my arm from a grasp. "Thank you." Wheels are turning in my head. That was actually a huge help. "Wait, what?" She splutters, her face scrunching up in outrage. "I'm not trying to help you. Just leave already." "Nope. I'm going out to search the swamp, and I'm not coming back until I find something." "Just go back to New York where you belong," she howls, but I break into a run. It's afternoon. I want to get in as much time searching as I can before dark. I even have a pretty good idea of the areas where I should start looking. I'm going to the far north of the swamp. Jefferson's got something to hide. Whatever it is won't be near our little camping island or the eco-tour locations because somebody would have stumbled across it already. I'll find whatever he has to hide and reveal it to everyone. Shout it out to the world. Whatever is hidden out there, it's the only reason he wants to buy the hotel. I hurry back to our house and drop my suitcase in the parlor. Then I pack for a swamp expedition. I fetch a gym bag from Callie's closet. I throw a two-way radio, a lantern, boxes of granola bars, beef jerky, and bottles of water into the bag. I take the bag to our private boat dock and climb into our motorboat. As I jet off through the murky waters, it occurs to me that I should probably have told my family, or at least someone other than Savannah, where I'm going. But I'll be fine. It won't be dark for a couple of hours yet. The boat has a spotlight, and I know my way around. I've got extra batteries for the radio and enough food and water to last me for a week if anything happens. I don't have Chase with me, so the boat's not going to tip over. It's quiet in the swamp today, the air heavy and stifling. My hair explodes into instant frizz. As I maneuver the boat toward the farthest reaches of our property, my mind races. Somehow this has to be connected to the business that Jefferson and my father owned. And then it hits me. I should have figured it out sooner. By the time I make my way to the very back of our property, I'm not surprised by what I find. Floating orange barrels. Only a half dozen of them, but there are probably a lot more underwater. Jefferson and my father owned a paper mill. The process of making paper produces toxic byproducts. Jefferson knew about the swamp because he'd visited Bitter End with my father. Decades ago, Jefferson was a young man from a very wealthy family, but his father was still alive, and the two of them notoriously battled over every aspect of their business dealings. Any business that Jefferson started up on his own, he'd want it to be as profitable as possible. Disposing of toxic waste is expensive when it's done legally. Jefferson had been to Bitter End to visit. He hated it here, according to my uncle, but he saw an opportunity. This backwater swamp must have seemed like the perfect place to dump a bunch of the company's poison sludge without having to pay for it. That's why he came back and visited again, even though he couldn't stand the place. That's why he went out into the swamp when he came. Then over the decades, the local population grew. And even worse, my family recently started those eco-tours into the swamp. Eco-tours weren't a thing decades ago, and Jefferson could never have imagined that anybody would want to go into that swamp, much less groups of people on a regular basis. There was always the risk that the tour boats would come out this far and stumble across the barrels. Off in the distance, I hear a motor heading my way. Nervous, I grab my radio and try to put a call into the hotel. I get nothing but static, and the boat's getting closer. It comes into view, steering around the roots of an ancient cypress tree. It's being piloted by Jefferson. I steer away from him, but his boat is bigger and faster. Within minutes, he's pulled up right next to me.
Daisy, stop for a minute,
he calls out to me, yelling over the sound of the motor.
I just want to talk.
Like you just want what's best for the hotel and the town? He's steering me toward a stretch of bald cypress trees, and I suddenly realize I'm boxed in. I cut the motor, and he does the same, steering his boat right next to mine with surprising skill.
You got me there.
He grins as he stands up in the boat and points a gun at me.
But I've got you too.
Are you crazy? Fear blooms inside me. Nobody knows where we are. If he pulls the trigger, nobody would hear a sound. His eyes gleam with a mad light. Yes, he is crazy. He's always been a megalomaniac, inflated with the sense of his self-importance. He puts his own needs before everyone else's, even those of his family. He's being threatened with exposure now. He's facing the loss of prestige and money, and maybe even his freedom.
I'm not crazy.
But his rictus grin and intense stare say otherwise.
I am focused. I am motivated. I do whatever is necessary to protect me and mine. I've earned my position in life, and nobody will take it from me.
I open my mouth to speak, but something stings my shoulder, and my whole arm goes numb. For a moment, I think I've been bitten by the world's biggest horsefly, but when I look down, I see a feathered dart jutting from my flesh. He shot me with a tranquilizer dart. Mama, Callie, Naomi, Grandma May, their faces swim in front of me. I'll never see them again, I'm sure of it. Chase, did he love me? Did he betray me? I'll never know. I wake up hours later, curled up in the sand on a tiny island. I sit up shivering. It gets cold out here when the sun goes down. The only sounds are the mournful hoot of an owl and the rusty ribbit of thousands of frogs calling out to each other across the dark waters. My mouth is dry and sticky, and it's pitch black outside. The boat and all of my supplies are gone.
Chapter 26. Chase. I'm seated in the booth of an Italian restaurant half an hour from the Charlotte airport, and I've just about reached my boiling point. This morning, in Tabitha's garden, I promised Daisy that I had a handle on what was happening with the hotel. That was because my mother told me that she was finally going to give me some answers this afternoon. She told me that she needed to tell me in person, though. She was that paranoid about anyone somehow eavesdropping on our conversation over the phone. And now, it looks as if she's doing a no-show. It's late afternoon. She was supposed to be here 45 minutes ago. My mother does not run late. Ever. So either she's stood me up or something's happened to her. To add to my annoyance, my phone has stopped working. Brand new phone, fully charged, and it won't turn on. I pull out my laptop and email her several times, but I don't get any reply. I'm about to leave and head to the cell phone store in the strip shopping center across the street when I spot her striding through the door. She's Prada-clad and imperious. I can almost smell the subtle perfume of her arrogance wafting from across the restaurant. She pauses to talk to the hostess, and when I stand up, she holds up her hand in an imperious wait pose. I ignore her and stalk across the restaurant. And as I walk, it hits me that I've been an absolute idiot. My cell phone is a company phone. Either my mother or father easily could have turned it off. Running late, standing there talking to the hostess. She's stalling for time. Talk, I snap at her the second I reach the hostess station. She gives me her best offended society bitch face. Excuse me, I'm talking to this young lady. If you'll just go back to the table and wait. Chase, she yells, but I'm already hurrying for the restaurant's front door. Chase, stop! I ignore her, and she comes barreling after me and grabs me by the arm as I step outside. That was incredibly rude. You need to go back in there and apologize. I shove my hand into her purse. She lets out a yell of anger and slaps at my hands, but I grab her cell phone. You had my phone turned off. I need to call Daisy. Tell me your security code. I wave the phone in front of her face. No! Her face is a mask of panic and anger. She has circles under her eyes that makeup can't hide. I toss her phone into a trash can and, ignoring her outraged squawk, start walking again. She runs after me and grabs me by the arm, but I keep walking and she stumbles. All right, she cries out, and I pause. First, I need to tell you something about Maxwell. Things aren't going well with your brother at rehab. In fact, he checked himself out yesterday. We don't know where he is at the moment. Holy fucking hell. I'm stunned. With everything else going on, he has to pull this now? I need this like a hole in the head. And then I'm instantly ashamed of myself. This is how we've always treated him, like a problem that needs to be dealt with. My brother needs my support. He's an addict, and he's not screwing up on purpose. Fine. As soon as I buy a new phone, I'll do whatever it takes to find him. In the meantime, that's not our only issue. You can tell me what the hell is going on with my father and the hotel right this minute, or I'm driving back to Bitter End. Unfortunately, it's a drive of several hours. I'll need to buy a phone first so I can call Daisy. There's a cell phone store in the strip shopping center across the street, and I'm itching to just ditch my mother and run over there right now. My mother chews her lip, ruining her red gloss. I don't know everything. I just know enough to tell you that you need to back off and let your father handle this. So her trip here has just been one long con job designed to get me away from the hotel and keep me from communicating with anyone in Bitter End. I'd expect this from my father, but I'm actually stunned to see my mother stooping so low. Lying is Dad's thing. My mother's specialty is brutal, tactless honesty. I make one last try to reach her. If he's done something illegal, get a lawyer. If you didn't know about it when he did it, you aren't complicit. But if you keep this up, you will be. Chase, she says haughtily, I will not turn on my husband. Family comes first. We're a corporation, not a family, I snap. So if you're helping him, it's because you think it's to your benefit. What are you so afraid of? Is he into something so bad that it could drag down our entire company? The look on her face says yes. Your brother needs the company, she wheedles. He's hanging on by a thread. How could you be so selfish as to try to destroy the only stability he has? Why would you choose a woman you hardly know over us? Easy. I love her. As I say the words aloud, I know they're true. I love Daisy. I have for a long time, and I'm a fool for not having told her. And now my family may have screwed things up so badly that I'll never get the chance. No, the hell with that. I'll tell her even if she hates me. I'll say it because it's true and she needs to know. I start walking again. My mother hurries to keep up with me. And I'm not just choosing Daisy, I said. Whatever you guys are up to, it's shady as fuck and illegal. I won't be part of something like that. Your brother had 2 DUIs this year, were you aware? And an assault charge for that nightclub fight? Nobody will hire him. Guilt slams into my solar plexus, but I shake it off. My brother is an intelligent man who will land on his feet. Or not. It's going to have to be his choice, but if he wants to find another job, he will. If Lancaster goes down the drain, we won't be able to pay for his rehab. I give her a look of contempt. Sell one of your necklaces. I'll sell one of my cars. We'll split the cost. And Mother, I know what you're doing right now. Not just stalling me, but using your own son as a pawn in an attempt to drag me into whatever you're scheming. You've sunk to a low that I cannot accept or forgive, and we're through, not just here and now, but forever. Honestly, I think the best thing for Maxwell would be if you stayed the hell away from him. I break into a run, ignoring her as she yells my name. When I reach the spot where my car was parked, it's gone. She actually had my rental car towed. I break into a jog, running across the parking lot toward the cell phone store. A limo pulls up next to me and the rear passenger window rolls down. My mother waves at me frantically. Chase, get in so we can talk. I run faster. Cold fear is gnawing at me. I've never felt like this before, but all of a sudden I'm very afraid that something's happened to Daisy. As I hurtle across the street, the light changes and I come very, very close to being road pizza. A car slams on its brakes, and over the sound of the driver's shouted obscenities, I think I hear my mother screaming my name, but it fades away. I'm panting for breath when I get into the cell phone store, sweat pouring down my face, and the cell phone salesman is understandably leery of me. It doesn't help matters when I use my credit card to pay and it's rejected. My family has turned off my credit cards. Legally, they have no right to do so, but I don't have the time to deal with the issue. I have $2,000 cash on me. I use $200 to buy a cheap new phone and another $100 to pay for minutes. I call a taxi service and tell them that it's a life or death emergency, that they come to the cell phone store to pick me up as fast as they can. Then I immediately try to call Daisy, and it goes straight to voicemail. I call the hotel and Lance answers. His voice turns thick with fury when he hears my voice. You've got some big brass ones calling here. If you take one step onto our property, you're a dead man. Lance, damn it, I know my parents are up to something, and I'm not involved in it. I swear to you. Tell me what's happening. What's happening is you're a lying peckerwood, and you're dead to all of us. Listen to me. I'm begging you. My father is up to something shady, and I'm trying to find out what. If I was with him, why would I be calling you? Stony silence. Lance, you've spent time with me. You know me. Please trust me. I love Daisy, okay? Can you please find her and put her on the phone or tell her to call this number? My father had my phone turned off. The only answer is a dial tone. A taxi pulls into the parking lot and I bolt toward it, waving like a lunatic. I leap into the car and beg the driver to hurry. It's going to cost several $100s to get from here to Bitter End. As we're driving, I try calling the hotel again, and then I try the mayor's office, and then the sheriff's office. Everyone hangs up the second they realize it's me, which stings more than I would have anticipated. Thick gloom chokes me. I call my brother's cell phone, and it says that the number is no longer active. That's a company cell phone too, though, and my parents might have turned it off. I call the rehab facility directly and tell them that it's an emergency and ask to speak to Maxwell, just in case my mother's lies went that deep. And they did. Maxwell is on the phone 2 minutes later. What's wrong? Maxwell demands. Oh, thank God. Mother told me you'd checked out of rehab and disappeared, and she's turned your cell phone off. What the fuck? He says furiously. Why would she tell you that? Why would she do that? Long story. She was trying to stall, and she was also using you as a bargaining chip. Dad's done something really bad. I don't know exactly what yet, but it's apparently bad enough that it might take down our company. As we're driving, I fill him in on everything that's been happening. I'm sorry, I say when I'm done. There's a chance that whatever Dad's done will literally tank the company. None of us may have a job by the time this is over. Good, he says promptly. I hated that fucking job. You did? How the hell did I not know that? I ask, then realize what a dumb question that is. What would you rather do instead? You'd laugh. I swear to God I will not laugh. Trust me, I'm in no laughing mood. I'm totally losing my mind with worry about Daisy. Talking to you is about the only thing keeping my head from exploding. I'm glad I could be useful for once. There's no reproach, just a world of pain there, and it makes me want to punch myself in my own face. Maxwell, you know what the problem with all of us has been? We've only appreciated each other for what we could contribute to the company. No more, no less. And that's bullshit. If the company goes down the tubes tomorrow, I'll land on my feet and so will you. If something happened to you, well, this is getting way too mushy. I'd be mildly upset. I might suffer a slight loss of appetite, miss a meal or two. But he knows what I mean. I'd be slightly put out if something happened to you too. He scoffs. But I wouldn't miss a meal on your behalf, asshole. So tell me what it is you'd rather do than handle our investments. I'd rather put my own fucking eye out with a fork, he says. I'd rather give myself a root canal. But what I'd enjoy doing is abstract sculpture. Oh, yeah. I remember you took art classes in college. You said it was because you needed some bullshit classes to get your GPA up. I lied. I'm secretly artsy-fartsy. He heaves a sigh. You know, Jessica begged me to quit the company and go back to school and get a master's in fine arts. Said she didn't care about the money. I always did like that girl. I hope things work out with you guys. All right, I have to try to call Daisy again. And you're going to need to get a new phone. Call me at this number. My old phone's trashed. I hang up and immediately start trying to call Daisy again, with no luck. Chapter 27. Chase. It's 8 p.m. when I finally storm into the hotel lobby. Lance is pacing the floor, hands shoved in his pockets. A crowd of people mills around, and they turn and glare at me as one. All they're lacking is the pitchforks and flaming torches, which I have no doubt they could lay hands on at a moment's notice. Savannah and Percy and Savannah's friend Mimi are there, with both sets of the happy couple's parents, too. They're huddled with a cluster of what passes for high society types in Bitter End. Mayor Culpepper and his wife shoot me looks of contempt. Naomi is talking to Boone and a woman who looks like a heavy-set older version of her, probably her mom. People are murmuring to each other, and they all look like their dog just died. Whatever's happening, it's big. Even crazy old Isaac is there. He's ditched the new suit, back to wearing his old suit with the holes and patches. He looks at me and shakes his head in disappointment. Lance pushes his way through the crowd toward me. His wife Pamela has her hands on her hips and her eyes are narrowed. "Well, if it isn't Benedict Arnold," Lance snarls. I want to shout in frustration, but I force myself to stay calm. "Lance, I don't know what my father's told you, but he's a liar. Where are Daisy and her family?" He snorts in contempt. "Why should I trust you?" "Trust your instincts," I plead. "You know me, you do. Damn it, Lance, whatever my father is up to, I'm not part of it. Where is Daisy?" "Don't know. Haven't seen her this evening," he says tightly. Alarm bells ring in my head. "Her family's with him in the conference room. Jefferson came back in here a little while ago, and when he talked to her family, they all freaked out. But they wouldn't tell me why." The conference room is toward the back of the hotel. I break into a run, and he follows close behind. The conference door is locked. I pound on it so hard it shakes. "Who is it?" That's Mrs. Abernathy's voice. "It's Chase. Open up." When the door flies open, we rush in. My father is sitting at the table with Grandma May, Callie, and Mrs. Abernathy. They've each got a stack of paperwork in front of them, and they look wretched and defeated. They've all been crying. My father whips around to scowl at me. "What the hell are you doing here?" Then he turns back to Grandma May. "Sign that, right now," he barks, sounding panicked. Mrs. Abernathy's eyes are red, and her face is so pale I'm afraid she's going to pass out. As far as I can tell, she and Callie have signed the contracts. He must need Grandma May's signature to seal the deal. Mrs. Abernathy looks at me with drowning eyes. "Do you know where Daisy is?" she asks me, her voice shaking. "What do you mean?" "Mrs. Abernathy, what's happened to Daisy?" Lance hurries over to her side. "She's missing?" "Dad, what have you done?" I demand. I lunge forward and grab him by the collar, pulling him to his feet. He flails at me and throws a punch, which I block. I shove him so hard he staggers backward and falls. Quickly, I grab the contract from Grandma May. "Chase, stop it. May has to sign. We have no choice," Mrs. Abernathy says, her voice trembling. "He's got Daisy. He left her out in the swamp somewhere and won't say where she is unless we sign. And he said if we tell anyone or call the cops, we'll never find her. That swamp is huge. It's dark out. There are snakes and gators. She could already be—" My father climbs to his feet, his hands balled into fists. My blood turns to ice. "Daisy knows how to handle herself out there, doesn't she?" I ask Mrs. Abernathy. "I heard Sheriff Buckley say that to her. He said her daddy raised her in those swamps." She blinks hard and nods. "Yes," she says slowly. "She does. She's very capable, but still, it could take us days to find her, maybe weeks." "You left Daisy in the swamp?" Lance's head snaps back and forth between me and my father. He grabs Mrs. Abernathy by the arm. "We need to send out search parties. Now, damn it!" "I told you, if you tell the police, the deal is off. And if that contract isn't signed in the next 5 minutes, you'll never see her again." My father's voice shakes, his plans falling apart. He doesn't handle loss of control well. Not that it's something he's faced with very often. That contract will not be enforceable because it was signed under duress, I say, clenching the contract. Grandma May is pale and huddled in on herself, all her brazen confidence evaporated. You guys, I plead, this is the last thing in the world that Daisy would have wanted. We can search the swamp. We can find her. We can't take that risk. Tears run down her face. This is my daughter. Dad, I yell. What the hell do you think you're doing? This won't work. You'll go to prison for kidnapping. How can a smart man be this fucking stupid? Her word against mine. His face flushes red. My word has $1 billion behind it. I play golf with senators and judges. I'm willing to take that chance. Now sign that fucking contract. I'll testify with them. The contract will be nullified and you'll lose everything. My father's eyes are enormous and glinting with a mad light. His lips skin back from his teeth. Your mother and I will swear under oath that we were ready to fire you for your erratic performance. If you really care about your girlfriend, you'll tell the old bitch to sign this fucking contract. Stop! A shrill voice cries from the doorway, and we all swivel to see who it is. My mother rushes in. Her hair is in disarray, and her cheeks are streaked with tears. It looks like the ice woman has melted. I can't go through with this. We're through, Jefferson. Our marriage is dead. We're going to lose the company. I can't lose my sons, too. She hiccups a sob and looks at me in despair. I'm sorry, Chase. I panicked and I was stupid. And your brother is still in rehab. I lied to you. Donna, shut your mouth! My father lunges at her, raising his fist as if to hit her. I block him and punch him square in the nose. It makes a crunching sound, and blood sprays out. Where is Daisy? I bellow. We trade punches, and he lands one on my jaw. Toxic waste! My mother screams. My father freezes, sucking in a horrified breath. Of course. All the pieces click into place. There are hundreds of barrels of toxic waste in the far northeast end of the swamp from your father's old paper mill. Tears run down my mother's cheeks. I never knew. It was before I'd even met him. He just told me yesterday. He took funds from the corporation to buy that mill back in the 1980s, and then he sneaked the toxic waste out here and dumped it in the swamp to save money. When Daisy's family started selling swamp tours, he was afraid that he'd be found out. You crazy bitch! You've just ruined us! My father shouts, blood and spittle flying from his mouth. You've destroyed everything we've worked for. They were going to fucking sell. 2 more minutes, that's all I needed. Who is this asshole with the same last name as me? When did he tip over the edge into complete insanity? And what the fuck has he done with Daisy? Where is my daughter? Mrs. Abernathy screams, and she lunges at him, clawing at his face. You'll never know now. His face twists in a horrible leer. I'll take you all down with me. Fuck you, you redneck bitch. You... I grab him by the throat again, shaking him violently. I think he's hitting me, but I can't feel anything except rage and panic. His face turns purple, and he makes desperate gurgling sounds. Where is she? Where is she? I shout. Lance and Sheriff Norman pull me off him just as his eyes roll back in his head. I didn't even see Sheriff Norman come in. I've lost my fucking mind. Carol, you should have told me right away, Sheriff Norman says to Daisy's mother. We've got search parties forming right now. We'll get copters up there with spotlights. We'll have the whole county out there. We will find her, Mrs. Abernathy, I swear to you. He shoots me a look like this is all my fault, and part of me feels like it is. For God's sake, you ass, tell them where she is, my mother shouts hysterically. It's over. You've lost. My father wheezes something that sounds like, "Fuck you, bitch." He keeps cursing and fighting as two deputies subdue him, and one of them cuffs his hands behind his back, threatening that he'll ruin the sheriff and the whole town. He just doesn't get it. Nobody ever says no to Jefferson. He's never lost before, never failed to get something he wanted. He was raised to win at all costs. He can't see that all his money and connections won't buy his way out of this one. The room is in chaos, and everyone's thronging around us as the sheriff's deputy marches Jefferson out of the room. We make our way down the hall and into the lobby. Callie fixes me with a fierce look. "I knew you weren't good enough for her. Get off our property before I break out the shotgun." "Callie, I have to help look for her. I love her." "No, you don't. You caused all of this. Your father's probably killed her." "No, she can't be dead. I'd feel it. I'd know. But I can't stay here. I've been told to leave, and I have to respect that." I walk out of the hotel and pace on the front lawn, trying to figure out what the hell to do next. Everyone's heading toward the boat docks, but I don't have a boat, and I doubt anyone would welcome me in theirs. "Chase," Lance catches up to me. "I believe you. You didn't mean for this to happen. But you should have warned us what your daddy was planning." "I didn't know most of it, but I should have done more to stop him. And if anything happens to her, it's my fault," I say wretchedly. "Hey, psst, over here," a woman's voice calls out, low. It's Savannah waving us over to her. She's alone now, leaning out from behind a picket fence. I walk over with Lance following. "I might be able to help you find her," she mutters, glancing around furtively. "As long as you don't tell anybody and nobody presses charges." "Tell us," I say frantically. "What is it you want, money?" She looks offended at that and goes all Southern Belle on me. "What do you take me for?" "Savannah, it's cold out there in the swamp and there are snakes," I snap. "You got that right," she says with a strange bitterness. "I'll tell you, but you have to go look for her yourself. I might possibly have slipped a tracking device in her pocket today when I ran into her downtown. You can't tell the sheriff, or he'll want to know how you know." "Why in the hell—" "You know what? I don't care. Just tell me how to find her." She hands me a small tablet device which has a map with a red dot on it. "That dot hasn't moved in hours," she says. "When I looked at it earlier, I thought she'd found the tracker and dumped it. But it must be because she's stuck out there. This will lead you to her." "Come with me," Lance says urgently. "My house is right near here, bordering the swamp." We break into a dead run. We're in his boat, taking off from his small dock in minutes. The night is pitch black. Mosquitoes buzz, and again I hear the mournful cry of birds and think it's Daisy shouting for help. But it never is. Spanish moss drapes from the trees, catching in my hair, and we push through thick vines and steer down narrow waterways. We see other boats, some near us, some far, their spotlights shining through the swamp. People are bellowing Daisy's name and honking their horns, and then pausing to listen. "Chase! What are you doing out here, you Yankee snake?" That's Naomi shouting at me. "Go home before we drown you!" She's in a boat with the rest of the women from Daisy's family, along with Mayor Culpepper. We're getting close to the area where the tablet is directing us. "Follow us! I think I know where my father left her!" I yell. As Lance glides through the dark water, we see an orange barrel, then another. We pass by maybe 10 of them bobbing in the water, some of them rusted. Daisy's family has fallen in line behind us. Lance blares his horn and then pauses. We hear a faint answering cry. Then it's a race between our two boats, and Lance and I reach the tiny island first. Daisy sits with her arms wrapped around her knees, shivering. She looks up, blinking into our lights. Oh, thank fucking everything in the universe. I leap from the boat and quickly wrap my jacket around her. I have tears in my eyes like a fucking girl. Jesus, Daisy, I'm so sorry. I am so very sorry about this. Are you all right? Water, she croaks. Lance quickly tosses me a bottle of water, which I give to her. She glugs half the bottle down in one long, desperate swallow and then clears her throat. You came for me, she says through chattering teeth. Of course. Did they sell? No, I stopped them. And my mother helped. My father's been arrested and the whole ordeal's over. Oh, God, I am so sorry, Daisy. Can you ever forgive me? Her family's boat pulls up next to the island before she can answer. Or maybe her silence is her answer. Shakily, she tries to stand, and I help her. The next thing I know, they've swept her away from me with shrill cries and sobs of relief. They pull her into their boat and take off without a glance back at me. I stand there next to Lance and watch them go. I love you, I say hopelessly to the little retreating light on their boat. She knows. Lance pats my shoulder. I just shake my head. I don't think she does.
Chapter 28. Daisy. I don't get back to the hotel until 8 a.m. because Mama insisted I get checked out at the hospital. While I was in the ER, I talked to so many people that everything blurs. The next thing I know, I've woken up in the late afternoon in my bed at the farmhouse, feeling like I ran a marathon. My muscles ache from hours of shivering, and my arms are blotched with itchy mosquito bites. I still can't believe that selfish bastard was willing to let me die out there in the swamp if my family didn't sign over the hotel. Even if they did sell it to him, there were a million ways this could have gone wrong. The tranquilizer dart alone could have killed me. I could have vomited and choked when I was unconscious. He could have miscalculated the dosage and stopped my heart. If a gator happened along when I was out, I would have been unable to defend myself. When I woke up on that little island, I was so angry that I was determined not to die. At the very least, I thought, I'd go down fighting. My plan was to start working my way back through the swamp as soon as the sun came up. I know how to navigate in the wilderness, using everything from the positions of the sun, moon, and stars to which side of the trees the moss is grown on. I would have had to swim through waters that were teeming with snakes and the occasional gator. It would have been risky, but I wasn't going to sit there on that island and die quietly. I thought of my daddy and how much I want to see him again, but I also thought of my family and how devastated they'd be. The relief I felt when I saw Chase in that boat was overwhelming. He's not with his dad. I didn't fall in love with an evil man. Yes, I'm in love with him, I think with amazement. I stumble out of bed and stretch, making my muscles scream in protest. All it took was getting away from New York and getting to know the real him to turn my long-simmering hate crush into full-blown love. Chase is a good man. He's not just sexy as hell and incredible in the sack. He's loyal, he has my back like nobody else ever has, and he's honest with me, to a fault even, like when he told me that my branding campaigns for his company just weren't inspired enough. He won't let me settle for anything less than my best. But he also believes in me and my talents. He loved my ideas for bitter end, and he made me see the value in them, after my family and hometown mocked them. A nagging whisper of doubt bothers me as I stumble, zombie-like, to the shower. Why didn't he stick around after I was found? Well, I was rushed off to the hospital and spent hours telling my story to the police again and again. I thought maybe he'd come to the hospital to meet me, but he didn't. He's probably waiting for me at the hotel. After I shower and get dressed, I find a crowd waiting for me downstairs. My mother, sister, grandmother, cousin, Junebug, and my Uncle Tyrell. A huge feast has been cooked for me, prime rib and barbecue and salad and biscuits and desserts. I was famished, and I eat until I'm at serious risk of stomach rupture if I take in one more bite. The luncheon is a celebration, but it doesn't feel like one. Everyone's exhausted and emotionally wrung out. Between Jefferson's threat to destroy Bitter End and their belief that Chase had been in on it, and then searching for me into the wee hours of the night, we're just spent. When we finish eating, I'm hugged again by everyone, and then my mother and Naomi start clearing the table. They shoo me away when I offer to help. "You've been through enough. You need your rest," my mother says. Callie makes a weary face like she's trying to smile, but it just comes out as a resigned grimace. "I'm going back to the hotel to get some work done," she says. "I'll come with you. I could use some fresh air. And I want to see Chase. I'm a little hurt that he hasn't called or texted yet. I've checked my phone several times and there's been nothing. I heard something about how his father had shut down Chase's phone, but he knows my number. I thought he'd have found some way to call me. And I'm in a sour mood in general. Truth be told, I'm simmering with resentment over everyone's reaction when Jefferson first showed up at the hotel. I love everybody here. I love that they all came together for me, and they were out searching for me in the swamp in the middle of the night. But when Jefferson threatened our town and I tried to offer solutions, everybody shot me down and told me to get lost. My family, the town's business owners, the mayor, nobody wanted to hear a word from me. I don't think I can forget the sight of my mother turning her back on me, huddling there with Callie. The circle closing in and shutting me out. Everyone assuming that this was somehow my fault, just another disaster I'd created. Callie and I walk from the farmhouse to the hotel side by side, in silence, and maybe it's just me, but I feel like she's still quietly judging me and partly blaming me for Jefferson nearly snatching up our business and home. In the lobby, I'm immediately swarmed by the staff, who hug me and clap me on the back and ask me how I'm feeling. Callie heads over to the front desk to talk to a guest.
"Daisy?"
A harsh, angry voice catches my attention. Savannah crosses the hotel lobby like a woman on a mission, with Mimi following at her heels as usual. "Savannah, now what?" I say with annoyance. Because she's clearly not here to say, "Thank God you're all right, Daisy." "Now that your vacation is almost over," Savannah says, her face twisting in bitterness, "I imagine that you'll go back to New York and stop screwing my husband. Or were you planning on having him visit you there?" There's a theatrical gasp from everyone in the lobby. It's like they all timed it. You could hear a pin drop. Mimi's mouth drops in shock. "Wait! He's sleeping with her, too?" And she bursts into tears. "He said he loved me." It takes Savannah a moment to process that. And me, too. "That's why you were following me?" I splutter. "Percy's cheating on you already and you thought it was with me? You bleached blanket bimbo. I wouldn't touch Percy with a 10-foot pole, and we both know he does not have one of those." "You're the one he's been screwing?" Savannah screams at Mimi. "You slept with my husband? I was pouring my heart out telling you I knew he was seeing someone and it was you? You don't get it," Mimi wails, tears streaming down her face. "He didn't even want to marry you. He told me he should have met me first. I'm the love of his life." She screws up her face, squinting at me through eyes that are ringed with dripping mascara and eyeliner. "Wait, so are you sleeping with Percy too, or not? I don't get it. Ow!" Savannah jumps on Mimi and grabs her by the hair. They crash to the floor. Somebody really should stop them, but instead everyone makes a circle around them as Mimi and Savannah slap and punch each other. Savannah's screaming, "Slut, whore," and Mimi is howling, "Not my extensions, you broke my nail." Finally, Lance and one of the maids pull the two women apart, and they both storm out of the hotel lobby. Somehow, there are now 24 people in the lobby. Is it witchcraft? Did they just materialize here? I don't know, but drama draws Bitter End residents like manure draws flies. So Savannah's perfect marriage is crashed and burned. Didn't even last a month. And those creepy vibes I picked up when Percy talked to me were totally on point. He would have done me in a heartbeat. Gross. Shaking my head in disbelief, I go to the hotel desk. I'm going to go find Chase, I tell Callie. He'll die laughing when he hears this one. Do you know if he's in his room? What room? He's gone, she says abruptly, and walks off, leaving me stunned. He's gone. I feel like Callie just mule-kicked me in the stomach. He left. He didn't call me. He didn't say goodbye. I don't know what that means, but he knows where to find me, and he chose not to. Whatever I felt for him, it was apparently one-sided. Maybe I should have seen this coming. He did lie to me about his reason for being here, or at least hide it. How much did he really know about his father's true agenda? I don't for a minute believe that Chase was in on the whole kidnapping thing, but I do wonder if he knew about the toxic brew hidden in our swamp waters. If he were completely innocent, why would he have left without saying goodbye? I haven't even started thinking about the implications of those barrels of toxic waste. The cost of cleanup, how much damage they've done to the flora and fauna, all because a rich man wanted to be even richer, no matter what the cost. Callie's already turned her back on me, heading over to the front desk. I need time. I need space. I need to get away from here. I go back to the farmhouse and write another note. This one is longer, and I pour my feelings into it like an 8th grader writing in a diary. All my hurt and anger at how everyone treated me when Jefferson threatened our town. How they acted like I was an outsider, as if I had no say in what happens to Bitter End and to my own family's hotel. How they don't take me seriously, and I know they never will. Screw staying here and fighting for their respect. Chase didn't even stick around. Why should I? I call the cab company, and half an hour later, I'm on my way to the airport, leaving a day early, going back to New York where I have no job and nothing waiting for me. And in a passive-aggressive fit of pique, I leave my phone lying on the bed next to the note. It's just as well. If anyone called me right now, I'd say things that I might regret later. Chapter 29. Daisy. Liar! I yell, throwing a wadded-up napkin at the TV screen. A throng of reporters are gathered around Jefferson Lancaster's attorney as he stands on the front steps of the Swampy Bottom County Courthouse. He looks deeply wounded on behalf of his client. He's claiming this is all just a terrible misunderstanding, and Jefferson is looking forward to having his day in court, where the truth will finally be revealed. Jefferson is still in jail because his company's assets have been frozen by the feds and he can't make bail. News reports say that he begged his wife to raise the cash, and she responded by serving him with divorce papers. He's facing federal charges because of the toxic waste, and also state charges for assault, kidnapping, extortion, and a host of other things. Because he has offices all over the world, he's considered a flight risk. His bail is high and his passport has been confiscated. I've been a petty cow the past couple of weeks, sulking in my apartment. I haven't given my new phone number to anyone in Bitter End, and I've ignored a dozen letters sent by my family, the mayor, Boone, and even Isaac. They're sitting in a pile unopened on the kitchen counter. I know I'll have to call home soon. I just need more time. Every time I pick up the phone to call my mother, my mouth floods with bitter words, and I set it back down again. I've been waitressing at the only place I could find a job, Bone Breakers, a biker bar around the corner. I'm working double shifts to keep my mind off everything. Tonight is my first night off since I started there. When I pay the rent tomorrow, I will have $0.52 in my bank account. I've been reduced to eating pity food from the cook at Bone Breakers, but all they serve are burgers and fries. My arteries must be 100% greased by now. I haven't heard a word from Chase. Not even a letter. I was wrong about everything. I thought he loved me. I thought he wanted a lifetime with me. Instead, he apparently never wants to see me again. It's a dull hurt that aches in my chest all day long, and I have a terrible temptation to try to track him down just to yell at him. I don't, though, because it would hurt too much. A thunderous crack of lightning outside the window makes me jump. New York is drowning in a July rainstorm, which suits my dark mood perfectly. I grab the TV remote and switch the channel. Yet another newscast, this time featuring a pack of reporters following Chase's mother, Donna, as she walks from her front door to her limo. She's wearing the walk of shame outfit. Big dark glasses and a floppy hat to hide her face, collar turned up. I turn the TV off with a furious stab of my finger. One Lancaster-related newscast was more than enough for me. I've mostly been trying to avoid even hearing the L name. That's one good thing about working at Bone Breakers. They've never even heard of the Lancasters, and they couldn't care less about them. The ding of the doorbell surprises me. Who the heck would be visiting me? Someone from law enforcement? I've already told the feds and the sheriff's deputies and everyone else my story again and again. When I peer through the door's peephole, I'm shocked to see Savannah. I yank the door open. She's folding up a dripping umbrella. She has a 1/4 inch of dark roots showing and a little less makeup than usual. Still wearing a designer frock and those stupid heels, though. And there are 4 bulging Hermes suitcases in the hallway outside my apartment. 4. What are you doing here? She blinks hard and sucks in a deep breath. There's something different about her now. Something's pierced that hard shell of bitch armor, and she almost looks, well, human. And vulnerable. Well, I knew you were unemployed. I figured you'd need a roommate to help you pay the rent, so I thought I would assist you. I'm not unemployed, I'm a waitress. Her face falls. Oh, you don't need a roommate? Oh, for God's sake. It's pouring out, and for reasons I don't understand, she doesn't seem to have any place else to go. Even if she is my second or third or maybe even fourth cousin, she's also an awful human being. Come in, I say irritably, standing aside. What's that smell? She wrinkles up her nose. The garbage hasn't been emptied lately. Oh, she says with sincere sympathy. I hate when that happens. You really need to fire your maid. She puts her first suitcase down in the middle of the living room, then goes out to fetch the rest of them. I open my mouth and then shut it. Instead of speaking, I help her get the rest of the suitcases. So, how are things back home? I ask, as I lug in what feels like a bag full of bricks. She shrugs, shutting the door behind her and turning the deadbolt. I wouldn't know. Haven't spoken to anyone. The day after you left, I went to stay with one of my sorority sisters, but her boyfriend made a pass at me, so she threw me out. What, you didn't marry him? I say nastily. She shoots me an insulted look, then sighs. I guess I deserved that. And other things. You think? She stares down at the floor. I'm sorry. Do you want to punch me in the face? Yes, but I won't. She gulps and nods. I was a total bitch to you. She blinks hard several times, sucks in a long breath, and lets it out again. My mother encouraged me to go after Percy. She said I shouldn't feel bad about it because if he'd loved you, he never would have asked me out, and I was doing you a favor, really. You know that's how she snagged Daddy. He was engaged when she met him. She told me the best way to be sure a man really loves you is if he leaves another woman for you. And you believed that? I say, horrified. No, she says quietly. I knew better all along. But I wanted him, so I did it anyway. And I got what I deserved. I was the queen of Swampy Bottom County, and now I'm the court jester. The whole town's laughing at me. For what it's worth, I'm really sorry. I actually believe her. It's the first time I've ever heard sincerity in Savannah's voice. Of course, I also thought Chase and I were a love match, so who knows if my instincts are worth anything after all. But I can't make myself kick her out in the rain, even if I should. I won't say I'm going to forgive you right away, but I accept your apology, I say. We're now both members of the small but exclusive Screwed Over by Percy Club. She smiles. Thank you forever, Daisy. You're a much better person than I am. True, I agree. So, let me explore your humble abode. She walks around the apartment, which takes her about 30 seconds, then turns to me looking confused. I don't understand. Where's the rest of it? Savannah, I shake my head. New York really isn't for you. This is a studio apartment. This is it. The living room, kitchen, and bedroom are all rolled into one. Yes, I live in an apartment that is literally smaller than your closet. My closet is smaller than your pantry, and there is no maid. No maid, she echoes, her eyes growing round with horror. No maid, I repeat firmly. You should go back to Bitter End. Not to Percy, but definitely back to Bitter End. I can't, she says with deeply wounded dignity. I'm homeless. She looks at the couch, grimaces, and then opens one of her suitcases. She takes out a monogrammed towel, spreads it out on the couch, and then sits down on it very carefully. I sit down on my only chair, facing her. Why are you homeless? I told Percy I wanted a divorce and I tried to go home. My mother told me Harkwell women don't divorce. My daddy just stood there, didn't say a word. She said I needed to apologize to Percy for causing a public scene and we should go on a second honeymoon somewhere and not come home for at least a month until all the gossip had died down. Also, I should be expecting by the time I come back. Savannah's face puckers and she sucks in a breath and lets it out slowly. Wow, I marvel. Your mother is an absolute twat bucket. So I can stay here? She says eagerly. I have one bed, I point out, and you're sitting on it. But, she looks down, wrinkles of confusion creasing her smooth forehead. It's a couch. It unfolds, I explain patiently. I see. How interesting. She examines it as if it's a portal to another dimension and pokes it with her finger. I should really throw her snobby, narrow ass out onto the street, but I just don't have it in me. If you want to stay here until you figure something out, you can. I sigh heavily. Just tell me something. Why did you think that Percy and I were having an affair? I mean, you were really committed to the idea with all that stalking and the tracking device. Her beautiful face goes all pouty. The minute we got married, he started telling me how boring I am, and why couldn't I be more like you? He was always going on about how you was so much fun and you had such a great sense of humor, and I didn't, and I never even laughed at his jokes. I roll my eyes. I do have a great sense of humor, and I never laughed at his jokes either. And then Savannah and I both start to laugh, and we don't stop until she's ruined her makeup with tears of laughter, and my sides actually ache. Listen, I say, leaning forward on the chair. It's not you, and it wasn't me. Percy's one of those guys who lives for the pursuit. Once something's a sure thing, he loses interest. That's why he was fine with a long engagement with me, and why he took forever to marry you. He's got a lot of divorces in his future, believe me. Well, I'm proud to be the first. Savannah manages a wry smile. Don't worry. You probably won't be stuck here for long. Your mother will get over it, I assure her. Her perfectly plucked brows draw together in a glower. It doesn't matter. I won't. And I can tell you one thing. If I ever do get married again and have a daughter, I'd never treat her the way my mother treated me. And I'm not just talking about Percy. It's everything. Did you know she took me to a therapist when I was 15 to talk about eating disorders? That doesn't sound so bad, I say. She looks me dead in the face. She was upset because I didn't have one. Savannah, I cry, horrified. Don't worry. After that, I did. I've run 5 miles every morning since and counted every single calorie that I put in my mouth. I made myself barf up my wedding cake. Gross. Seriously. If I had any ice cream, I'd insist we both eat a pint right now. Unfortunately, I have neither ice cream nor money to buy any. Her face lights up. Ice cream? I have money from pawning the necklace I got for my sweet 16, she says. She stands up and wobbles in her heels. I look down at her shoes. Tell me the truth. Do you really enjoy staggering around in 6-inch heels all the time? I hate it so much, she cries out fervently. My feet are in constant pain. What size shoes do you wear? 8. So do I. You can borrow a pair of flats. Really? She brightens. She steps out of her shoes, glares at them, and then snaps the heel off each shoe. She holds one of them up and shakes it. Up yours, Mother. And you know what? I'm letting my natural color grow back in. Newsflash, it's not blonde. And I'm gaining 3 pounds. No, 5, 10. You'd still look malnourished. She smiles gratefully. Why, thank you. I fetch her a pair of flats, and she happily steps into them and then lets out a moan of pleasure. Oh my God, this is amazing. I feel like I'm walking in a cloud. Can I borrow these until I get a chance to buy something fashionable? She says happily. I grimace and then force a smile. Sure. Having Savannah as a roommate is going to be so much fun. I grab an umbrella. As we head out, she says, How is Chase, by the way? Could be dead in a ditch for all I know. Men are bastards, she says fervently. I'll spring for a bottle of tequila, too. We'll probably live to regret this, I muse. I hope. Hey, I work at a bar around the corner. Want to go there instead? At least it's kinda social. Then I remember where I work. Never mind. It's a biker bar. A what? Like a spinning class at a bar? She makes a face. I'm trying to get away from my exercise addiction, and also, I don't think I could bicycle and drink at the same time. I'd be afraid of spilling my margarita. A bar where motorcycle enthusiasts hang out. Oh! Her face lights up. Mother would be horrified. Let's go. And you're going to take a picture of me sitting on the lap of one of those motorcycle enthusiasts, and I'll post it on Instagram. I hope he's wearing leather like that handsome blonde man from Sons of Something or Other. Anarchy, I sigh. This cannot end well. She surprises me, though. She manages to be reasonably tolerable and only mildly insulting for the rest of the evening. I'm a little worried that she'll get us murdered by insulting the wrong leather-clad badass, but fortunately they find her amusing rather than infuriating. Even the biker babes seem to like her. Good for them. Wish I could say the same. The bikers buy us way too many shots, and I vaguely remember us stumbling home and unfolding the couch. The next thing I know, I'm woken by a furious pounding on my door, which echoes the pounding in my head. Shut the hell up, I shout, pulling my pillow over my face. Daisy Abernathy, I raised you better than that. I sit bolt upright. That did not just happen. I did not just hear my mother's voice on the other side of my door. The pounding resumes, and Savannah groans. Betty Lee, make it stop, she mumbles. Betty Lee was her maid. I leap up and hurry to the door, where I look through the peephole. I see my mother's furious face glowering at me, with Callie standing next to her. I open the door and stand there. What are you doing here? I demand in astonishment. My mother holds her hand out. Swearjaw, you said the H word loud enough for the entire building to hear you. I am flat broke, I protest. Besides, it's New York. Everybody swears. Abernathy's don't. Let us in. Why are you blocking us? No reason, I say, but I don't move. My mother walks forward, pushing past me, and Callie follows me. What is that smell? Then she looks at the couch. That isn't your cousin, is it? Long story, I sigh. Yes, and the smell is garbage. What are you guys doing here? You hate New York. Of course we do. It's filthy and full of Yankees. Everyone's rude and they walk way too quickly. My mother looks around my filthy, cluttered apartment with an expression of dismay. Your grandmother's 81st birthday is tomorrow, and you're coming home, now. I sent her a card, I say, wincing, and I don't have the money to buy a ticket home. Well, it's a good thing I already bought the ticket. Callie's staring at the ceiling, and she hasn't said anything snarky about the state or smell of my apartment. That's not like her. What's going on? I ask her. You've done something bad, haven't you? Nothing, she says guiltily. Tell her, my mother says, elbowing her. Do I have to? Well, unless you want to cut a switch off the willow tree when we get back home, and I'll tell her myself. Fine. Callie scowls like a toddler caught with her hand in the cookie jar. My mother heads for the door. I will step out for a minute so you can talk in private. And Daisy, she pauses. I'm sorry about the way I acted when Jefferson came to the hotel. I was panicking, and you know how I get with my anxiety, but I shouldn't have shut you out like that. We all shouldn't have. You're part of the family, and whatever happens to us, we need to face it together. The bitterness I've been carrying inside me lightens. Thank you, Mama. I really appreciate it. I understand how upsetting and frightening that was for everybody. And Jefferson's pretty scary. Well, he used to be. Now he's an international joke. She leaves the apartment, shutting the door behind me. Callie stares at the floor, hands shoved in her pockets. Okay, I might have left something out when I told you that Chase left. Such as? He might have said that he loved you, and I might have told him to get out of our hotel before I had him busted for trespassing. Callie, you absolute bitch! I stare at her, appalled. How could you? She starts crying, tears running down her cheeks. Well, at that point I was still totally freaked out because we nearly lost our hotel and our home. And I was really angry at Chase because he played a part in it. He ran around gathering intel for his dad instead of coming clean with you from the beginning. But mostly I was angry at you for dumping everything on me after Dad died. If you were that angry at me, why didn't you just tell me that to my face instead of stabbing me in the back? I yell. Too loud, Savannah groans and pulls the covers over her head. I should have. You just never saw how bad it got for a while. Mama was a complete mess for a long time after Daddy died. She gulps and blinks hard. She's mostly okay now, but for years I felt like I had to babysit her all the time and also run the hotel when I barely knew what I was doing. And if everything failed, it would be all my fault. There's stuff you don't even know about, and I was really mad that you didn't see how much we needed you. Well, of course, because I'm a mind reader. I shake my head in disbelief. What kind of stuff don't I know about? She squinches up her face and looks away. Mama asked me not to tell, and I swore I wouldn't. It's over now. That leaves me with an uneasy feeling. I wonder if she was drinking too much. But if Callie gave her word, she'll keep it, so there's no point in trying to get her to talk. And Mama does seem better than she used to be. Anyway, I miss you. I shouldn't have done what I did, and I hope we can have a fresh start. I glance at Savannah's sleeping form. If I can let Savannah spend the night here without shanking her in her sleep, I can hardly refuse to give you a second chance. On one condition. Callie grimaces. Are you going to make me shave my head or something? Don't give me ideas. The condition is, stop bottling everything up, and when you're mad at me or you need something, just freaking tell me. That's it? She perks up. Phew. And shave half your head? Yeah, no. Worth a try, I shrug. It doesn't matter about Chase anyway, I say with a forced casual tone. He hasn't tried to call me or come see me or anything. That ship has sailed. No, it actually didn't. I take it you didn't open any of the letters that Mama and I sent you? No. I knew you weren't reading our letters, stubborn cow. That's why we had to come get you. What does that have to do with Chase? I'm seized with a burning curiosity. He might have been a little busy, Callie says. For some reason, the corner of her mouth tugs up in a smile. A little busy? I scoff. That's supposed to make me feel better? I mean, he didn't send a letter, or flowers, or anything. Just pack your stuff and let's head home. Now Callie's gone all smug and mysterious. Well, they came all this way, and I can't refuse to go to my grandmother's birthday party. Savannah, I call out. Did you hear that? We're going home. Nope, she mumbles into her pillow. Get a move on. You can buy a ticket at the airport when we get there. You can stay at our hotel until you figure something out. Or I know, you could stay at Aunt Tabitha's. The house is empty and it's been all cleaned up. I'm staying here. She sits up blearily, her hair a giant blonde rat's nest, her eye makeup on her cheeks. I will pay the rent. I can't go back to Bitter End. I'm a joke there now. And if I see Percy, I'm gonna cut off his man bits, and I don't want to go to prison. The food's too starchy. Savannah, come on, I protest. What would you do in New York? She yawns and stretches. I don't know. I can work at that motorcycle restaurant from last night. That seems like a terrible idea. I nudge the bed with my foot. And remember, it's called a biker bar. Even better. Let me sleep. She flops back down on the bed with her back to us. I sigh. Okay, have it your way. I'll be back in a few days, I guess. I'll leave a set of front door keys on the kitchen counter. New York is full of muggers and serial killers. Don't trust anybody, and try not to get murdered. Don't be too hasty now, Callie mutters. And I can't believe you're letting her stay here. Minutes later, I've got a suitcase full of clothes, and my mother and sister and I are in a cab headed to the airport. Chapter 30. Daisy. We're in Swampy Bottom County, minutes away from Bitter End. My mind is racing. What has Chase been up to? Why are Callie and my mother both acting so mysterious and smug? Is Savannah dead in an alley? Do you think she'll be mugged? I wonder. I'd worry more about the muggers. Callie, who's driving, snorts. And you're being way nicer than she deserves. I know, she's a horrible person. Well, she was a horrible person. But I think she's learned her lesson. And I don't know if I'd have grown up any nicer with someone like Willa Dean as a role model. Wait, what the heck is that? Callie's slowing down the car. We've come around the bend where the sign at the city limits is located, but it's been replaced. And it's exactly how I described it to Chase. It's enormous. The sign says, "Welcome to Bitter End." There's a picture of a man standing with his back to the viewer, shot from the waist down, wearing a pair of jeans. Wait, something's been added. The jeans have the words Swampy Bottom stitched on the rear pocket. A little parking lot has been cleared in the underbrush by the sign, and 3 cars are parked there, with families taking pictures of each other, using the sign as a backdrop. There's a news conference about it this evening, Callie says. You're gonna be there. Who did this? Chase, mostly. He's working with the Chamber of Commerce, Callie said. He's forming a new company, but I have to let him tell you about it. You've been talking to Chase? I'm shocked and a teeny bit jealous. Hard to avoid. She makes a face. He's staying at the hotel. Keeps asking about you night and day. It's getting boring. I start to bombard her with questions, but she shakes her head. Wait, she says smugly. Mama, I howl. Make her talk. Patience is a virtue, Daisy, Mama says primly. When we approach our hotel, I'm in for another shock. At the foot of the driveway is a sign that says, "You've reached the Bitter End." There's another sign in front of the flower garden, and it says, "Together till the Bitter End." Couples are lining up to take pictures in front of it. The hotel sign has changed. It's now the Bitter End Hotel. Callie pulls into a parking space and turns off the engine, and we all climb out of the car. There's a picnic table set up on the front lawn in front of the hotel, with 1 chair at the end of it. Chase is sitting in the chair, and he rises when he sees me. Am I seeing things? Is he wearing a t-shirt and jeans? Chase hurries toward me. He is indeed wearing a t-shirt that says, "Want to tour my swampy bottom?" with a cartoon picture of 2 men in a rowboat. He looks great in a t-shirt. It shows off the swell of his biceps. And I don't even want to think about how those jeans mold to his muscular thighs. He grabs me and sweeps me into his arms, spinning me around and crushing me in an enormous hug, which I return. I'm flooded with emotion. He feels so strong, so warm, and he's holding me like he never wants to let go. "You smell good, you jerk," I mumble into his chest because, if I say anything else, I might cry. After hugging me so hard I feel my bones creaking, he sets me down and steps back. I stare up into those beautiful blue eyes, and I see pure love shining down on me.
You're so gorgeous,
he murmurs, running his thumb along my cheek.
I've barely been able to sleep without you. I love you, Daisy. I'm sorry for everything.
You should be, I say huffily. But he said he loved me. Right to my face, he said the words out loud.
Do you have anything you want to say back to me?
I might not hate you.
Nope.
He shakes his head.
You know me, Daisy. I demand the best from you, and that was not your best.
Fine. I love you, and I'm really mad at you.
As well you should be. I've been an idiot. Although you should have opened the letters from your family.
Again with the letters. I look at his t-shirt, and a snicker escapes from me. Interesting fashion statement.
You like?
Chase asks, with an enormous grin. It really suits you. How have you been?
Busy. Missing you like crazy. But I wanted to get everything just right before you came home.
Home. I am home. I've missed this town fiercely, and I shouldn't have stomped off the way I did. Chase was right all along. This place is worth fighting for. An enormous grin creases his face as he gestures at the signs.
I made sure that everyone at the Chamber of Commerce understood that these were your ideas, and they loved them. I'm forming a marketing company that specializes in promoting and revitalizing small towns and rural areas, and I'm using Bitter End as our first client. With the town's 300th anniversary coming up next year, we can really get some national exposure. We'll have the whole downtown redone by then. All the business owners are on board. Know anyone who'd like to come work as my branding and advertising manager?
I just might. Although I'd have to give up a promising career in the motorcycle food and beverage industry.
You what now?
He looks alarmed.
Do I even want to know?
I consider that. Probably not, I decide. How did you even get the town sign changed so fast?
You can give Isaac credit for that. Did you know he was a millionaire? Of course you did. I'm the only idiot in town who didn't have a clue. He paid for the sign. Right now, most of Lancaster Hotel and Resort's assets are frozen, and it's probably going to be a few months before my mother and I can get everything unentangled.
He leans in and murmurs,
I have very likely been reduced from billionaire to mere multimillionaire.
Ew, nasty. I twist my face into an appalled grimace. Do you have any hot, rich friends you can introduce me to?
Don't even joke. I thought I'd lost you once, and I'm never letting you go again.
He grabs my hand.
Speaking of which, let's go for a walk. A quick one.
His eyes are sparkling with mischief. He glances at the hotel, and I'm not surprised to see a crowd gathered there. The mayor, Junebug, Herman, Boone, Lance, my uncle, Naomi, my grandmother, pretty much everyone I know from town. He waves at them, and they all wave back. Get on with it, Herman yells. You have something planned, I observe. And everybody but me knows what it is.
That is correct. And if you don't come with me, you'll ruin the surprise.
He grabs my hand, and I let him lead me through our flower garden to a spot where we have a little privacy. Everyone's watching us, of course, but at least they can't hear us.
I just wanted you to myself for a minute,
he says quietly.
And I wanted to tell you I should have chased you down in New York.
So why didn't you? He chews his lip.
I was afraid of my own feelings. I love you so much it freaks me out, and when I get emotional, I shut down.
I thought you completely abandoned me, and it really hurt my feelings. I let my anger and my hurt bleed into my voice.
You're right. I fucked up, but you know me, Daisy. I'm an emotional moron, and I can be a real ass, but I'm your ass. Wait, no, that didn't come out right. I'm bad at expressing my feelings, but you know how I feel about you, don't you?
I thought I did, but the last 2 weeks were really hard on me. If you're going to bail every time things get tough...
I'm not.
He looks wounded.
Daisy, please. You're the one who left town and left your cell phone behind. I know that I had your home address. I could have tracked you down, but I'm just saying I'm not the only one who had something of a meltdown. Also, I'm assuming you didn't open the letters that your family sent you?
No.
Because they included my new cell number and told you to call me as soon as you were ready to talk to me. So you're not the only one who felt abandoned.
I wince. Oh, I guess we both overreacted.
Yes. We both can be really stupid when it comes to love and not seeing what's right in front of our faces. That's why we need each other. We'll be on dumbass patrol and keep each other from screwing up.
I'm considering it. I'm more than considering, but I also want to torture him just a little bit, as payback for the last 2 weeks of sheer misery. He nods somberly.
I understand you being hesitant, so I have arranged a demonstration of both my devotion and my determination to win you back.
He leads me back to the picnic table, which now has been set with all of the dishes my grandmother made him during our infamous dinner. Tripe, Rocky Mountain oysters, blood pudding, hog jowls. He pulls a black velvet box from his jeans pocket.
I am going to ask you to marry me when I finish this feast of delights. Your mother already gave her consent. I went to your daddy's gravestone and asked him, too. I didn't get hit by lightning or anything, so I'm hoping he's also on board with it.
There's suddenly a lump in my throat the size of Texas.
I am now going to sit down and eat this entire meal, to show you how sorry I am and how much I love you, and to prove that I am ready to be a part of Bitter End and your family traditions forever and ever.
Chase turns an interesting shade of pale green as he plops down in the chair. He looks down at the plate and gulps hard. Go on then, I say. He picks up a fork. Sweat beads on his forehead. He swallows hard and spears a bull testicle. He brings it up to his lips. The color is draining from his face. Stop, I yell. I can't make him do it. I love him too much. He sets down the fork and gets down on one knee. Everyone's coming down from the porch, crowding toward us.
I love you, Daisy Abernathy. Will you marry me?
He asks. Yes, I say. Yes, Chase, I will marry you. 1,000,000,000 times yes. The crowd breaks into an enormous cheer and Chase leaps to his feet.
Oh, thank God,
he says.
I was prepared to eat every last bite, though.
I know you were. He grabs me and kisses me, arms twined around me, a lingering hot kiss that sends shivers through my body until my mother taps my shoulder. Hey, she yells. You're not married yet, Missy. Oh, leave them be, you old biddy, Grandma May scoffs. I spin around and hug her. Took you long enough to see what was right in front of your face, she sniffs at me. You sure you're an Abernathy? Then everybody's hugging me and shaking Chase's hand. Lamps thumps me on the back. Hey, Daisy, congratulations. He glances at the table. Shame to let all that go to waste. He calls out to Chase. You gonna eat that? No? He sits down and starts helping himself. Epilogue. 2 months later. The downtown rebranding project is in full swing. With all of the publicity surrounding the town's revitalization, the Chamber of Commerce, with mine and Chase's help, has managed to fill the empty storefronts. The summer heat has faded into a mild, pleasant September, and Chase and I are relaxing on Aunt Tabitha's porch. We're 1 week away from our wedding, and I've moved into Aunt Tabitha's house, letting Savannah keep my apartment. Chase is staying at the hotel until after we get married, which is honestly ridiculous, but Mama insists we can't live in sin. The front porch is completely refurbished. The wrought iron railing's been painted a gleaming white, and we've set out wicker furniture and outdoor rugs and potted plants. Chase and I are enjoying mint juleps. And today we've got a very elegant guest who's just had her bags delivered to the carriage house and is now settling in to join us for cocktail hour. Donna Lancaster leans back in the rocking chair, facing us on the porch swing. She takes a very healthy swig of her drink. Thank you for having me, she says. I wish I could have come sooner, but everything's been an absolute circus.
I know,
Chase says. He's flown to New York a half-dozen times to help untangle the mess that his father left behind. Jefferson's out on bail now under house arrest, staying in a shabby New Jersey apartment and wearing an ankle monitor. He's awaiting trial. Sad for him, he can't afford very good lawyers.
So you said you had news,
Chase says. Donna's lips curl in a sad smile. Jessica's pregnant.
Yes, Maxwell told me a few days ago.
Chase gives her a puzzled look.
You don't look particularly thrilled.
She blinks hard.
Maxwell informed me that he and Jessica are going to be staying with Jessica's parents in Virginia, and they don't want me to have anything to do with my own grandchildren.
She stares down into her glass and then swallows the rest of the mint julep in one long gulp and leans forward to grab the jug and pour herself another. I hold my tongue. I know how she sided with her husband at first when Jefferson finally confessed about the toxic waste. I know she lied and told Chase that his brother left rehab in a desperate bid to guilt him into siding with his father. I also know she's now testifying against her husband, and she's truly sorry, and she's Chase's mother, but I can see why Maxwell and Jessica want to keep their distance from her. She dabs at her eyes with a napkin.
I was a terrible mother. I worked all the time. I wasn't affectionate. I was very stingy on the praise and encouragement.
She glances at Chase, who shrugs.
I mean, yeah, he says. I'm not going to sit here and cry about it, but that's all true. You always knew I loved you, though, didn't you?
Chase looks thoughtful.
I honestly can't remember if I ever heard you say those words.
I'm sure I did, she says defensively. He sips his drink and stays silent. She winces.
All right, fair enough. It's just that I always thought I'd be able to at least make it up by being the world's best grandmother. And being totally devoted to my grandchildren and spoiling them rotten, and now I'll never get the chance.
Then she looks at me hopefully.
Unless...
I laugh. Not yet. We both want children, but it might be a year or two. Chase is getting a lot of interest from towns all over the country who want his services, and we may be traveling a lot. She nods, and her voice is so sad that I actually feel sorry for her.
I see. Well, someday I hope.
Chase leans forward and pats her arm.
Never say never, Mom. Give Maxwell some time. Send him letters. Send them baby gifts when the time comes. Let him know how sorry you are, and you'll be there if he ever changes his mind. I think he just needs some time. In all honesty, he has every right to be pissed at you.
Yes, and so do you, she says.
You came through in the end. You knew it would cost the company a fortune, possibly shut it down, and you did the right thing. That means a lot.
She's running Lancaster hotels and resorts mostly by herself right now, with some long-distance help from Chase. Under their leadership, the company is paying massive fines and an even more massive cleanup bill. She and Chase are in the process of forcing out Jefferson. The rest of the board is fully on their side. Well, she sighs, sets down her empty drink, and looks at me.
I told your mother I'd stop by to talk about some wedding planning. I'll see you two lovebirds later.
We watch her walk toward the hotel, and when she's out of sight, Chase refills my drink for me.
A drink for a kiss, he says, holding the glass up out of my reach.
I laugh and lean in to kiss him. He captures my chin with his hand and deepens the kiss, all warm and sweet and minty. When he finally releases me, I'm breathless.
Are you happy, Daisy?
His voice is a low, intimate rumble. Yes, Chase. I nibble his bottom lip just to hear him moan. 1,000,000 times yes. This